It's a Crime and Shame with Sunny Justice. All right, let's pair.
Hey.
Hey. We'll put us here
How are
first. Good. Tired, but good.
You had a long day at work, right?
It was busy. It was like so busy. And then we had so much to do. We didn't get out of there till like 4:30.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
And
like
what time did you have to get there?
Pardon?
What time did you have to get there?
Well, we start at 10, but on Saturdays we get off at 4 instead of 5. But it was like so busy, and which was good. But then it was just busy, and then people were coming in like after the store closed, and finally I was just like, nope, we're closed. We already had somebody staying in there, but it was it was a long day, whatever. But you know how you get that burst of energy? Hey Sharon, hey why? You get that burst of energy that you're like, wait a second, I got 2 days off now. I don't feel so tired anymore. You know,
it makes a difference. Makes a difference, right? You're like, I can stay up because I can sleep in.
Exactly. How was your day?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Got quite a few things done, and
like house chores, that type of stuff.
Yeah, going through stuff. All the clothes I bought for my grandkids the other day.
Oh, okay.
For next winter, because I got them so cheap.
Right.
Just sorting through those and putting them away and
tuck them away. This is for 2022 December.
Hope they wear that size.
Sharon's going for a puffer. Yeah. Okay. See you in a minute. Now, so Jojoblaistic and I had done this interview a few days ago. Just a chit chat between friends in a sense. She has her channel, which is called Jojoblaistic. And then I felt so bad yesterday because it didn't even dawn on me. She was in the channel. She had told me she made it live, but I kind of had forgotten about it because when I saw it, I was at work or something like that. And then, and then the live, and then Sleuth came on there. And so then anyways, I ended up
and you know what? And the rest of the world was
after
that point was crazy.
And so anyways, hey Jen. And then of course, I ended up forgetting about it anyway. I was out for a bit, but be there shortly. Okay. All right, Adam, if you're hearing us now. Adam will be joining us. Have you guys seen Mama today, or has she been off busy or whatever?
Earlier. She's commented earlier.
Okay.
Hopefully she'll see this. I was in Sleuth's chat today when he was live with Fig, and people were talking about our live last night.
Oh.
And said, did Sunny not repost that? We've looked for it over and over. And I'm like, yeah, she probably didn't repost that. And they're like, oh, what happens on Sunny's show stays on Sunny's show.
The reason why I took it down was because although I put that thing up to block that asshole Fez or whatever, it still showed it. And so I said I at the end there, if you recall, actually, I said I wasn't going to post it. And it's only because hi, Radar.
Hey,
Well,
Radar.
haven't seen Radar in a while.
Yeah.
I think, hold on, let me just go back to, because remember when all the wrenches got taken away? So I'm not sure if Radar still wants a wrench or not. Just one sec. Do you want a wrench still, Radar? I just, I just know that they, oh, 1 second here. Just 1 second. Let me just see, does Radar still have one? I'm not sure if Radar's saying yes or no,
Yeah.
but I'm just gonna add it for now. But anyway, yeah, so because of that, and I've never edited it, I've never done editing of whatsoever on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure I didn't get a strike,
Yeah.
so I took it down, because of that reason. And then because honestly, and then I get an email. Yes, there you go. And then I get an email from Keegan Kern, that asked me politely if I could take down my video, because so remember how on Keegan Klein's affidavit, or not affidavit, sorry, his interview with Barb McDonald, how they had Keegan Kern up top, and then I did my video, Keegan Klein,
Yes.
Keegan Kern, whatever. So he
Yes.
asked me respectfully if I would take it down, just because of just because of
Right.
private information. So you know what? No big deal. I said sure, because he asked respectfully.
Hmm. And I
It's
don't think he's a part of it. He
oh
seems to be
no,
squeaky clean.
no. I
Yeah.
mean, it's probably a typo, probably whatever. Again, it's not to try to hurt, but obviously there's freedom of information and stuff like that, regardless. But you know what? He asked me respectfully, a nice type of thing. So I was just like, sure, we'll take it down.
Right.
So I took it down. No big deal. Anything that
Hmm.
we've done, again, it's neither here nor there to me sometimes if a video goes up or down. Um,
Right.
as long as certain things remain said, like, you know, Becky talking about the 13th, and about why Kelsey had answered Anthony Schott's account back, because she'd answered multiple people back that day. So I seen people asking me about it because somebody, I guess, posted it on, I think, Murder Sheets. And then
Uh-huh.
that person had also asked Becky, like, if that account responded. So again, so if anyone does want to know, so right. And I'm just going to go straight back to my Facebook here, actually, because I like to say things as they are by the person, without screwing up the words or replacing their words with truly what was said. Am I doing that right? Hold on. Oops, I think I'm putting that in the wrong thing. Just give me 2 secs there. Where are you, Becky?
I got to dip down and plug in my phone because it's going to die.
Oh
I'll be
yeah.
back. I'm just going to
Okay.
recover by.
Sure. Becky, there she is.
Okay.
Okay. So Becky, so I asked Becky, uh, did Kelsey talk to him the night of the 13th, or can you not say? They were not, or they were allowed to show this conversation, so it must not be a secret. If you'd rather not say, I'm fine with that answer. Thank you. And then
Hmm.
Becky replied, she was going through Libby's phone on social media accounts and saw that Anthony Schott's account had commented on hers. So she sent a message asking if he had talked to her. She did the same to many others also. So then, because I seen a post with my video or something, so someone, and then Becky's screenshot. I just don't feel the need that I need to put up Becky's screenshot to say that, like,
Yeah.
I don't need to sit here and just, I'm telling you that I asked her. Um, but people are like, well, she might have said it. I don't know. We don't know the truth unless we see it. Like, fuck off, right? Anyways,
Yeah.
and so somebody must have asked her, like, so did the person answer back? And the answer was something like, no, this one, I'd have to go back and find it, but it was something like, yes, there was no red flags to make it seem otherwise, that,
Right.
the
There
truth
was
or anything.
somebody in one of my groups that I'm in asked her if he answered back.
Yeah.
And she
I just,
said that.
Yeah, and you know what? I could have asked her the same thing, but you
Mm.
know what? I just don't like to push things either,
Right.
and
Right.
so it's just kind of like, it's, oh, thank you for the explanation. yeah, I just didn't really feel like pushing the envelope in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, there's no point in just pushing things past the line. She
Mhm.
probably gets messages from people 5 million times a day, you
Well, I'm
know?
not really sure. Um, to be honest, I have no clue how many people message her. I like to ask. I really, when I come across something that I've heard often or heard a lot, then I'll be like, "Hey, Becky, do you mind if I ask you a question?" And again, if she doesn't
Yeah.
answer me, it's just because I know that, like, she'll look at something sometimes and she'll just look. Like when I asked her if she wanted to do an interview, on here or whatever, she just looked at it, but she didn't answer. So I just simply took that as a no. Obviously,
Yeah.
if she wanted to, she would have said something back. So I just take it when she ignores something that either maybe she got busy or that it's simply a no. I take it as a no, and then
Yeah.
she'll answer me back when she can. Or and for the other ones, and she usually answers me back, within that same day, typically, because she's on Messenger quite frequently. What is this?
Yeah.
I don't know how long you've been doing. How you been doing lately? You coming live with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. AKA Radar. If ever you want to come on live with us, just feel free to hop on. Actually, anyone for that matter, if they want to ever hop on with us, and chit chat or have something to say, even you why too, then like I said, feel free to. So going back to Jojo Ballistic. So I have not watched my video. It's about 20 minutes long. And I thought maybe perhaps I'd play it. Because I haven't even watched it myself yet. And
Uh-huh.
I felt so bad after I seen her in the channel. And this morning I was like, wait a second. All right, Jojo put up the live we had. Um, so if anybody doesn't mind, do you mind if I play that first and then
Yeah.
we'll
That'd be
go on to other
great.
things? So go ahead.
That'd be great. I'd love to see it.
I was gonna say, so feel free at any point to turn off your camera. It's about 20 minutes long, Deb. So if you have something to
Okay.
do, you know, or whatever. No, it's up to
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. And then I'm just going to, let's see here. Let's see. Okay. And let me just take this down. So you guys, I'm just going to put in, let me see here. Nope, that's not the one I want. Delete. Where are we here? Just going to put in Jojo Ballistics. So Jojo Ballistic is somebody that I know from, Suzanne Morphew case. And she's one of those few people. I'm on Adam, are you coming on? Okay. So I'm reading that out loud here. Um
Yeah.
so yeah, so Joe Ballistic is cup of Joeful that she has. I just wanted to put her link and I found it now. Really, really amazing person. Great heart. She does she does private readings too if people ever want to go check out her channel, and she just will do a nice chit chat. um what can I say? Great human being, just a great human being, kind of like how I feel about Gonzo. Mind you, I haven't talked to Gonzo lately. Hey Gonzo, if you're watching this ever, hello, love you buddy. Anyway, so there's Jojo Bullis. So if anyone ever wants to check Jojo out, like I said, she just recently started doing lives not too long ago. So yeah, check her out. There's her link there. But if you guys don't mind, I haven't seen it as well. Going through. Okay, let's see. Let me just quickly see what Radar's saying here. Thank you. I will take you up on that one day soon. Going through a lot right now. Just lost my mom. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Just lost my
Oh.
mom and my brother. But
Oh,
would
I'm
love
so
to go.
sorry,
Oh,
Radar.
both. Mm, both. Hold on. One sec. One sec. Really? Both, Radar? Oh my god. I just want to say I'm so I don't even know what to say. There's like not even words that can even say that. Um
Right?
yeah. I'm
That's
so
hard.
sorry. Prayers and whenever you're ready and want to come on. I don't even know what to say to that, Radar. I'm just so sorry. Yeah. Uh yeah. Biggest hugs, okay? I don't even know what to say to that. That just makes my heart hurt. Just even thinking that that's happened to somebody. And
Yeah.
I know that Radar's just like an amazing person too. Yeah, much love, honey. All right. Okay, so yeah, whenever you're up for it, and again, so sorry. Biggest prayers. I just hate it sometimes when I don't know what to say. It's like my heart feels it, but nothing you could ever say consoles,
Right.
somebody like that. It's just sad.
Right.
Yes, both pretty rough, but thank you so much. Okay. My heart feels so sad for you. So I'm just sending the biggest hugs and healing vibes and love through the internet. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you guys. So yeah, if you don't mind, yeah. I know. So I'm just gonna start the video here, guys, and we'll just play it out, and then we can discuss other things. Okay, Delphi, Tina Rodel, and stuff like that. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Okay.
Hey everybody!
Hey everybody! So welcome to the show of Cup of Joe with Jojoblaistic, and I have a very beautiful and talented and special guest here, which is Sunny Justice, and she has her channel is It's a Criming Shame. So I'm going to post that up for you guys to see. Sunny Justice, It's a Criming Shame, is with us. So I want to give her a warm welcome, and we're going to have a really informal chat here. So hi.
Hey, Jojo. And I love being here, by the way.
Okay, good. So let's talk about how we both knew each other and how you started into doing the work that you're now doing with your show.
Yeah, sure. So we know each other from, of course, Suzanne Morphew case.
Yes.
And so that one stole my heart. Again, just to kind of say how it went, I was watching Delphi case. Didn't really mean to. I shouldn't have clicked on it really, but because I kind of stay away from all this hurt and pain of the world. I just chose to do that a long time ago. It's just too hard on the heart for sure. And so, yeah, I saw the Delphi case on my right side of my YouTube channel, and I was like, don't click on it. And I did. And then basically, I was looking at that one for a few weeks, just on and off. And then it was simply that Suzanne Morphew's case then came into the right side of my YouTube channel. And I just saw this beautiful aura of a lady. And I just knew that something was not right. The minute I heard that she was missing on Mother's Day, that right there rang off bells right away. And then when you listen to it a little bit more, then it was just like, there's something definitely wrong with this picture. It was just too weird. Husband away, girls away. She goes missing, bike found, whatever.
And I remember actually when I reached out to you at some point, and I was like, have you seen this? Have you seen that? And it was really, that's when you trusted me a little bit with some of the things that you were working on. And I was very honored that you did, to keep it, because as we're working on these cases, I guess that's another question is, how have you, what did it take for you to start to really open up to being online and to having guests on your show, and maybe take us down that journey a little bit?
So, when I decided to bring my YouTube channel up, because I mean, I had opened up my YouTube channel a long time ago, but I never used it. And I was really saddened by the fact that after Andy did his search for Suzanne Morphew, that you could just feel this big disappointment, that people just seemed really disappointed that more didn't morph out of it at the time. It's what it seemed like anyway.
Right.
And I was just like, oh, no. Gonna fight for Suzanne, gonna keep her story alive, gonna do what I can, do my part, be a voice, because there's no way that this story's gonna get, basically start lulling in a sense. And so,
actually, wait, let me jump in for a second there. Yeah, I do want to point out, because I want to make sure I do, that, there are times when people, as you know, if you're following true crime, there are times when people kind of fall off of the radar or the stream. And Sunny was like the first person who showed me how do you ramp the energy back up, like to keep people in the light? Because I remember it was at that Christmas time. You were doing all of those videos that was just like pulling attention in for Suzanne. You did a big service at that time of getting her back in, I felt like, on people's minds. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just felt like people were dropping off for sure. People were moving on to other cases more so. You know what? You can just feel it. You can just feel it, for me anyway, right?
Yeah.
And so and it was just about no, can't have this happen. This is injustice. Suzanne needs justice, and I do feel really bad for all those cases out there. Because there was another lady that disappeared, and I can't think of her name for the life of me.
Oh, I wonder if you're thinking about
it's like right on the tip of my
Eka Lloyd.
Echo Lloyd.
Yeah.
She disappeared
like same time.
Yeah. And so I do feel bad for some of these cases that really deserve the same type of light. But you know what? We're not miracle workers. We can only do so much.
Exactly. And so your focus has been on Delphi for a while, and thank goodness. And so if you guys haven't gone and checked her out, please go and sub to her channel, and really see how someone does it who's really staying true. Because that one of the things, it's like everyone has a different style of how they report, but I feel like Sunny is true. You are true to you, and you're true to your style and what's important to you and what you're passionate about. And I don't think it's easy in this. Not everyone knows. I don't think it's easy as a creator to do that. And I really watch you do that.
So I'll go back to the fact of, so that, like, for me, like I said, it wasn't hard because I've been in like customer service and hospitality all my life. So I don't find it hard talking to people. I wasn't even really nervous when I brought up my channel or anything. It was just a mission, to, like I said, be a voice. I'm not one of those ones, like I said, on the internet that get bullied around or hide behind things. I like to always be on camera as much as I can, because I like that personalization with people, when I'm doing lives and stuff like that. I can't even say that I was nervous, really. I was more nervous about how to use the program.
Right.
Kind of like, because you're live and I'm like, okay, so what if I screw up this, like
There's so many things to keep track of.
But I will always stay true to who I am as a person. My mom, growing up, my mom, she had to fight for us, fight for food on the table, fight to, take care of us. So my feistiness comes from a few different things. Abusive relationship, that I'm just tired of people wanting to know questions and then don't want to hear the answers, or then belittling you or attacking you because they don't like what you're saying. And you're trying to do something good. And so people like that don't faze me, but I just find it ignorant
of it. But I think it's really important to note and talk about that. Like, it takes a lot to deal with the trolls, let's call them, or the bullies, or the people who are really not who they say they are. Like, there's a lot of that.
I call them fakes, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's either they're fakes or they're their true selves, one of the two.
Yeah.
True self to me shines through. People that act like that are going to act like that to other people, but not to the extent, because behind a keyboard, they can be those keyboard warriors. They can say whatever they want and think that they can get away with it. They would say it worse than if they were in front of your face, but that in real, that they're probably acting like that as well. And so I know this, but you can spot true hearts when you see them. Yeah. And I've had my up and down emotions when it comes to, having the comments, because, no matter what, it does take a sting a little bit when you're like, oh, like, because you first start out and you see all these comments. And then after a while, you just turn the comments off, and then you're like, you know what, forget this. I'm just gonna block you guys. I'm just gonna
deal with them. Yeah, it's a process of figuring out what works for you. And
because
And
I
I
do
think
this
you
for,
do. It
go
makes
ahead.
sense to me that you were in customer service in a way. Now that kind of makes sense because I was like, wow, she's so good at like not letting things affect her or not seeming to. And Delphi tends to be a case that has even more of that for some
Oh my
reason.
God. Want to
What
talk about,
is it about? Do you think about that case?
I think what it is, I mean, there's a lot of wackos when it comes to Delphi. No kidding, like no word of a lie. I think it's just honestly, it's because it's been 5 years. People are so passionate about the case
Yeah.
that they're so determined to believe um, everything that they read and see, and they're just ill-informed, to be honest with you, about a lot of things. But it's really it's like the passion for it that they just want it solved, and they're frustrated, and it's almost like there's so many people that are coming and going, but there's no answers, and they just keep doing circles, like meaning they're
Yeah.
frustrated, I'm sure, because they're spending 5 years, some of them, of their life, because once you attach to something, it's hard to let go.
Right. Right.
It's
It's hard to have new information. Like when the new information came out, it was hard for some people to adjust to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's probably been the biggest downfall that I've seen for the Delphi case, is when they switched the POIs from this older guy to this younger guy.
Mm-hmm.
And in all honesty, Jojo, I would say, if not more than 75%, still want to think it's an older guy.
Wow.
They don't want to budge. They want to stay.
And I think that also people are really, it almost seems to me, maybe I'm wrong on this. What do you think? But it almost seems to me like people really pick up on the stress that that law enforcement is having. Like somehow, we're all connected and some of us can connect with people without even talking, but it's like picking up the energy behind the case. And so as they ramp up and they're getting something either closer to they think they're solving it or closer to like, oh no, it's getting away from us. It feels like people pick up on that energy.
Absolutely. I mean, I was going to say, I can understand why people are frustrated, because what do I want to call it? The double talking, or saying one thing and yet not saying much, but yet it's like Carter and Ives are my two best sources that I like to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like for the case that there's not been a lot of information, like if you truly go to the bare bones of it, there's literally barely anything out there.
Right.
And the stuff that you do have is it's frustrating, because it's kind of like what we just saw with Carter. It's like he's not wanting to talk about stuff that he talked about in a previous press conference.
Right. So something is different. Something's different.
But do I feel like that they are on the verge of an arrest? Yes, I do. I think
one of the things that's really hard when you're watching from the outside, but you feel really connected into a case, is like, I really do trust that the majority of LE is trying their darndest to get things done.
Yeah.
But one of the things that came out with the Suzanne Morphew case, when things came out recently about one of the investigators, Cahill, it did feel a little frustrating, because I was like, oh my God, like how solo was he working on this? Like we can have these thoughts that there's like a team of 100 and they're answering the calls and they're going out and doing all this investigation, but actually, came to discover that it wasn't as well staffed. It wasn't as well staffed, which I think is a shame for victims. I mean, it says something about where we're putting our money.
Yeah, like even with the Delphi too, that there's not a lot of people working on it. That there's still people working on it, but it's not a lot, and they still have a bunch of information that they weed through. Like, I know that this case is big. I know that there's still people working on it, of course.
Yeah.
Anyone to think that they're not, because I think we learned, like I said, even from the Suzanne Morphew case, that what we see and what's truly happening are two different things.
Obviously. Exactly.
So I know in my heart of hearts that there's a lot going on with Delphi still. This case is not old. It's not cold. It's not anything besides they're still being proactive. They might not have the manpower that it originally did, but if you listen to it, was it Carter that said that? Yeah, when he said like as soon as they sift through some stuff, they're probably gonna have to hire 60 or 80, or not hire 60 or 80. Yeah.
Wow. I know. I thought that was really interesting. And also, I think that question that we have about working with crowdsourcing and how to do it in a way, how people can help and how they can hurt. And um, I think it's still like we're still figuring out as an online society how much is damaging, how much is, where those lines are.
So like I said, so I know who I am as a person. Nobody can tear that away from me. They can try, but I'm too solid in who I am as a person to know what I stand for and what I do in life to try to help other people. And
so it's important to have those supporters along the way. And, people who, frankly, who've helped me, Katrina, Mystic Brady, and Jen from Genocide encouraged me. And Gonzo has been a big encouragement of the going live part of my journey too.
And it was always nice that I think the first time Gonzo, he called me to give me some up-to-date information, and I always truly appreciated that he took time to do that. So like yourself, like I said, like you and Gonzo and some others have just made an impact on my heart as people that I just deem as true, caring, pure hearts.
Right. And your subs, your loyal subs, like who really and I see you have who I don't know, but Mama. Yeah.
I was just about to say that too. God, we're reading each other's minds here, because I was going to say Mama.
My meld.
Yeah, I know. Because I was literally just going to say Mama, Deb, even Jenny, who you don't see on her name. There's a couple Jennys. But there's Jenny Lee. I see, like, she's always sending me stuff behind the scenes as well. There's a few Jennys. It's amazing how many Jennys are. And then recently there's this new guy. His name is Adam. And again, the reason why we all mesh so well is because we're not trying to attack each other. We're just there to support each other. Like, we have kind of like a messenger group behind the scenes, and it's never arguing ever. It's always just us joking around, sending information, like I said, having a good laugh. And that's exactly what it's about. So other than that, I would say, from, if we had final thoughts here, that I truly appreciate you staying in touch with me, reaching out to me, coming on your show. I do it anytime you ask, because again, that's what it's for. Not to like try to, like I said, hurt people. It's just trying to love and care about each other. And that's what I love about you, Gonzo, and all the people that I have close relationships with from being online. It's just the beauty of those pure hearts or big hearts that just care. And hence why we're doing stuff like this.
Thank you. And I want to just say, for anyone who wants, hopefully we gave you a little peek behind the scenes of what it's a little bit like, some of the stuff that goes on. But I want to give just a moment at the end for some of the mission time. So anything that you want to share for the Delphi mission for people who maybe don't know about the case, or where they would contact, or where they should put their energy, or that sort of thing.
As for the Delphi?
Yeah.
So sorry, my bad. It's kind of like my headspace went on you. So sorry, where to contact? What were you, sorry?
Well, if there's anything that you want people to do or raise their awareness around Delphi, I mean, besides tuning in and learning from your channel.
Well, for me, with Delphi, I would say for anyone that truly wants justice for the girls, or to support the baseball field, I would say do it directly. If you're going to give your money to the baseball field or whatever, do it directly.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Anna Williams. Again, I know that there's a link for that as well.
I can put the link down in the description.
Yeah.
For if you had tips and that sort of thing, but.
Right. And I was going to say, because there's your tip line, obviously, that I think everyone probably that knows Delphi knows by now, regardless. So if you have something, I would just say, when it comes to the tips, though, again, don't just say, well, because a guy has a blue jacket and you send in a tip.
Right.
Make sure that you're offering the information that Ali and that has asked of you, name, more information than just he has a blue jacket. But I would say, just for anyone else that does follow Delphi, you have the opportunity to make a channel, to do things yourself, to do things your way, to be a voice for the voiceless. So for anyone that's ever thinking about, like I said, wanting to do their own thing or has their own thoughts, create a channel. It's not hard, you know, be a voice for the voiceless, because the more people that are aware, you know, the wider, of course, it gets. And the true crime community, even I can see, you know, it's just growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like, for me, I like to do things the way I like them to be done. I don't like to be a follower. I like to be a leader. So I like to portray things the way that I want to show it. And hence why I like having the channel, because it allows me to use my creative side. It allows me to use, you know, to showcase what I want to show and the information that I've dug through to get there. So that's what I have to say about that for the Delphi.
Sounds good.
Justice for Abby and Libby, of course.
Yes.
Justice for Suzanne.
Yes.
Justice for, I mean, honestly, Summer Wells. There's so many. The Flora Girls, Karina McClurkin, Echo Lloyd, Maya Molete.
So I'm going to end it there. And I just want to say once more, thank you so much, Sunny, for coming on and
thank you for having me
with me and showing up.
Yeah. Well, like I said, maybe one day in return, you'll come on mine.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you want me to, I will. And I want to just note to everyone once more, Sunny Justice, It's a Criming Shame is her channel. And I will put a link in the description below, and you can check out her passion and her work on behalf of Delphi. So much love to you.
Thanks, Jojo. I love you.
I'm going to end now.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, good interview.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam.
Then at the very end there, I see Jojo's in the house. So Jojo's in the house. So I just see this now. This is Jojo's link. So if anyone wants to go check out Jojo, again, go to her channel. Her link's there. Again, Jojo is just one of those great caring people that I came across during Suzanne Morphew. So yeah, I of course love and enjoy talking with Jojo. There's a few people like Gonzo, like we said. I didn't realize that Jojo would be coming in, but I felt really bad yesterday. She came in and my mind was tired, and this morning I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I haven't even watched the video. So then I saved it because I just kind of wanted to watch it, you know, with all of my friends on the channel and the supporters and stuff like that. And yeah, so thank you guys. And Jojo, oh, there's Golf Coast Girl. Hey, Jill. Yeah, good timing. So yeah, thanks again, Jojo. Truly appreciate the friendship and the interview that we did together. And next time she'll have to come on mine. Yeah. And yeah, so Adam, how are you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you, ladies?
Good.
Good.
Good to see you again, Deb. We were hanging out earlier today in the in Sleuth's. I was lurking in his chat.
Yeah, we were lurkers.
You guys were lurking. Yeah.
He was hungover.
Was he hungover?
Yeah.
I can imagine.
What was the word he used yesterday?
Someone said, "Are you okay, Sleuth?" And he said, "I'm just hungover."
I'm just yeah, partying too hard in Sunny's channel, apparently.
That's basically what people in the chat were saying.
Yeah.
That it was a party last night.
Yeah, I mean, I took the video down just because you could see that point where that troll yeah, so I had to take it down because I didn't want to get a strike. And then so yeah, I mean, I could have went and edited it, but edited it. That's a good word. Edited it. But I forgot that I deleted it. It's on my StreamYard still, but I forgot that I had deleted it from YouTube because I went to go edit it. And then I was like, oh, right, I took it down. But yeah, so sometimes it's okay. Sometimes I'm good with the live for the people that were there to enjoy it. And then it comes down, you know, just because it's just, like I said, I would have left it up if it wasn't for that Fez troll that, you know, I mean, I laugh at these things. Don't get me wrong. Because I find it very comical that people actually waste their time doing this shit, you know? And this is what gets me, okay, about this Fez guy. So the guy's like, that guy that goes to the gym, obviously
Oh
insecure.
yeah.
I'm so sorry, but usually when I've asked any guy that's gone to the gym, it's already that I know the answer. It's always usually because of insecurities that they lack something somewhere else, and then they go to the gym, pump themselves up, and then they think that they're these woman magnets in a sense. And I've even asked friends of mine that go to the gym, like, is it because you're insecure about something? And then they'll usually admit to it. Yes, that this is the reason, blah, blah, blah. So all I'm seeing is this guy that kind of like is buffy, whatever. And I'm thinking, dude, is this how you spend your life? Like,
And
just
he accidentally showed his face.
Hey,
He accidentally showed his face for just a minute.
Right. Because he's an
idiot. If that's truly his face, I mean, sometimes people have a fake picture.
No.
He was live.
He was live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then he showed the picture. He moved.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The picture that we got in the group, in the message, was his actual live picture.
Yeah, that was him live. And and then he switched the picture really quick right after she put him on screen.
Yeah, that was him, troll. But it's kind of like, I mean, at the end of the day, honestly, I feel like I'm still gonna report him and send the information into, like, I'm just gonna send it into the FBI guy, to be honest with you. Because if he's going around doing this stuff like that, people think that they can get away with anything they want to on the internet.
Right.
They just think that they can go around attacking people, making accounts that say, I'm gonna slit your throat, I'm gonna come to your house. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let karma come be a bitch and hit you back. Because if you think that you can just sit there and keep doing this to people and stuff like that, I'll send it off to YouTube as well. That's why I was kind of hoping. Wasn't sure if you guys found a name or whatever, because that one guy looked really close. That Fez and Elliot thing or whatever it was. But anyways.
Oh, the guy from Euphoria, the TV show?
I think it was.
Yeah, I think that's his real name. I think his real name is Elliot.
Yeah.
The actor's name is, you think the guy from last night was Elliot?
Yeah.
All right.
Because he looks like an actor that plays the movie Fezco, I think.
Yeah, on Euphoria on HBO.
Right.
He literally looked like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's why he picked up that name as Fez.
Yeah, probably.
But Sonny, can you, when you because he had to have been a subscriber, so can you see like how long he'd been subscribed to your channel?
We don't see anything like that I know of.
I didn't know if it showed you that as a creator.
He also has his other one is John. His other account is
John, because John came back in right after.
Yeah, and they were like 2 days. They were like created like 2 days apart in February. The accounts.
Yeah.
Because it let me go to their channel, but then I couldn't see like when they subscribed to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I think what I think that YouTube lacks a lot of judgment when it comes to this whole making accounts with whatever name you can possibly think of. Like, come on. Why is it games can be alerted by titles or things that are said in names that you just cannot make? So I don't understand why YouTube, this, big channel thing or whatever, YouTube of, what do I want to call it? Like this big corporation now, right? That has, billions of dollars and all this stuff. And yet they let people make these stupid names with, I'm going to, stab you and murder. Like, how does that even being allowed in a name? It's just the stupidness of it all. They have all these stupid rules and regulation, when you go to all these different things. And yet YouTube allows words like names like this to be made. Get a life, honestly. Seriously, get a grip on reality. Why can't I play a game called RuneScape and I could never make a name like that? Because they stopped it. So YouTube can stop it. So why are they allowing it? And why are they allowing people just to, like, you know what I mean? Why are they allowing so much?
Yeah.
Because all you have to have is an email address, right? And you can have as many accounts as you really want.
They could have a lot more control if they wanted to. They could.
Yeah, but also, like, the minute you play a song or a video, they've got an algorithm that picks it up. Why can't they just use an algorithm that picks up threats like gun and stab and
Well, just the fact that you can turn around and open another account so quick in this, like, it's kind of like, I think it was, is it Facebook, where when you have to add a phone number or do this, and they make it a lot harder now than just creating you know, because they don't
Yeah.
want all these multiple people. And that's what's on here. Yeah. Just multiple people with multiple accounts. I think Sean Harmon did that same thing. Just kept making a freaking account after account after account after account. And it's just like, at what point does it become ridiculous? Or is it just about money of some sort? Obviously it always boils down to money. But it just pisses you off when you have all these rules, hear music, hear a song, boom, like you said, but yet all these things that the trolls can get away with. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I mean, and it just blows me away. You know, like all these things that they allow to be videos. And yet, like I said, you play a music video, but it's okay to watch somebody making a bomb. It's okay to watch all this sexual content, you know, and stuff like that. But you play a music and boom, you know, biggest thing. But anyway, I think it's ridiculous. So, hey, Fez, if you're in the house tonight, dude, you know what? Only because I knew that you were a troll, but my picture wasn't quite big enough, obviously. Well, I should have just put up the one thing, to be honest. But the picture was this, but I thought it was going to cover it. Yeah, but then it snuck through on the side there. But it was good because it allowed it to show him on the live, because I could see him in the thing going like this. This is what he was doing. Right? And I'm like, where the fuck? Because I was waiting for the guy with the, you know, that pull out his little pecker to show type of thing. So I'm so sorry, Fez, that you have a small man syndrome and like you feel the need to, you know, seriously.
Better head back to the gym.
Right? Yeah, go back to the gym. And, you know, they should have a little dumbbell just for that one. Right there, right? Anyways.
He is a little dumbbell.
Yeah, no. It's like watching stupid men in their brawn. Like, oh, I'm all big and strength. And then I come on people's shows, you know, just to be a troll and like, grow up, dude.
Yeah, right?
It's comical because it's like I said, I can take a joke and whatever. But it's just when I think of like how they spend their night, I'm like, is this really what you get off on?
Yeah. Apparently. They have no other life. You know, Peace just came up with a great idea. It said YouTube should have a 24-hour waiting period to change your name before it switches over.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. There's just so many things that they could do to limit this crap. Like just to limit it instead of going out, in, out, in. Oh, let me just go make another thing.
I know, like on my TV, it's as easy as just like when I open YouTube, it like gives me I have like my name, and then I have another like one that was like my original one that didn't even have a name. It's just I didn't even realize I had a YouTube account. And so when I created the Aspen one, but it still gives me the option to go to the other one.
Yeah.
So it's as easy as just switching a username.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I have 3 different YouTube accounts. Like, meaning I can just switch between the 3. One is It's a Crime and Shame. The other one is for another channel that I have that I haven't really started yet. It will be like my pet one. I'll pause. And the other one is my husband and his brother. So meaning I can just switch between accounts and go into each one type of idea. But again, you know, they have control to limit exactly what's going on here. Right now, it's just like one of those things. You can pretty much make something as fast as you can. No problem. Here you go. Here's another name. Boom. Right.
Well, you know, Sleuth was even saying earlier today in his that he like just noticed like he had a whole bunch of videos taken down that he was talking about some political stuff in from 5 months ago today. So
oh, wow.
Like YouTube just they finally purged like some videos of his from 5 months ago. He's like, they were just there, and then he's like, they're gone now.
Remember that happened with True Crime Bloke? Something about he put up a video about Ukraine. Didn't even say much about it. But isn't that such crap? And just like when the COVID started, and then how all of a sudden I get this thing saying that they have like these people that are like saying that these are the fact checkers, you know?
Yeah.
So again, why is it certain bullshit is allowed and you can go up there showing how to murder someone and that's okay?
Right. Yeah. Some people won't even say this like COVID in their streams because they think it'll trip the algorithm to get them like strike.
Isn't it crazy? What a whacked out world. This is why. This is honestly why I kind of duck my head down and just be like, you know, at peace. I'm just going to live through my time, you know, go for the ride, do my own thing, because it's a whacked, everything is so wrong in so many levels about, you know, how things should truly be, you know, versus what they are. We all know that this world is built around greed and money,
Right.
you know, type of thing.
Right.
And that will always be the forefront and forethought. But it's just amazing when you kind of really truly see what's going on out there. And it's just kind of like, yeah, I'll just stay in my bubble till I'm like 101.
It's safer there.
Yeah, it's safer there. Well,
Yeah.
right. And that's kind of why I stay out of politics and crap like that, to be honest. I just couldn't be asked. It's all just a bunch of bullshit. I just couldn't be asked to get into those type of discussions, really, you
Right.
know, at all.
Well, because what's one person's opinion going to do to change someone else's? Nothing.
Right.
I always say you're never going to change someone else's opinion of their view. You're only going to change their opinion of you.
Yeah. Yes. See, like Lost just said, I lost one of my videos a couple days ago. Was talking about LGBT. Oh, was that? Where's the Q? Did they take down the Q now? LGBTQ, because there's a Q. And so alliances and the I'll pee with you movement. Really? What's that I'll pee with you movement?
I don't know. I like pee alone.
You know what? I want to pee with you. Next time I gotta go for a break, I'm gonna be like, Adam, you go at the same time. I'll call you on Messenger. We'll send to each other tinkle and sprinkle, clean up our mess, wash our hands, of course.
We just can't be on video. They'll flag it.
No, we could probably get away with that, but as long as we don't say any political stuff or anything about, you know, anything, you know, and whatever, we should be good. Yeah, yeah, I think so. That's what I find just so messed up about the world. Like, why? It always deletes the Q. Oh, it does. It deletes the Q at the end.
Huh? Why?
She's saying that the LGBTQ, that it always deletes it at the end.
No, the autocorrect or whatever.
Well, however it is when you're typing, into the thing, obviously. It always deletes it at the end. That's crazy. Mind you, you know what? Actually, there's been words, now that I think about it, there's been words that I've typed when I'm doing like a super chat. And next thing I know, it's like I'm like, where did my freaking thing go? It doesn't even, like, it just takes it out. So there's obviously certain flag words, even though, you know, I'm not thinking I'm using a flag word. You know, so I that makes more sense to me now why when I was sometimes doing super chats, I was like, oh, why is that? Like, why is it I'm typing the word and it just disappears? And I'm just like, huh? Or it wouldn't let me make the post because like there's something in the sentence that I guess I'm not allowed to say. And it's not like I'm sitting there going, you know, fudge cracker, fudge, you know.
But of course, they're allowed to come on and threaten people and say they're going to cut their throat and everything else.
Right.
That's fine.
I still can't believe that happened to you, Deb.
Well, and
Of
if
all
before
people.
me, I'm positive it was probably the same person because it was the same phrase.
Well, mine was,
both of you.
hi, Sonny, I'm going to come. Something like, Sonny, I'm going to come to your home and slit your throat. That was the one guy that said it. And then there was probably a couple more. I don't remember. Then the next thing I know, it went on to Deb, you know. And then it was Deb's turn to take the abuse. It seemed like, I guess, you know, and maybe they got old with me. Maybe it's just because I didn't give him that proper reaction. So it's like,
That's what they want.
oh, you know.
It was because because he was saying something rude to somebody, and I said, bye, Fez, and I deleted him.
Yeah.
And then he came back as John, and that's when he started saying all that stuff.
Oh, his little bitch ass got hurt, did it? Oh,
yeah. His
poor
small
little
ego.
right? The small little penis. All right. So basically, you bruised his poor little insecure ego. Sounds what happened.
Yeah.
Right.
I would like to point out that I don't go to the gym.
It's okay to go to the gym.
I do not go.
That's a lie. You just go to the gym to look at the men. You don't have to work
No,
out.
I don't even do that.
You're giving your eyes a workout. Yeah.
My son is a college athlete, and he has to work out every day in the gym. So there are people that do have to, but there are some people that just do it because they're vain or they want to or they are insecure.
Well, that's just it. They're vain. They're either your narcissist, but anything that you boil it down to, always to me resort back to insecurities.
Yeah.
Insecurities.
Yeah.
Narcissistic.
Being a narcissist is actually brought on because a person's extremely insecure.
Yeah, that's right. And they pretend to be something they're not. Because
hyper focus on it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's crazy. So you have those ones that are so arrogant, that come off real arrogant. And every time I come across those, I'm just like, like there's there's this one guy. He was coming in to get glasses, and Pitbull. You guys know how Pitbull looks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So picture Pitbull in a sense. So he'd be putting on his shades or whatever, and then he'd sit there, and this is always what gets me. When women do this shit when they're trying on their glasses. No, I'm not kidding. And this guy would sit there, put his hand in his pocket, and be like, I'm not kidding. Not kidding. And I'm just like, dude, okay? Like, you're acting like you're a fucking Porsche when really you're a Toyota Corolla, Like, it was just amazing to me when you sit there and they don't know your look. Well, no, he was very blatant about his whole. I'm not even kidding. Like, he was literally like, if you look at Pitbull, that's exactly who he represented, like that. Almost like, like, I'm so cocky type of thing. But it's just so amazing when they don't see you watching, and then all of a sudden these fish lips come out.
Right. Like what's with that?
You know what I'm thinking? The whole time I'm thinking is, so when you wear glasses, do you just sit there and talk to a guy and be like, would you even do that? Right? Like, so at what point do you sit there? I think it's to them, obviously, going, yeah, these are the sexy ones, definitely.
What they're doing is they're seeing what their selfie's going to look like.
Right, pretty much, right.
On Instagram.
You mean like my profile picture?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you kind of do fish lips too?
A little bit.
Yeah, you're giving it a little bit there, aren't you? Yeah.
I just realized it though.
Yours is very subtle though, but you're right. It almost is like you have pink coral lipstick on, to be honest with you. Now that I'm looking at this, it's almost matching your hat color, your lips.
Yep.
I don't remember putting lipstick on that day, but who knows? No.
But you know how some people have more cherry or pink, But yeah,
usually mine are pretty pale.
Well, they're standing out. It's the hat bringing the color
Maybe
to the lips out. Yeah. Okay. So hey, let's see here. Guess what my husband got today for the first time? Well, I shouldn't say for the first time, because I've had it about 19 years ago. He got my home Popeye's chicken.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I remember eating it about 19 years ago, and then every time I seen Popeyes, it was some sort of freaking nutrient store, and I was like,
I never had Popeyes.
You know what? What are you?
It's too spicy for me.
I don't eat.
I can't even have spicy. This ain't spicy. What do you guys do out there with your?
Oh,
hold on. There was different options, Adam. There was like Louisiana. This is just mild. Right. So what were you gonna say, Adam?
No, I don't eat. I'm a vegetarian, so I don't eat chicken.
Oh,
but I just I know people love their chicken sandwich. Like, people went crazy over it. Like, they were running out it was like a year or two ago.
Have you always been vegetarian though, or just at a certain age?
Since I was like 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What was your reason?
I didn't really have one, other than I never really felt good after I ate meat. It was not like an animal issue or anything like that. I just don't like it.
I just remember my niece that one week she's vegetarian, next week she's not, then she's eating a burger. You know,
I know people like that.
She was an on and off again. I don't even know what they call them, vegans, vegetarians, this, that. And I'm just like, what are you this week, honey? And then because the minute you said burger, she was down there like flies. I'm not even kidding. Yeah.
It's funny when people like, oh, do you want me not to eat meat in front of you? Like, no, I don't care. I'm not gonna be like, oh no, how dare you?
There's a Omri at work, and she's like she'll eat tofu, and then she'll turn around and eat the cheeseburgers. So she's that one. It's more like every day. You're just like, so are you vegetarian today, or?
Yeah, I mean, I know some people that'll do it like for a diet or something, but yeah, who knows?
Yeah, so it's just kind of not to me. It's just a running joke, really, because I don't know how many people are this week, and next week they're this, and
right,
moved on to some new thing, and it's so funny, kind of like the fads. Actually, that's what I always actually laugh about, the fads. How all and this is no different than Tony Klein, or Brian or James Brian Chadwell, whatever. Is that it's like everyone's doing keto. Keto time,
right.
Everyone's doing Pilates, Pilates time. And it's just so amazing to me how just things just go to woof in a second. It's like, whoa. And I'm just like, oh, like it's amazing how fast a fad will catch on.
Right.
And you're just like, oh, look, it's like boom. But that's the same thing I feel about like Tony Klein. It's like this ever since Tony Klein and that, right from the start, they basically said that they're not people of interest with regards to the Delphi case. Like that was one of the first things that they had said, and boom, didn't matter. It does not matter what LE says. People will make their own agendas regardless, know. And I'm just like, yeah. How do you just totally ignore LE or whatever and just be like, yeah, you know what? Did they say that? Did they say, this younger sketch is the prominent dominant one, that it's the main one to look at? So they clearly have said that, and like they literally legitly have said that in their videos and whatever. Okay, well, what did they say? No, we're just gonna ignore that. We're still gonna continue on our journey. But I think that's one that probably I just don't understand, because why are people staying from 5 years ago to something that they changed, like 3 years ago? And they're still insistent that, like Tony Klein did it, who doesn't even look like the BG. He doesn't even have anything that's a characteristic of the BG. And weight, hair, anything. And yet you know what people are doing? I've seen them, they're pulling like a freaking photo from when he was in college or in high school.
20 years ago, yeah.
Like, oh, okay. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Right. Like, why? Like, what would that have anything to do with anything? We're talking about Delphi murders. We're in this year. Did the guy have long hair? Nope. Did he have reddy brown hair? Nope. Did he weigh 200 pounds? Nope. Did he? And then just when you put the face to it too, you're just going like, dudes, it's like why are you even thinking it's Tony Klein? Like, what is making people think that? And it's kind of because they're building a story with the information out there, Well, let's see. I have a couple of T-bones sitting in some seasoning right now to put them on the grill. I'm convinced my kids to leave me alone today for my birthday. Oh,
happy
birthday. Is it your birthday?
Oh my God, you sing badly. Happy birthday to you. Hello. Hello. Where's my backup singers?
It's too low, Sonny.
Yeah, it's too low.
We'll get Fez to show you a picture piece.
I know. Well, happy birthday. It's my Marilyn Monroe. Dear Peas. The fish lips too. Happy birthday to you. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm too excited for all of us together. Yeah. Maybe
I'm jealous. I'm jealous. You didn't sing happy birthday to me on my birthday.
I have no recollection that when was your birthday again? I think that was
February.
Yeah, something like that. I just know I really suck at that stuff.
I'm just kidding.
But I just said happy birthday. I'm sure I said happy birthday, right?
Deb, are you a Pisces or are you a Pisces or you're an Aquarius?
She's a Pisces.
So we're all water signs.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How do we like each other? My older sister's a total bitch. She's a Pisces. But my mom's a Pisces too. Okay. In all fairness.
Your sister's just some anomaly.
I was going to say my older sister, I don't know. She's just like she just falls off the chart. She just literally sits beside Satan, like, probably sits there with her arm over his shoulder, being like, hey, Dad. I'm not even kidding.
Tell us what you really think.
Hate her.
I have a question.
Can't stand her. Yeah.
I have a question. Did you get the Tina Rodel articles, that all the stuff I sent you?
Well, no.
In the chat.
They're in the chat still. Can you bring them forward again, Deb? Can you just bring them forward again? Like, just hit send and send to our thing. So I guess we could go over that. It's so nice seeing a pretty lady such as yourself, Sunny. Jeremy, just, what you do for me, Jeremy, it's not like Adam and Deb do this for me, but you really built up my ego. It's like he charges it up, like, and I'm just like so grateful for those ones, because just when I feel like about like this, then Jeremy comes in and it's like full cup. Thank you. Actually, half cup. The other half cup, my husband. All right. Okay. Good voice. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Water signs roll. Yes, we do.
Where's Mom on tonight?
What?
Where's Mom on tonight?
Not sure. Not sure. Deb, did you bring those forward?
I'm trying to figure out how to do them all at once. Trying to figure out how to do them all at once. Because there were several of them.
Yeah, it was like 2 days ago, so it's pretty far back in the conversation.
They're not too far back.
Are they not?
No.
No.
Let's see.
Not
I'll tell you
too
what
bad.
time they're at. They're at. Okay, quit spinning.
You spin me around. Oh, who's here? Hello.
Right now.
Mojo. Yeah.
Okay.
I know we need our mama who can play music for us.
We were on when Sleuth was on today. Fig hit 1,000 subscribers. He was excited.
He hit 1,000.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No. So 1,000 viewers.
Fig did. Fig was on his show.
Oh, sorry. Fig hit 1,000.
Yeah, he was like 4 people short of 1,000, and he got to 1,000.
Oh, that's so nice.
Adam,
Hey,
how do I get these? I can't figure out how to.
I don't know how you would bring them forward in the chat.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I was gonna say too, for anyone, I know JoJo's at about 600 subscribers. Really great lady, and like I said, she can do private readings, whatever, regardless, and she does her nice little lives. Great lady. You guys can go support her too. Sunny stamp of approval. Not like that meant much, but you know what? She's a great lady. I don't really talk about people if I don't really feel like they're true people. I would never.
Okay, I get it. I got it.
Oh, you got it. You're a good person. Yeah. So what you got?
Get it. There,
I know
all of them right there in the chat when you open it up.
Nice. Okay. So Deb, who's going to be a racehorse and go give the toilet a drink? Do you want to share one and I'll share it and then you can start reading it?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, they're all shared there.
Well, I meant if. Okay. Let me do that. Let's see here. Well, I was gonna say, how would this work?
Don't share it because let me just read it, because some of these I didn't delete.
Sure. How about, can you do that then? Just read it and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
What? Just before I get going, what does this one say? so I don't fall behind. Oh my God, love you for your effort, Sunny. I followed this case very close. The day the girls went missing. Yeah, February 13th. I love watching you for opinions and your panel guest too. Much respect. Thank you very much, Jody with a Y. Because you know what? In real life, my name is Sonia with a Y. My mom, she calls me Sunny. My brother called me Sunny too. So people sometimes when they're thinking that my real name isn't Sunny, well, it's not. It's my nickname off of Sonia with a Y. Right? My mom always called me Sunny or Sunshine. And just because it suited my personality. I love the fact that people called me Sunny, that were even strangers that didn't know me, they would call me Sunny. So I just stuck with it. So to me, it's like, still like my real name to me. Anyways, I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
All right.
And yeah, I'll be right back in a minute.
All right. All right. So this is some information. If people remember, Tina Rodel had stated that her daughter was at the trails that day. And so I'm just going to start reading one of the things that we found. It says, Tina stated that the man in the white car with paper plates, and there's a picture. Sunny can put that up when she gets back. With paper plates, was at her house visiting her son at 7 a.m. in the morning. She got an uneasy feeling about him and wrote down license plate number. She said her daughter and 3 guys, friends, were out there making and consuming meth, meth. And they were under the influence and they don't remember anything. She said Megan came home beat up sexually and refused to go to the hospital. She also found earrings that did not belong to her daughter in her pocket. And she said that her daughter told her she had stabbed someone because she wanted to know what it felt like. There was also wet and blood-soaked shoes and clothes found in the grill on their patio. And she reported her findings to law enforcement. Her daughter and boyfriend were questioned and now Tina and denied Tina's words. Have you read that before?
I have not heard. I've not read that piece. I've heard the story, kind of the gist of it, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was one of the just in different Facebook groups we find things.
Right. And when was that released? Like, when did that information kind of come about?
It's been out a long time. Let's see if there's a date. Yeah, it's been out a long time. Then, let's see. Okay. In this group, people were asking questions, and Tina Rodel messaged back. She was in the group and said, I just want to say that they have a video of when they were out there at a friend's house. Brace yourself. Keegan went back out to clean up the mess when they called off the search. Now you're telling me no doper gonna clean their mess when they have, I don't know what that says. When they have, I don't know, I can't read that. And they're missing girls. They're not gonna go back out there to clean their mess if it's just dope.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah, I thought it was really there's a couple times when it's been mentioned in some of these that Keegan went back to clean up the mess.
And so that post that she made was dated from before this name ever came about.
Right. This was
either Klein or Dunker.
Yes. This was back in March.
Sorry, I was eating. I think we're talking about Keegan Callis.
Keegan who?
Keegan Callis.
Oh, another Keegan.
Oh, Keegan Callis.
Mm-hmm. It's sorry, I was eating, and I heard you say that, and I'm like, this is a different Keegan. This is Callis. Keighhan, and then
Okay.
Callis. Mm-hmm.
How do we know that it's a different one?
It's spelled differently.
No, I mean, how do we know that's the Keegan she's referring to? Because it doesn't say a name in this one. Have we seen it somewhere else?
Yeah, and something that Tina Rodel said about Keegan.
Okay.
Let me see. Did they spell it wrong here? Which one are you on? What? I'm not sure what post you're on.
It's let me find it.
There's this Megan Allen. Let's see. That's okay. I'm just trying to see.
It's got a pink. It has like a pink top to it, like a purpley pink top, and there's some yellow highlighting on the post.
Okay, so that's the first one.
Yeah.
Where it says Tina M. Rodel and then Bogart or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Where does it say Keegan on this?
It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line down.
I guess am I not seeing it correctly on here? Oh yeah, okay, so it says Keegan. Okay, so yeah, I've already seen where she talks about the Keegan, and it's just spelled wrong. They're missing an H in that one. It's
Yeah.
Keighan.
Yeah.
So on
I'm
another
sure
post
she
that
doesn't.
Tina's talking about, yeah, another. Well, I don't know if it's spelled. We call it Keegan, but it could be like I think someone said Keehan or Kahan, but it looks like a Keegan just spelled a different way. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's on the POI list that goes around. So when I was saying Keegan, people kept going, this other person thought that I was talking about like this Keegan, and they thought that I was talking about the same person. I'm like, I think there's something wrong about this. I think we're talking about two different people here. But anyways, so Keegan Callis, Tina Rodel will mention that when she's talking about the people that were there, that picked up her daughter or something like that. Anyways, it's a different Keegan. It's Keegan Callis.
Okay.
So I
Gosh,
go
those
back,
Keegans. We got to stay clear of Keegans.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Did we lose Sunny again?
Oh, I guess, yeah. Was there another one you wanted to read or anything that had further information?
I was just letting Deb just read the different.
Okay. All right. So this one is a conversation texting or messaging back and forth on Facebook, I think, from Tina and her daughter. So her daughter's name is Megan. Megan says, hang on, let me make sure this. Okay, no, Tina says, girl, you called me from the Monon High Bridge on the 13th, Meg, and this is the first time I've ever spoke your name through this shit. Have your 3 guy friends been cleared from Libby and Abby's deaths? Yet, get mad all you want. I did what I thought was right. There were 3 guys out there cooking meth. 2 girls died. Did what I thought was right. And then Megan responds back and says, no, I didn't. Didn't you? And it's hard to read because the spelling is atrocious. Okay. Didn't you see something? You're crazy and delusional. You've ruined my life and don't even care. I walk so much I have blisters. I can't walk no more. Right now I don't have my sin. What is a sin? What? Because I'm homeless and
son probably.
Yes, that's probably son. It's supposed to be son. Because I'm homeless, and the harder I try, the more people keep messing with me. And you, in particular, are single-handedly responsible for it. I may have played my part with the drug use, but I couldn't admit to it. You never do. You couldn't admit to it. You never do. You say you're going to. You barely remember my birthday. You're a horrible person. This is just horrible.
And this was a text conversation, or this was over Facebook? This was
over Facebook.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of victimization going on there.
Absolutely. She's never once does she come out and say, she said, no, I did. I didn't. I don't know. She's not really defending the fact that she didn't do it. All this transpired out in the open on Facebook.
I always wonder about why would you have a conversation like that over a public forum?
Right. And then here's one where Tina.
Unless maybe you don't have a phone.
Yeah, right. Here's one that says, do you think Megan and her 3 friends were involved in the murders? Then she says, look at her Facebook. Her and her few friends have no posts from the 13th till the 22nd.
So they could have been on a bender, I guess.
Yeah. Then she says,
I take long breaks from posting on social media, but it's not because I'm doing meth.
Yeah. Then she says,
because I don't have anything to say.
Yeah, I found pants and a grill and knife, shoes cleaned with peroxide and baking soda, and blood on the wall. That's the stuff I took to the police. And then Tina says, why, this is also when she's talking to her daughter, I think. She says, why the heck would I post these god-awful things about my own daughter if not real? Trust me, if I was on drugs or alcohol, there would be some hurting people. My daughter is out homeless, running on drugs, so you tell me. And so you know Sid was Abby's friend. Who's Sid? Who's Sydney?
I don't know.
Audrea got smacked by her dad. I don't know what that means. Now, because pops tell perpetrators I turned him in, I guess she's in trouble for that, or thought she would be in trouble for all that. It's wow. Oh, she says, yeah, now I'm screwed.
Just like Key and Klein.
Right.
Well, I mean, to me, if you turned over clothes that had blood on them to law enforcement, years ago, and they matched, there would have been, they would have made an arrest.
You would think.
That wouldn't have been hard to, you would think, match by now.
The only thing that's ever stuck out to me about that conversation is the fact that Megan said, I stabbed someone because I wanted to see what it felt like. That sounds like a real statement. Like, who would just think to say that? And I've always wondered, maybe they didn't commit the murders, but maybe they came along after and saw the scene, and the girls were already gone, and she did stab one of them to see what it felt like. I mean, who knows? Right. I don't know. That just seems like an really odd comment for someone to just make off the cuff there. Don't you think?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. But then again, I've never been high on meth, so I don't know what that makes I don't know what that makes your brain do.
That's true. Yeah.
I can't imagine that you'd want to do it again if that's what it made you feel like, but
yeah.
So yeah, no, I don't know a ton about Tina. Do you know anything more like current as far as like how her daughter's doing or how Tina's doing?
I don't. I have not heard anything in a while. I thought that she was somehow knew Sean Harmon.
Right. Which never surprises me because everyone knows everyone in this town. Right.
And that I think maybe she tries to do things to help the homeless people now. Tina does. Right. And I think I read that, and that Sean Harmon was someone that she knew and she had tried to help. But I have no idea about Megan. Hopefully she's gotten herself straightened out.
Yeah, if she was not involved, I hope that she is in a better place today than she was then.
Yeah. Absolutely. I know that she also published on Facebook a series that shows her phone call list, where she had missed 5 calls from Megan on February 13th, 2017. And they started at 1:22, 1:23, 2:04, 2:13, and 2:48. Interesting times.
Yeah. And why was she trying to get a hold of her so incessantly?
Right. Right. That was a bit odd, I thought.
Jenga says, being methed up, they could have been watching a movie and totally thought it was real life and that they did the things that they seen.
Right, Jenga? That's... I don't know. I don't know about meth.
But do we know that she was friends with Garrett Kurtz?
I don't know.
All right.
Tina or Megan?
Megan. I would assume Tina's not.
Yeah.
I can take a look quickly on that one.
Here's the answer.
Yeah.
She's like a genie. She just pops in with the answer.
Always. There's so much in that brain.
You know what? I know. And then all of a sudden shit starts popping out and I'm like, no, stay back in there. Because then Jenny will send me something typically and I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Or somebody will say something, oh yeah, right, forgot about that. I knew it, and then I forgot it. I've seen so much stuff like most people that,
You forgot you remembered it?
Yeah. Exactly. I'm sure. I'm sure we can probably safely say though that Garrett Kurtz knew everybody.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
pretty
think he
much
did.
the way it goes. that guy and Harley Babcock would give a run for their money on who has, their friends and knows everyone.
Right.
Just yeah.
So Jenska says that's what meth heads do. They get panicky and are like full gear, high speed all the time, and so they'll call you and get obsessed until they come down and crash. The thing that stood out about the phone calls was the time.
Yeah.
It was right there, and
I know, especially 2:48
or 2:13, which
Yeah.
is
Well,
exactly
even
when the
that.
video was taken.
2:13, right?
And 2:48.
There you go.
Yeah.
That one's crazy too. Dear, I don't see Megan on his list, but oh, Jenny just sent me 12 photos.
Jenny's that silent member behind the scenes.
Yeah.
A producer.
Yeah.
Let's take a looker.
So Sonny's the brains and the host. Mama's the legal analyst.
So
I'll be the color commentator.
So what I'm confused about is, let's see here. It was Kurtz and gang who did this to her. She didn't post this recently. This was straight away. It was Kurtz and gang. Let's see this here. Okay. Jody, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Jody with a Y. You obviously just made this account today. Like today's date. So who are you? I'm curious, because it's obviously a name change. It's done today.
I mean, it started with a compliment. Because remember, she came in and said that she'd followed since 2017 and she liked your commentary.
It was just made today. Obviously, eyebrows suspiciously raised high.
True for about this recording.
Oh, Pokeroo changed for another reason. Okay. Thank you so much. Because I was going to say, whenever we see something that's, a change in something. So, yeah. Okay. And if you are, just let me know that you changed it. But we probably didn't. I get people probably don't want to say that they changed their name. Hi, Polygraph. Thank you, Polka. Okay. We can carry on. So go ahead, Deb.
What am I supposed to be doing now?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I thought you were still reading.
I can go back. Let me go back to the see if there's anything else that we need to look at.
Yeah, of course, Mike Echo. I mean, webcams, they're like $20. You can get a webcam for like $20. But you don't have to have a webcam though, right?
You can even do it on your phone.
Yeah, you don't need a webcam.
I'm on my iPad right now.
Like you don't need a webcam. I'm just doing it from my webcam because I'm on my desktop. But everybody else uses their phones.
I don't have a desktop.
So yeah.
Okay, here's another one I can read. It basically reiterates the whole thing. Tina says, but my daughter was there and I'm in so much shit because cops told them where they got the info from and who. My whole life is being torn apart because I was looking out for the death of the two girls. Can't believe the cops done that to me. I'm so unsafe. And then she says, she was out there with 3 guys cooking meth. Cops said that no matter then why they give my name. I don't know. Bear with me. It's not my writing. I'm reading.
I know. I can see how horrible it is.
Yeah. I'm so screwed, and I'm afraid to take a child to the store because I'm worried about that I'm going to get shot.
Okay. So these are a little bit different than the ones that I was talking about. So is this from your stash?
Now, this is from a group that I'm in.
Okay. Because I had some different ones.
Can you pull them up?
Well, they're on my iPad.
Yeah. Oh, and you're on it.
Way somewhere up top somewhere.
Yeah.
Let me see. You know what? If you want to take over and answer some questions to the side, if you want, anyone that wants to talk about this and has a question, or what your thoughts are, feel free. So I'll look for them, the ones I was referring to. But thank you for those ones because I didn't have those ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll read one more and then we'll look at that. And then Adam, if you can take the questions, that would be great. Or read them. Okay, so then there's a reference that says, Mike Patty mentioned the white car at the CPS. Is this it? Tina Rodel and the Dodge Dart with paper plates parked outside her home in Kokomo. It was Eric Alter who had come to see her son, Blake. And he creeped her out. That's the reason that she took the picture. And Eric Alter was a person of interest at the beginning of this case.
Okay. Well, to go along with that, Jinga just said, I think the guy that was driving the white car in Tina's pic with the paper plate got arrested for stealing vehicles from Mike Anderson's car lot in Rochester. And I'm assuming that's Indiana, not New York.
Uh-huh. Was that Eric Alter? Or I guess
Jinga, do you know if that was Eric Alter?
Who are you asking?
Jenka.
I call her Jinga.
That's right.
Jinga.
Jinga.
Yeah, I didn't. That was one name I don't think I've heard before. Was the Eric Alter?
I've heard of Eric Alter. I don't know much about it at all.
Is it A or E?
ALTER. She says Eric Alter threatened to put a hit on Jenka. It wasn't Eric Alter, but I'm gonna find that name again.
Thank you, Jinga.
Okay, it wasn't Eric Alter that was arrested for selling the car, she says. But the picture that I just read says that Eric Alter was the man in the white car outside of Tina Rodel's house that morning.
Who was in that car?
Eric Alter.
Oh, is that who that was?
Yeah, and I don't know a lot. I can't remember a lot about him, although I think he's really weird and did some videos where he was on a tractor and making threats. Real bizarre stuff. Back 5 years ago, he was a person of interest. Any more questions? There's no questions to read.
Yeah.
Melissa, there's bad people everywhere.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, my husband's a psychologist, and he said if anyone in the United States knew how many pedophiles there were near them that weren't even registered, they would absolutely lose their mind.
Right. Imagine how many haven't been caught.
Right. That's what he's saying.
Okay. Yeah.
Eric, maybe thinking of Radar. Maybe thinking of Eric Holder. I thought it was Eric Alter. It's been so long ago and so much information.
I didn't know. Melissa said her son works at Chrysler in Kokomo. I didn't know that.
Really? Did he know Tony Klein?
I always mix up Subaru and Chrysler.
Okay, so Jody with the Y says that Eric Alter is YouTubing again. We just don't know his name, I guess under a different name. So please be careful with other YouTubers. Okay.
Oh, Eric Alter's on YouTube?
Apparently. Yeah.
Jody, maybe if you know the information and you don't want to share it publicly, maybe you could email that to Sunny.
What was that there, Adam?
No, I was just saying if Jody seems to know that Eric Alter is YouTubing again, then please be careful with other YouTubers, Sunny. I love you. So I said if you don't want to share that information publicly, maybe she could email it to you privately.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So that you know who to look for or look out for.
Mm. Thank you, Pokeroo. Pokeroo's from Canada, but on the east side. Oh, I can hear my husband gaming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's he play?
I can't think of what game he's playing.
I don't even know. I asked because I won't know the name. I won't know what it is.
I know. I think his. Let's see.
Did you find it, Sunny?
Well, yeah, and then my stupid iPad says you got low disk space memory. Like it always says to me. And I'm like, fuck you. Why are you doing this to me right now?
So
I'm so frustrated with my iPad because I have nothing that I can delete besides going through my damn ass pictures that there's like 14,000 of. Okay.
Yeah.
Granted, that's a huge amount, but any other program that's on there are ones that I use. And so it just sits there acting like it sits at the cap of the memory. And all the time it's like, okay, shut you down, but whenever I do something, ever since one day, it's like it said I had 29 gigs of the 32, and it's my fault because my iPad died like 2 years ago, or no, about a year, like a full year ago. And so instead of waiting to get the 128 gig, all they had was the 32 gig, and you think, oh, whatever, good enough. Shit, no. I want to smack myself every day because I'm so sick of it saying to me, not enough memory, low disk space. You cannot, and then it will crash on me. Sometimes Messenger will just crash. So anyways, I'm getting there. You just talk amongst yourselves.
I have a little it's a drive, like a little, what is it called?
A little
drive
USB
thing. But it'll plug right into your phone. It comes with an app that will download all your pictures right onto it. And then you can delete them off of your phone because you can keep them on that little.
Well, I know I can delete. Like, I should really be on my desktop here and go into my iCloud and be like, go through it quicker. Because when I'm on my iPad, it's just hard to do. Sometimes I just want to swipe right across, but I'm like, well, maybe that's important. But you guys don't understand how many freaking BG pictures I have.
Right.
Oh, I bet.
I just pay for the storage, and I have everything on the cloud.
No, I do pay for the storage, but
you pay for the extra storage.
Yeah, I do.
Then you can delete the pictures from your phone, from your iPad, and they'll still be in your cloud.
Yeah, but I did that, and then all the pictures disappeared from my cloud, and I didn't understand why.
Oh yeah.
And my husband didn't know.
Yeah, don't take my. I don't know.
Yeah. So I did that one day. I had about 11,000 pictures, and I thought, oh fuck, great! I'm deleting these all. I'm sick and tired of looking at all these pictures. I just want to keep some. Next thing I know, I go to my iCloud, and I'm like, oh, where's all my pictures?
Oh, you probably had a setting that was like it probably had it synced to delete them from your iCloud as well.
I guess I don't know. I just don't know enough about it myself, right. And I'm not gonna lie, I've still been too lazy to actually look. I try to look for other programs to delete instead of my pictures, just because I'm too lazy to do it each time, because it's a lot of work.
No, I understand.
Yeah. So just give me a minute still. Yeah.
Okay. So Carol says that Eric Alter looks like an identical twin to Harvey Carroll's brother Donald. I've heard that before, but it's not.
Deb, did you guys already talk about the FBI dropping and the ISP dropping the age and the weight and height from their website before I came in?
Yeah, no, we haven't brought that up yet. Yeah, that they I don't know why that happened. Like,
Right.
did that happen within the last week? A couple of
Well,
days?
the news, I mean, the news, I guess came out today. I saw it posted on Reddit this morning, or like around noon.
Yeah,
and then
me too.
and then I guess people were buzzing about it, and like then it was in our messenger.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, the FBI has a description, reddish brown hair, yada yada yada, about a bridge guy, and it used to have his weight and height on there, and now that has been completely excluded from the description. That's like, that can't be a mistake. That has to be purposeful.
No, because there was a couple of weeks ago, people had found out that they changed the weight from 180 to 200. It had been 180 to 220, and then they changed it to 180 to 200. Yeah. And then then it went away completely, and then it went back up, but it was at 180 to 200. And now the height and weight are completely gone.
Yeah. I think that's...
So, I mean, they had to have gone in and done that.
Right. Yeah, that didn't just fall off. Somebody omitted that purposefully. And did they do that because because they were totally off and they know who it is and they were totally off? Or did they do it because they wanted to take that out of the minds of people, kind of so people would open their mind about who it could potentially be, and not limit saying, oh, yeah, it's probably not him because, he weighs 280.
So just like this, everything else with this case, I feel like it's the perfect example of it either shows us that they're really close to making an arrest or they're back at ground zero.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they're back at ground zero, but...
Yeah, I don't either.
But what it means, I don't know. And, a lot of people have speculated that because of the Tony Klein connection and the whole murder sheets release coming out on Tuesday, that it could be a coordination with that.
It could be, absolutely.
What's coming out on Tuesday?
The second release that Murder Sheets is doing, they're with 190-page interrogation of Kegan Klein.
Oh, okay.
They're releasing on Tuesday.
Radar just said, and I want her to clarify. She says, I have a whole list of potentials, but not sure what age range you're looking in. What are you referring to, Radar? Let's see if she puts that in the chat.
She's talking about hi, Jane. She's talking about the ISP, about the weight thing and height thing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just because, it's so odd. It is odd.
Yeah.
That, they took it off. But they left the reddish brown hair, which Tony Klein does not have. So people trying to make that connection, to me, didn't make any sense.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. And this is just it. You just want to walk around on people's brain cells and go, hello, anybody home? Hello. Open that little thing. Insert a few brain cells, right?
Well, people get stuck on these names like Pat Brown or
the ridiculousness to me of Kegan Klein, let alone Tony Klein. If anyone's seen more,
I think Tony's more capable than Kegan.
Yeah,
but
it's like, but not what one thing I want to know matches any sort of that description from Tony Klein to what ISP has put out. One thing. What's one thing?
Right.
There's
someone online, I think it was on Reddit today, said maybe they're getting ready to release a third sketch.
Yeah, right.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh my God. The sad thing is that it's not even funny, but it is, because it's like that's what a joke it's almost become. But yet to the families isn't a joke.
No.
Like I said, that whole freaking thing back in 2019 when they switched up the sketch, like who wouldn't be floored? Like imagine yourself for 2 years. You're thinking that you're watching people walking down the street, thinking that, because we're in a small town, freaking Delphi here, and you're just wondering. And then next thing you know, it's a young dude. I would be pissed.
I was watching an old interview earlier today with Mike Patty, and it was about the Daniel Nations thing, kind of when that was the big, it was the POI everyone had. And he said, the sad thing is we don't get excited anymore about this because he's like, we've had 2,600 tips. This one just happened to get public.
Yeah.
So he's like, the family has been put through the ringer so many times.
Mm-hmm.
So
that what they're exposed to is what we don't even know half of it.
Right. So Radar says lots of articles are now gone. Some on the dockets are gone, and information from Indiana State Police say is gone also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're doing some housekeeping on their website, definitely.
Yeah, they definitely are. I just want to go to this if you guys want. I'm gonna hold on.
Are you doing that? I would love to have a list of the things that are missing and what was in them, like just to see are those things all working together? Are there any tips in there, clues?
Yep. So, do you mind if I read a little bit of this for a moment?
Please.
Okay. So so this one, anyone can go to. You know what? I'm gonna put this again in. I think this is one Mama had originally gave to me. I'm gonna put it in the chat so you guys can go look at it later on or fully yourselves and dive into it. Okay. I think I put this in there before. But it says the Kokomo Crew drug ring revenge theory started with two locals, Tina Rodel and Michael Phillips. Okay, so Michael Phillips, we also know, is the one I believe that does the Karina McClurkin. That's the one that came in underneath.
Yeah.
I can't think of what his channel name was when he would come underneath here, but he's definitely thinks that Perry Ellis was. I think he thinks he's Delphi as well. He's not the BG for Delphi. Doesn't mean he's excluded from being a part of Delphi. Just means he's not the BG. But anyways, both have been advocates for missing girl Karina McClurkin.
Yeah, not Perry Ellis, but Gabe Ellis.
Why do I keep saying Perry Ellis?
Because
Perry
he's a
Ellis
designer.
is a freaking designer. I know. I always get that mixed up. Thank you. This post will cover claims Tina has made over the years. Sources include comments and messages from Tina, information from content creator Harvey Carroll Jr., and post blogs from Robert Lindsay. This is when she basically had spoke and talked about, I guess, that day or, yeah. So trigger warning. This post includes media and discussion of around topics such as sexual assault, violence, and murder. All right, Adam, can you handle it?
I think he's muted.
I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do? I was reading. I was in the chat.
No, I just said there's a trigger warning. Can you handle this topic of sexual assault, violence, and murder?
Well, I think so.
Okay. All right. You can stay. So I want to make sure I don't give you a trigger warning here. Tina alleges that on the morning of the Friday of February 13th, a few men in a car showed up at her driveway to pick up her daughter, M.A. Megan Allen. The car was described as being white, possibly an Accord, with temporary paper plates. The group was on the way to the Monon High Bridge area. She had a bad feeling about the situation, so she took photos of the car and wrote it down, the license plate. She was told later that the plates were stolen because, remember, this is the vehicle here. That was the license plate. If you try looking up the license plate, it doesn't exist anymore, but whatever. So anyway, let's see here. So claims made by Tina. She believed that there was drugs in the trunk of the car. She called Sheriff Lesenby to tip him off about the drugs. Tina said that the men were with her daughter were Elijah Cook, Keegan Callis, the one I spoke about, Kieghan, Josh Weaver, Tyler Joe French, and possibly Travis Janicki. Okay, so I'm having the deja vu moment because when I was watching Garrett Kurtz and when I opened Secrets videos, and I can't remember, I think I was watching 13. I can't remember because I remember just lying in bed and letting it play, and then I fell asleep at some point, woke up. But anyways, there's a point there in where Garrett Kurtz mentions Josh that I believe what he was talking about when he brought up Josh, was that when Garrett Kurtz beat up Ashley Garth in 2019, that, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was that a couple people were supposed to, take a hit on him. Remember when he was talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
And he brings up the name Josh. So I wouldn't doubt it if it's one of the Joshes of Josh Weaver, Josh Hewitt that he speaks about. Because I was going, oh yeah, because you know how you go back and you're listening to names and you're like, oh yeah, who's that name? It's no different than, for instance, so I said Keegan Dunker. I'm just gonna say this actually again. So I said Keegan Dunker was, of course, attached to Garrett Kurtz. Okay, just a given. But anyways, so in the Open Secrets, they talk. Garrett Kurtz talks about how Sheena Cottrell, which is AKA Sheena Dillion, or however they say it, as well, and talking to Nick Edwards about the murder tape. And Open Secrets says, really? Like, what was in it? And he's like, I don't know. She shut me down. But anyways, isn't there a Josh Palladino? You know what? Josh Palladino? I don't know, actually. I can't remember. I've seen too many freaking names. Maybe there is. I'm not really sure.
We know Jason.
We know Jason. Yeah, we know Jason. Maybe there's a Josh. I don't know. But anyways, so yeah. So Sheena Cottrell is one of the people I talk about. Now, if I go to Keegan Dunker's Facebook friends, which I still have, Keegan, all your friends, you're lucky you. I have, he has a couple Cottrells on his friends list. So, you mean, it's just stuff like that that attaches back to what Garrett Kurtz is talking about, meaning that those same, regardless, it's just an attachment, right? So, if Sheena was one of the Cottrells that was talked about the murders of the tape, and then, of course, Keegan has Cottrells attached to his name, too, and he's attached to Garrett Kurtz, and, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It's about connections. It's about what is the connection between these people? Well, we know it's drugs,
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Yeah.
Jinga, I'd not heard this, or someone said, wait, where is it?
Which one? Several
Carol,
sites?
Carol said, Radar, do you know why Open Secrets is in jail?
What?
And Radar said, oh my God, I didn't know about that, Carol. It's a horrible tragedy, actually, and in my opinion, an injustice. And I've not heard about this.
I know that she was involved in a wreck that killed someone. So maybe
that's why she's taking her page down, and or not. She's not active.
Maybe
She hasn't taken her page down.
Yeah,
she's just been inactive. But I thought it was for mental health issues because she was going. So, yeah. Where did this come from? Tina has stuck to most of her story, except for the car story. Right? Okay. She's told two different names on who was the driver. Eric and John. Eric was Eric was when Josh.
Okay.
So wait, I'm still. So Open Secrets is in jail.
That's what.
Carol.
I don't know her real name, so I can't look it up.
I mean, I guess we could look her up, and she's in. Is she in Indiana?
Sarah. No, she's not in Indiana. I know her first name's Sarah. That's all I know.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
where did she hear that? Where did that come from?
Yeah, I'd like to know where this came from myself too.
Yeah.
Come on, Carol.
Spill the beans, Carol.
Yeah, give us the juice. Okay, well, I'm just going to keep reading until she says something.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tina said her daughter called her from the bridge on the 13th, and that was when MA came home on the 15th. She was not in good condition. She alleges that her daughter was raped and beaten by men as an initiation. It's rumored it was the Sons of Odin group. She has also claimed that her daughter came home with a pair of earrings, which I've talked to Becky about that. And Becky said she had seen the earrings because at first I thought maybe it was the girls' earrings. She said that Libby didn't wear earrings and Abby did sometimes, but the earrings were not neither are not Abby's or whatever. So yeah, so that was kind of like the first thought that went through my head. Was it maybe it was one of the girls' earrings? Anyways, who knows whose ear? I wonder whose earrings those were. But they were handed over to the FBI. I know that. Sorry. It's, that long day's kicking in her pocket that has since been turned over to the FBI. Tina shared that the Delphi murders could have been an act of revenge against Libby's dad, DG, which is Derek German. Tina believed that DG snitched on her sister, Christy Lynn Martin, Keegan Callis, Tyler Joe French, and Jeff Reagan. It is rumored that Eric Alter was associated with the crew, along with Abby's uncle, D.E., which is, what's his name again? Something Erskine?
David Erskine's.
David Erskine, Libby's dad, D.G., and possibly Garrett Kurtz and Anthony Greeno. Tina said that Cheyenne and Cheryl were there with the group and may have witnessed the crime. Tina shared her story with blogger Robert Lindsay on the brow. Okay, does that one actually take me there? Or do I have to start searching? Yeah, I gotta start searching, huh? Okay, I think I went to that link before and I was like, yeah, I'm not looking. What's this one? I'm just clicking on links now. See what pops up. Okay, that's... Okay, we'll leave that one alone. If you guys want to go to the archives to that link that I sent you, go ahead and read some of that stuff yourself.
I just sent a post to the messenger, and there's a picture of you in it, Sonny, and you, Deb.
Oh, what?
I said I just sent a picture, or sent something from Reddit to both of you, where Becky Patty confirmed that Kelsey talked to Anthony Schott's profile, and there's a picture of the two of you in it.
Oh, yeah, that's because privately behind the scenes.
That's from the group I'm in. They actually had an excerpt of our video.
Yeah.
In the group, which freaked me out.
And sent it to Becky.
Yeah, because someone was trying to spread rumors, and I'm just like, so in the group I was in, I was just like the whole reason I asked Becky stuff is just to stop the bullshit of people saying shit and
Absolutely.
Type of idea, and just get try to just stay on the more factual shit, not the stuff that people want to twist around about the 13th. So when I was in the Facebook group and everyone was trying to twist around that night of the 13th to why, I was just like, let's just go to the horse and see why, right? And so she was able to answer because obviously it was something that was released, so she could easily have answered. And then of course there's all those people that go there saying, well, we don't have proof that Becky, blah blah blah. And it's just like, really, people, everyone just wants to stop with the bullshit of that stuff. If Becky's saying something, for the most part, you're going to take it, I would think, with more of a grain of salt than some stranger. And then at least you're getting it from one of the horse's mouths that, her granddaughter. So I'm pretty sure she's not going to want to put out false information and stuff like that. Right. But at least it's when people just want to twist every fucking thing. It's just so annoying, right? Something as simple that Becky answered, and then you get little witches and bitches and whatever assholes that just keep wanting to change things up. And why? And then somebody's going to come into the case if it's not solved within another year, and they're going to see all that shit, and then they're not going to know what's truthful or not because people have to twist it around again. And it just gets so annoying. I mean, it really does. Becky confirms. Oh, I'm just taking a look at it there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the one that the person showed me. Yeah. But anyways, okay, wait, back to the show. What else we got here? Tina also shared the story with Harvey Carroll. Okay, he spoke with it in his Matrix video. Blah blah blah. In other videos, I don't know that he has those up though, because I know he took most of his down or something. In other videos, they're currently private, and in comments, some of the details are different than what Tina shared in the private groups. Information that Harvey claims Tina shared with him. Josh Hewitt may have been with the group on the 13th near the bridge. Josh Hewitt told her daughter, who started the Flora fires. Tina's daughter assault initiation happened in a gray barn near the bridge. Libby's dad ripped off Tina's sister, meth making supplier. See, this is where I think this has all come from. Like, I think that there's a lot of truth to this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think because that's why Tina's so pissed. Is like, she gave information, and then basically they put a target on her.
Right.
So it says, then we got Robert Teschke, Tyler Joe, Josh Weaver, Josh Hewitt. These guys are all part of the Kokomo crew. There were rumors and discussions that they were out at the bridge camping out the night before, which I've heard multiple times about this a bunch of people there at the bridge. There were rumors that the people were out making meth and stuff. There was also a rumor that Robert Teschke was dating Cheyenne. This is unconfirmed. Megan Allen and Keegan went to the bridge that day and allegedly met with additional Kokomo crew people that I just discussed. The Kokomo crew had possible drug war motives against Libby's dad. So this is where I think myself, this is where I've always, like, even before I read this. So let me put it this way. I had never read any of this stuff when I was on my path. I was just using the information that was received from Open Secrets and just for me, snooping around type of idea. The whole Tina thing I didn't even know about, to be honest with you, meaning I'd already said what I thought my speculation was based on Open Secrets, Keegan, Garrett, blah, 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 the cryptic note and stuff like that. And then I see this stuff and I'm like, oh, well, yeah, like, this does make sense to me. And it makes sense to me if there was watchers and why Keegan has a microphone and headphones on and stuff like that. That to me, this was to me about revenge. And whether it was the son of Odin's or, but that's how I see it. Was, like I said, you piss off a druggie and you're going to go after. Like, can I just ask, like, people honestly in chat and stuff, like, what other reason do people like, I know some people have like the land thing, but and people are watching chat. What other reason do you think that Abby and Libby were murdered that day? Like, what other reason do you really think it was for? So anyway, just curious what chat thinks about that. Yes. And like the Kokomo crew, right? This is all Palladino, Garrett Kurtz, and all that stuff, knows or whatever's with. I'm not sure if they're actually with or knows, but they definitely know, the Kokomo crew. I'm not sure who's in what crews, to be honest with you. Is Jason Palladino in the Kokomo crew? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Jody says that Greeno was out there too, that he was on Spice with them. And he disappeared the next day. His sister was looking all over for him. I do remember.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. But I'm just curious in chat, what other reasons do people think that Abby and Libby were murdered?
Other than the drug, I think that, it was a revenge. But other than that, maybe they stumbled upon them cooking meth and the people freaked out and thought they were going to tell on them. So they...
That doesn't make sense to how the BG was dressed, though. That's where that always, to me, gets washed away. When someone says that they stumbled on something, the instant thing that comes to my head is, why does he have a microphone? Why does he have headphones on? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
It had to have been planned.
Right.
They were lured there.
Yes.
for whatever
And they,
reason.
and they were
that's the question.
probably lured there from something to do with the Dropbox, or possibly.
Right.
Unless there's just something that Ali doesn't know that they're just not sharing with us.
Yeah. Revenge makes perfect sense, because you screw over a big drug ring and steal like the chemicals to make meth with, as Derek did, they're going to come for you. And then Becky saying they got our girls. I mean, to me, that makes me think they knew there was a potential threat to their family. Why would you let your I don't know.
And it could have been one of those things that perhaps Derek got a threat, but not overly taken seriously, because you know what I mean? Like, maybe he did, and not overly taken seriously. And then it was just kind of like, no, like, we are serious. And, my head just tries to wrap around the whole thing about the murder tape, about it being, I don't believe that these girls were killed just to make a film.
No.
I believe it was all part of what they were going to do. We're gonna kill this. Like, if I was to guess, it's not Abby, it's Libby. That we're gonna do something to Derek. Again, this is just definite speculation, but this is really kind of going by the information to people. Like, I give Tina some extra leeway, because her daughter came home and was at the bridge. There doesn't seem to be any really debate about the fact that this happened. That on the, possibly, is trying to stick with the people that are talking, that have information to say. Garrett Kurtz, Chris Mathis, Palladino, whatever. The people that seem to, like I said, to do with the Kokomo crew, whatever. I don't know. It's not gospel. It's not proof. It's just something that makes sense to KD is the bum on the cryptic note, to that Keegan Dunker knows Garrett Kurtz, that Keegan Dunker would have been paid or asked to participate. Maybe it was an initiation to Keegan Dunker. Honestly, if there was an initiation, because that always crossed my mind too. In my head, it was always about, okay, like, one person just couldn't seem to do this to me. So I was always confused. Welcome, Adam. I was always confused in my head, because it's kind of like, okay, pre-planned murder tape, possibly initiation, possibly the tape for the underground, slime bugs of the world, because like when I asked Pendulum if Judge Fouts had a videotape, it always said yes, of the murders, stuff like that. So anyway, did anyone really say, though? I just want to know, like, what? Well, what do you mean? That one doesn't, Bren, he's like, his question is, which doesn't make sense to me, because this would be the opposite of what I would say. If it was a revenge killing, why stage the bodies like a psycho would?
For misdirection.
That's the whole point.
Or if a bunch of meth heads did it, who knows? I mean, they
or humiliation.
Yeah, right. Humiliation. But the whole point is that, humiliation, misdirection, because they're certainly not going to lead it to themselves,
right?
But and it's not certainly just a killer that killed girls that stopped by off of truck and went, I'm just going to go to the bridge and take a couple girls, and then I'm going to stage the scene. That's just not even probable.
If it was a serial killer too, it would be very rare. Not saying it wouldn't happen, but it'd be very rare for a serial killer to take two girls at once.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's harder to control. Yeah.
Right.
What time frame did Ron Logan turn up?
I think he got back around 6 o'clock, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't it 5? It was somewhere between 5:30 to 6:30.
Yeah,
I think it was more around 5:30. I can't say for sure.
Jen, find those exotic fish.
Jody with a Y, I believe that was not Libby that wrote a blog about that. I think that was Kelsey that did that.
What, that wrote that letter?
About a child who was getting sexually abused. Wasn't that Kelsey that wrote that?
Yeah, Kelsey wrote this story blog. Kelsey did, yeah. But people are trying to attach that too, and
Right.
Do you guys believe that Kelsey was the one that dropped him off that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm. I can't see no reason why that would be.
I don't think Becky would lie about it.
Right.
I don't see why that one would be misconstrued or why people would want to think differently. Remember, Ray thought that Becky never dropped that Kelsey never dropped him off.
Yeah.
That Derek German did. Like, why? Why keep putting twists that don't belong there? It's
right, and there's nothing that indicates that at all. It was just like a made-up thought in his head.
Yeah, and Kelsey also, I read that Kelsey had also put on a sweater that was similar to that one just to show that it fit her.
Yeah.
Because people were being pretty mean or something about it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Was Jenga. A hit for revenge would be pew pew and done. They ain't going to take time to abduct and then murder.
Unless
pew, pew.
they asked a bunch of meth heads to do it for them, and then who knows what would happen. I mean, to me, what Sunny said about they're wanting to humiliate, if it was, a message to Derek wanting to humiliate him and his daughter.
Adam said that.
Adam said that? Okay.
Well, but yeah. But that's the thing, right? Humiliate. Yeah, definitely. Send a message. You know what? I see it as, so I heard, and I'm curious if it's true. I heard that Libby's the middle finger was sticking up.
I've heard that.
I've heard that.
And I wouldn't doubt it if that was true. It sounds very logical that whoever did this staged it and was basically going so different. I think of that as Keegan Dunker holding a pig on February 13th of 2018. That's how I see that as. Wouldn't shock me that these idiots had Libby's finger sticking up.
They didn't, Mike. They didn't actually. They worded it really weird. Mike says if they said the girls were not raped, why was Libby found naked? Okay, they didn't say it that way. They said it in a strange way. Do you remember the phrase? It was almost as if she was maybe molested with an object or something.
Right.
Yeah, they did. That. Yeah, they definitely made it sound like, because there were rumors that there were sticks inserted into the.
Right.
Right. I don't think those are rumors, to be honest. I think actually that's true.
Okay.
That it seems very well known that sticks and twigs were placed into the girls. I think that if I was to deem it to the truth side, I would.
Or if it was just Libby, because I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think anyone says Abby was naked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is Jenga exactly? If they wanted them dead, only they could have pushed them off the bridge. Yeah.
Pushing somebody off a bridge, you're taking a chance they grab you by the arm and take you with them.
Deb and Adam, can one of you guys take over for a minute? I'm just gonna go get myself a drink of water with ice, if that's okay.
Your turn, Adam.
Adam.
Yeah, I mean, Journey had asked me in our chat to talk about the Derek German thing and the drugs, which you both basically covered. But for anyone that is new to that theory, it basically is speculated that Derek German was arrested for drug charges, and to get a reduced sentence, he turned state's evidence, and one of the people he implicated was Ashley Garth, who was dating Garrett Kurtz, and as a result, she lost custody of her child, which would give motivation for revenge. And a lot of people speculate that that was one of the reasons that it kind of ended their relationship. And at the time, Ashley Garth lived in Delphi, and I believe Garrett Kurtz was staying with her and had access to her apartment kind of on his own, even for like the 2 months, in the beginning of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like the long story short. but that would be the revenge, the revenge motivation.
Yeah. Mike just said, what do you think about the leaked text? I'm assuming he's talking about David Erskine's text, because that's where some of the information came from. I believe that they're true, because why would Abby's uncle make that up? And he's a former fireman, so yes, he could have.
Well, they've been confirmed to be true from Anna, haven't they? I mean, at least to the recollection that he was giving.
I don't think that Anna ever came out and said one way or the other. But,
okay, I don't know why I thought that.
Yeah, but like, he was a fireman, and so he could possibly have had access, to that information, or gone with his sister support when they talked to her. So I feel like he's a reliable source.
Yeah, I don't think he'd have any motivation to lie. I mean, I don't know if 100% of the things he said were true, but I think he may have believed that they were. Yeah. I think he might have been giving the information to the best of his knowledge.
Yeah.
Because I know it's been speculated on whether he would have had access to the coroner's report.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. He was a fireman. He was in with a group of people that could have had access. Right. Somebody could have said, "Hey, come here, look at this. This is your niece." Right. It's possible.
Yeah. And I think they would have made a big point to come out and say that was him. If the uncle of Abby was.
Yeah, I think
they
so
were saying.
Too.
But.
I think so too. Jenska says, if it was a targeted revenge, I just think it wasn't like a pro or anything. It was a hothead and got mad and fed up and was supposed to see Kelsey and Libby.
To be Kelsey and Libby instead of Abby. So it's supposed to be Kelsey and Libby, but Abby instead.
Yeah.
So your thought is that Abby was kind of collateral damage, correct?
Yeah, I agree. I think that. And I've always wondered too, what if the target was Kelsey and the person, because Kelsey and Libby looked similar.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Could have been mistaken for her.
And I think Kelsey, I think Libby looked older than her age. Like some girls do at that age, and some girls, and I think Abby looked younger than her age.
Right, I agree.
Sunny just wants us to look at this beautiful man up here.
Yeah. So before Sunny pointed out the mask, I always thought that the white thing around his head could actually be what was around his neck, that he had just slipped it down, come from work and slipped it down. Right. Of course, until she showed us the eye holes and all that.
And for anyone that doesn't know what that is what they wear at the Indiana Packers facility where they slaughter the pigs. And I assume it's so that they don't get blood on their face.
That would keep hair from falling off of your body too.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I never thought about that.
For beards and hair.
Yeah. Which would help at any crime scene to keep you from leaving hair follicles behind.
Yes, it would.
Let's see, what other notes? Let's see. Peace says, I think if Kelsey was planned, then they would have got to her after the fact, one way or the other. They wouldn't just let it slide if they messed up.
Right.
Well, I'm not saying that she was the target because she had done something, but maybe whoever is seeking revenge on Derek originally was going to target Kelsey, and then it ended up being Libby, and so that was kind of that. It wasn't like they just had to take out her. That's just who they originally picked, maybe. I don't know. It was just a thought.
Yeah. And it's all conjecture. Until there's an arrest and they solve the case, we are just theorizing.
Yeah. And Jody and Carol are having a conversation about about Libby being the subject of possibly being the subject of Kelsey's blog. And Jody says the abuser didn't want it to come to light, and took it in their own hands. Oh, are you getting that from Sleuth's video? Is that what you're thinking?
I've not seen that video.
You didn't. It's the one he played last night on the show. Were you on?
Oh,
then?
yeah. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
then I have seen it, yes.
Yeah, that was he posed did a video that posed a theory similar to that.
Right.
Yeah, Jinjka Pro wouldn't mess up. That's absolutely right.
Right. Brett said, I've asked a question twice and nobody has answered me about someone being under the bridge on the 13th of February 2017. Brett, if you're referring to the picture that that people have been analyzing where you can see a person under the bridge, we've talked about that. I think the last 2 nights actually, and I think it's possible. I didn't see it in the picture, but once it zoomed in, I can see what people are seeing, but I don't know if I'm seeing it because of the power of suggestion or not.
I feel like I've seen so many variations of it, and each time the structure is exactly the same.
Right.
So, but I also wonder if I would like to talk to Randy again and find out when they did that. You lose my voice. Did they use Remni? Because wouldn't Remni like try to make it look like a person?
Well, and I think Sleuth said today they were going to go back out there when they do that thing, is it the 28th, and try to recreate it to disprove it. So that'll be interesting, But I don't know. And if you're referring to the couple that people have said was under the bridge arguing, to me that's always just been 100% rumor.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it is or is not true. There's been no verification of that, I don't think.
Well, except that wasn't Daniel Pearson supposed to be the person arguing under the bridge?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was Daniel Pearson. He was supposed to be the one under the bridge, and he lied about why he was there the first time.
Oh, because wasn't speculated he was having an affair or something?
Right, he wasn't with his girlfriend or wife. He was with an underage girl.
Okay.
So there was someone under there. He was under there at some point. Whether that's him in the picture or not, I don't know.
And we don't know if the timing. We don't know if it. At what time.
Yeah.
Did we ever hear back about, just quickly? Did we ever hear back about Open Secrets from Carol?
No.
And I looked online to see what I could find, and because there's also the political Open Secrets, so that takes up all of the Google search when you look up stuff.
Carol, if you could just answer for that, it would be greatly appreciated if you could just answer it one way or the other. If it was just a rumor that you heard, or if you actually knew that was true, that would be great. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, Carol confirmed that she also had always heard that Daniel Pearson was there with his.
Yeah, I was supposed to be with the girl that girlfriend.
What a better place to meet.
Huh?
What a better place to meet,
Yeah.
If you don't want to be seen and you're doing something you shouldn't be doing.
Okay, so apparently she said I have a reliable source and she can't say. Okay. Fair enough, Carol. Dreaming, ask your thoughts. Go ahead if there's anything that you guys see. Again, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Sunny.
No, I was just gonna say again up on screen is Keegan Dunker. Keegan Dunker is the one where he has the white on. Was his Packers uniform. The other one here is him with Garrett Kurtz when they're fingering in the truck, and then the BG above. And I think if anyone really truly looks at the different pictures, it's not rocket science really to see how similar they are. If you want to compare them to Tony Klein and Keegan Klein, and like I've done in some Facebook groups, a couple, and been like, come on now, just take a look. Like, just the symmetry of the face and everything. So anyway, that's Keegan Dunker. That's in front of you guys who's ever new in here.
Carol said you could ask Radar.
Oh, okay. Radar, Delphi murders at gmail.com, please.
And apparently, and Brett says that Sleuth got the 28th wrong. It's the 26th, but that he will be out there on the bridge.
Yeah, that was the 26th is the March, I believe.
Right.
The first he had thought it was the 28th, and yeah. So for that, have any of you guys in chat been to the March, or you guys at all? Like I said, I'm not from it. I know not you, Adam, but has anybody in chat been to a march for the girls? It's for the girls, right? This March. It's not for like the justice.
Yeah,
that
right. It's for the girls.
Okay.
Radar, tell me. Just email it to me, delphinmurders@gmail.com. Don't tell anybody else.
Okay. Journey says DG should have known that it was unsafe for Libby to be at the trails with Abby having the animosity factor concerning his drug involvement. I think maybe because they thought two girls together that they were safe. That was naive.
Yeah, I mean, should it be it? And maybe because it just wasn't taken seriously either.
Right.
You know, like people say a lot of things, but it doesn't mean they're actually going to act upon them.
Of course.
But, so, like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, I'll keep saying this. This seems like a real logical thing just because of what's coming out of people's mouths, including Tina, and that I believe the Christy Lynn person, isn't that the girlfriend of Gabe Ellis, and the one that's in jail is Gabe Ellis. Right. Oh my God, what a twisted bunch of motherfucker humpers. like honestly, when you think of all the killing, you know, and stuff like that, like it's just crazy in this small area, all that stuff that's going on. Well, as a parent, I would never let my kid even close to that bridge myself.
Yeah, I would either.
Ever. He would be told he is never, ever like that. That just gives me the heebie-jeebies thinking the fact that they walk it. You know, like I just like, especially when you look down height-wise, and then you got those people. This is what gets me. You got the people this is a cruddy bridge. Why that thing wasn't barricaded across or whatever, but it's kind of like when you see those people standing on the overhangs, and all I'm thinking of is, oops, break. I mean, like, how are people even allowed? Like, how is it that the city even allowed people to have access to that bridge to walk across it?
And when people say that, you know, there are soft pieces of wood that you could just fall right through.
Yeah. I was there today. Oh, there's Laura. Hi, Laura. I was there today looking around under the Wilson Bridge. I'm going to Randy's Walk later this month. It looked like some new stone had been added to the parking area near the Freedom Bridge. Okay. And I'm not sure if Tammy T, if you're I think it's Tammy T. No, was it? No, Mama T.
Yeah.
If you're watching this, just know I got your email. If it's the right person I'm thinking about, I got your email. I read it this morning, and then I had to work, so I will reread it again tonight. Yeah, just so she doesn't think that I forgot about it. I always can't answer because when I see it, I seen it this morning. My eyes were like, what? And I went to go back to read it like later on when I got home. But it's one of those things, you know what I mean? It takes more than just a couple of minutes to answer back properly.
Yeah. And you have a full-time job.
Yeah, and honestly, when I get home, like I said, I already got my stuff that I'm prepared for and stuff like that. I use my nighttime area to do things like that. Hi, Lynn. Yeah, I use my nighttime usually, or in the morning when it's like my day off. I truly save most of my time for when it comes to working on shit on my days off, mostly, or during the nighttime. Yeah, so, you know, when people are emailing you and sending you messages and right? Sometimes I just need a break myself.
Right.
I just want to have a nap, you know, and I just don't have time. Right? Just it's not that I don't have time. Yeah. Sometimes I just prefer my nap time over answering email time. You know, fair enough.
Carol said, as a kid, I'd be there, but as a parent, I'd try to keep my kid away. And I agree, Carol. I would have been there as a kid too.
Yeah. And maybe they thought that the threat was just specifically to Derek, and they never dawned on them that something could happen to the kids.
Or they may have been protected from it all and never even told about it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure the kids didn't.
Becky and Mike might have been like, they didn't want the girls involved in that.
Yeah.
It's just a sad freaking case.
Yeah, it is.
The bridge was never condemned. I seen you skipping those swear words when you were reading that thing, by the way.
Me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was like laughing to myself. The bridge was never condemned because Delphi doesn't give a fuck. There, now I said it for you. Just like to solve this brutal murder of the girls. Delphi, they give a fuck, Mike. They give a fuck. They do.
Right.
They do. It might not seem like it to people, but they do. Maybe not everyone, especially the ones that might be attached to it, or the pedos and shit like
people trying to hide stuff.
Yeah, people trying to hide stuff, but they give a shit. They give a lot of shit. Oh, I bet. You know what, Laura? I'm not gonna lie. Too, when I lived in Coquitlam, about back when I was younger, I would go out down the trails on my bike, and honestly, there was a girl that was murdered walking on one of the trails, and it was a hobo. It was walking down the railroad tracks, basically. A hobo that was walking into town, murdered some girl in one of the things that we would call the trails, and that wasn't too far off. People heard the scream, but nobody does anything about screams anymore. They're just more apt to say, shut up. Yeah.
Right.
You're right.
That's why they say you should scream fire, because people will come running for that.
Yeah. And so after that, honestly, when I was going down the trails myself, even me on my bike and everything, I'm looking around, I'm hearing noises. I would literally stop going on there because just of shit like this, honestly, because even I'm not a scared person, but even I was feeling like, what the fuck? Someone could, I was literally feeling nervous just going for a walk in these woods, and who wouldn't, Yeah. I just want to say that my husband bought me a new mouse today.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, it's kind of cool though, because it's like an iridescent blue. So
it's pretty. I love it.
I like it.
I know it's like an iridescent. So I had just bought this one.
Yeah, that was one that never worked, right?
Like it looks teal and navy.
Husband thought it looks like a freaking this looks like a sex toy. That's what that reminds me of. I don't know why, but it does. Anyways,
why don't you click on it, see what happens?
It's vibrating in the wrong spot is what it's doing. Yeah. But anyway, so then I have my other one. Anyway, I got, this one. So this was my favorite one.
How many do you have?
4. I had just bought this one 2 weeks ago. And then, so to be honest with you, Logi. So this one's pretty much the same, but this one's like iridescent. It doesn't come off as nice, but it's iridescent.
Pretty.
Yeah, right? So my husband's like, I bought you this today while I was out. Did I ever tell you? I mean, you guys probably don't know this, but I have an awesome, great husband.
Yeah,
Did I ever say this? He is.
I might have heard that before.
Just a little bit. Some people might think I'm being braggadocious. That really, when people need to brag about their husbands, it's because really they have probably a shitty relationship.
Which can be true.
It could be true, but mine's not.
No, I think you talk about your husband the same way you do everything else, just honestly and.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you know what? The thing, besides that I admire him as a person, I just think for someone that's 31 years old to my 52, he's more of a man than any man that I've ever met in my life. The only person that will hold a candle to him next would be Gonzo, which says a lot because I've never met Gonzo real, but right. Gonzo is an amazing human being, just like Jojoblaistic is an amazing person as well. That's why it's kind of like, if people can go to JoJo's channel and support her as well. I always try to do it for the ones that I really, really, really respect as people, you know? So,
Right.
you know, I have no problem saying that because they're such good people. So yeah, so JoJo, she's like about 600, but you know what? You kind of got to be about that 1,000 mark. You have to be at. I know you have to have certain amount of hours to and all that too, but
I didn't know any of that.
yeah,
I don't know how I don't know how any of that works.
yeah, it's basically like you have to have 1,000 subscribers before you can monetize, and you have to have so many hours as well. It's nothing ridiculous. Just put out some whatever, but it's nothing ridiculous. But that's how you started off. Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, so it's kind of like Mama. Mama, she doesn't really do much on her channel right now, but you know, like I said, you know, the goal would be to get to 1,000.
Yeah.
That way you can monetize it, you know, and then get yourself set and, you know, be able to stay at home and do things that you love instead of going out and doing things that people hate. So everyone's just saying hi.
Hey, I go out and do what I love.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I love doing this too.
Yeah. Yeah. My, you know what? I was going to say, I could never be happy doing something I don't love. It just, it eats away at me. So what are you guys all talking about here now? Let's see. I've been on the box to remember with Randy. In fact, he hosted it first year. I was the only one that showed up. And
I think he said March. I think he meant March.
Yeah.
I put on the March.
The walk.
Or walk, yeah.
Yeah.
The box to remember. Where did that come from? Was she looking at my toy? My toy. Thought that looked like a box. Yeah. This guy at work, this customer at work says something like, "Yeah, whenever I go into the bush and blah blah blah." I turned around to Jasmine. I'm like, "Yeah, that's what my husband says whenever he's in the bush." Okay, keep it clean, people. All right. Yeah, you think
Radar says if you haven't gone on a walk with Randy, do it. Randy is very well versed in the history of Delphi, the property, what used to be there, and what isn't there anymore, etc.
Yeah.
I would imagine, and the walk will be pretty big this year.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
Weather
it really grew. It grew last year. There were a lot more people, so I bet it'll double this year.
I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'm going to put myself on mute, but I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
So, all right, we already see that one. I'm still curious.
About what?
Well, I'm still curious. How many people think that the girls actually crossed the creek? 1 for yes, 2 for no, if you could, please. Yeah, Carol. Keegan Kern emailed me yesterday to ask me to take down my video.
Yeah.
If I could respectfully. He knows I doesn't have to, but yeah. What did I say again? 2 that they didn't cross, 1 that they crossed. Oh, you're right. Jinga, I knew that because a customer said it today. Thank you for reminding me. They spring forward, so it's more daylight time for us. Yay, 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 yay. Yay, 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 yeah. So
we lose an hour of sleep.
Based on Holman's interview. Ivy Rose, which interview was that one? Can you bring that one up, Deb, by chance? I want to listen to it.
What am I bringing up?
Holman's interview. Yes, I wish it was like that. Oh,
what's his first name?
Holman. Well, yeah. What's his first name, Ivy? I always get them mixed up with Jerry Holcomb and somebody Holman. Hey, Ivy. If I gave you a mod stick, a magic wand, would you by chance put that link up and then possibly we could watch it.
Okay, which one? There's several. There's a
Well,
couple.
yeah.
There's one. I mean, I assume they're all about the same thing because they're all in August. Jerry Holman is his name.
Oh, she can't remember the year. Well,
2017, August 14th, 2017, August 25th, 2017, or August 28th, 2018.
she says the one. Yeah, I gave you a stick. If you find it, just post it, and then I can play it. I watched. She said the one with McAdams, I think her name was.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, Jinga says that was deleted. The full interview was removed.
No, I found it.
Oh, did you find it?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Let me see if it.
There you go, Radar. Spring forward. Spring like a little bunny.
Okay. If this, it looks like this is it. I just put it in the chat, in our private chat.
Okay. I just got to find our private chat. Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Tonight, the lead detective on the Delphi case tells me all the...
1 second. I think I gotta come back in. Is this is share? I got too many. Where did it open up? This one, yeah. Is that Karina? Hey, Karina, how are you?
Hey, Karina.
Let's see if this is the one. Though the killer thinks that he got away, every single day lab techs are working to process evidence, including DNA that was left at the crime scene.
It takes a lot of times, and we want to be very thorough. So we want to take our time, make sure our I's are dotted, T's are crossed. But this is a tough case.
A case Indiana State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman has worked every day for the past 6 months.
We're getting closer every day. I know that's cliche, but we are.
Dozens of state, local, and federal agencies still working around the clock to track down the man they believe killed Abby Williams and Libby German while the girls were out on a walk on the Delphi historic trails in February.
We're stronger than ever.
Police tell me they've conducted hundreds of interviews, followed up on thousands of leads, and served dozens of search warrants to find clues the killer may have left behind. Was there DNA evidence found at the scene of the crime?
I think at every crime scene you have, you're going to have DNA. We're still working on identifying whose all DNA we have there.
Along with DNA evidence, police also have the suspect's voice. Police tell me Libby recorded the killer's voice on her cell phone, telling the girls to go down the hill. Investigators say she hit record after he approached them near the Monon High Bridge. Today, Sergeant Holman tells me they recovered even more audio from Libby's phone, which was found with the girls at the crime scene.
We've only released a portion of it. There's some others that we think could help us. But again, protecting the integrity of the investigation is the key here. So we can't release everything we have because there's only certain people that know the details. And if we release everything, then we get into possible false confessions.
Sergeant Holman says several people have come forward and said they saw the killer walking on the trails the day Abby and Libby were killed. Those people helped develop this composite sketch that was released last month.
Is there anything we did or didn't do that jeopardized this case? No. I still believe somebody knows. Somebody knows what happened. For whatever reason, they won't come forward.
Every single day, dozens of detectives are still working the Delphi investigation and tell me they are not giving up, still following up on thousands of leads, but they need your help tonight. So if you recognize that man's picture or you recognize his voice, pick up the phone right now and call 844-459-5786. Reporting tonight in Delphi, I'm Alexis McAdams. Back to you. Okay, yeah. Recorded the killer's voice on her cell phone, telling the girls to go down the hill. Investigators say she hit record after he approached them near the Monon High Bridge. Today, Sergeant Holman tells me they recovered even more audio from Libby's phone, which was found with the girls at the crime scene.
We've only released a portion of it.
Say she hit police DNA evidence. Police also have the suspect's voice. Police tell me Libby recorded the with DNA evidence. Police also have the suspect's voice. Police tell me Libby recorded the killer's voice on her cell phone, telling the girls to go down the hill.
You know what I hate? Let me repeat that again since I was on mute. When all the down the hills sound different. Like that one distinctly sounds different than me than the one on the ISP.
Yeah.
Um,
It's the replay when they do the audio. Yeah.
Because that one to me doesn't even sound like Keegan whatsoever. Whereas I could make it more out in some other ones, but especially the one on Open Secrets. But it's like when I hear that one, it's just like it's like a different voice, you know, to that. It just seems different than what I normally hear for some reason. Do you have it? Let's see. I have transcript, but wish someone screen recorded it. I have the transcript, but wish someone.
Oh, here's the transcript. I've got it right here. Want me to send it to you?
Or no, just share your screen.
I don't know how.
You just hit share at the bottom where it says share.
Oh, I'm on the laptop.
Yeah.
I'm on my laptop.
Yeah.
But I'm live with you on my phone.
Oh.
You get it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, just put it in chat then.
All right.
Hey, CD, how are you?
Hi there. I'm pretty good. Thanks.
That was my Siri. Siri, shut up. That's so hilarious when it does that.
Okay.
Sure, Ivy. You can send it to delphimurders@gmail.com. That would be great. The car also related to Karina. Isn't that to do with the gay Bellis? Jody? With a Y?
Oh, I need to go to Facebook.
Do.
Okay.
I feel like Adam's stuffing his face eating right now. That's what
Probably. He probably is. Were you?
He was just like, what? Hey, Sonny back.
No, I was not.
Oh.
I was just lurking for a minute.
You know what? I'm gonna lurk it.
I was looking online to see if I could find anything about the Open Secrets thing, but I can't.
Right. I know. Someone needs to tell me.
We need it to become an open secret.
Right. I just never heard nothing, but then I'm not exactly that person that goes searching for shit either.
Right.
Like that, you know, meaning if somebody tells me about it, like we heard today, then it's like, ooh, do tell. I am a good secret keeper. Just because I talk a lot. I'm lurking at this bottle that I was having from yesterday. That Crown one. It's Saturday. I don't have to work tomorrow. I can have a little. Hey, Sleuth. Where's Sleuth?
No, I think you're definitely trustworthy as far as if someone like you've never shared some of the stuff that the
I've never shared a lot of
stuff that you know because you would want her approval.
I would like her to share the story herself.
Right.
I don't feel like
I love it.
Yeah. So if ever there's a point that she feels like she does, then I will let her do that. Kind of like with Tiara. If she wants to, like, I sat down with her and we, you know, did and video recorded the conversations. I could have released some of it. I chose not to. It's one of those things that I would rather have Tiara on a live and talk with her, but you know, she's kind of been in a bumpy road for a while again, with health issues and different things going on. So it's one of those things. When it's time, it will be time, and perhaps it won't be ever time. I just don't feel the need to shit. I've said the gist of certain things, but there's a lot more that has been said to me, but there's no need, you know.
Right.
It would just be me releasing it for what reasons that I just don't deem them as, how do I say that? There's stuff that I'd like to share and there's stuff that I don't like to share just because I would rather the person say it than me tell their story.
Right.
I'd rather let them tell the story.
Right. And if it's not something that's gonna like find the killer of Abby and Libby tomorrow, then it's their
Right.
business.
If anything, it's more about the talk conversation was more geared around. Did you share it, Debbie? Around
I'm
the
trying
Boys
to
and
figure
Girls
out how
Club
to.
people,
Right.
stuff like that.
Trying to figure out how to get it to share it to you. It's not working.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna send it in Messenger.
Yeah, I've got to get it from its location to Messenger. It's not.
This is what I love. I love these stupid people. Blondie, if you're watching me right now, Blondie, I see the message that you put up. Okay, grab yourself a brain, just a little bit. Okay, Blondie. I love it when they say, "What pulley system? You can't see behind his back. You can't see a recorder on his head. You can't see this." Like, shut up. Go do your own work. Seriously, I don't have time for titless people like that. Like this, those are the ones that piss me off because it's like, you can't see this, you can't see that, really. And when have you ever sat your ass down to take a bunch of pictures yourself? Type of thing. So yes, I can. Don't tell me I can't. Wah 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 wah. Okay, I'm looking at my email here for a second. All right, I feel like, yeah. I feel like I'm always like a ghost, or like I'm the ghost of Christmas past. Woo, gray hues. I'm gonna come for you next Christmas. I'm gonna sit on your live, and I'm gonna stalk you. Okay.
This is a long transcript. There we go. Okay.
Oh, how long is it?
I'm getting it. Hang on.
So just to confirm, IV. It's just basically that one part that you sent me, right? That was, yeah. Okay. All right. Let me just send it to myself. If my iPad will let me. Piece of shit. I love you, iPad. You're just a piece of shit when you're full.
Huh.
Wait. What am I doing? Select. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay, select. Fine. Where's all my pictures? There we go. Come on, you better send me one. Let's see. Select.
Okay, I just
Come on.
sent it. Oh no, it didn't send.
Did you try to send too many?
It's really long. I think that's what the problem is.
Wow. What document is it again?
Can you give it, Adam? What are you on? Yeah. Just a phone?
Yeah.
I'm on my iPad and my phone.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, it did send.
Did it?
Was it in Messenger?
There. Yep.
I got a feeling.
I don't have anything yet.
You don't see that big long.
No, the last message is the police interview from Fox at 4 p.m. LLPKG.
Okay.
It might just be taking a while to come through.
Yeah.
Let me close out.
I'm meditating with my chicken.
Is this the Deb? Is this the murder sheets thing?
No, this is the transcripts from Jerry Holman. Isn't that what she wanted? I saw that.
You guys are all fucking with my brain.
Isn't that the transcript that you wanted? The Jerry Holman interview?
I don't know. Ivy, is it? I don't know.
I was going to the bathroom.
I think there's too many people talking, too many cooks in the kitchen. We just need to slow this down. Okay. So I'm going to show one thing at a time. Let's start with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P. Okay, we're going to start with this one. There's a hole in my bucket. Dear Liza, dear Liza. All right. So this one says, stop screen. Let him fix it, dear Henry, or dear Adam, dear Adam. I mean, you know what, Deb? I'm going to let you be in charge of figuring out that script that we're supposed to be looking at. How about that, Apples? I'm going to throw the buck back on you. I'm going to share the screen here. And I'm going to, that's what I'm going to do.
You know what? I don't, oh.
Sunny Ivy asked if you have a WebSleuth account.
Why are we wanting to show it to begin with?
I had one. I don't know. Wait, what?
Okay.
Yeah. I had one. And honestly, no offense to you, because I love Trish. That site joke, I watched it for one day. It gave me an absolute headache looking at it all. I was like, fuck this. That was it.
What site was that?
The Web Sleuths. I just remember logging in, signing up, and it looked like a nightmare hit my face. And I was like, yeah, I don't even understand where to go. This page, yeah. I was just like, kind of like how I felt about Reddit.
Right.
Same idea. It's like, which way do I go? Left, right, east, west?
Yeah, no, people get obsessed with Reddit. I'll look at it if I hear news of something, but people check it and just go crazy over it.
Carol, this is water. Okay. But this is truly Sprite. Just saying. Oh, Diet Sprite at that. Oh, wait, is that even Diet Sprite? 0 calories? Oh, yeah, 0 sugar. Brett, even better when they steal bracelets, meet the suspect risk. Oh, the bracelets? Yeah. The best feeling for the Leo. Doing it. Heard the metal clank. I feel like I'm listening to a book. It's coming.
What is up on the screen?
Oh, yeah, right. I'm going to read that. All right. Sorry, guys. I got sidetracked. It's not hard for me to get sidetracked when I'm tired. Like, seriously. Okay. So let me just start from the top. And if I start slurring, it's Adam's fault. He made me drink this stuff right now. So you don't mix booze and Sunny being tired together, because I can slur when I'm being tired just because I'm really tired. So don't think I'm drunk or anything, because I've only had literally 2 sips of this, 3 possibly. Okay. So it's hard to compare, but it is similar. But so we have taken that into consideration as well. And we have investigated that. We've been in contact with Iowa, and they have been in contact with us. And we discussed that, but nothing else seems to be popping up around the nation that is similar to this. But that doesn't mean he is going to kill everybody the same way every time. So, shrugs. That's in the brackets. We don't know. Answer. When you walked down and I walked through, that was private property right where the bodies were found. Looking at it logistically, from where they were on the bridge and to where the bodies were found. I know we talked about the train in the past. I know it's not an easy thing to navigate, like Mama said. Usually you might have to be familiar with the area. I mean, would it have been difficult for the girls from where they were on the bridge to where they were found? Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be difficult, obviously. They have to go through some pretty steep terrain in the wooded area, sticker bushes and things like that. So it's, and then across to the creek. The creek, and obviously it's February. It's probably not the warmest. The weather was warm that day, but still the water temperature is probably cooler than air temperature. So yeah, it would have been difficult for I mean, I don't think anybody, say on a walk, would walk that way. I'm going to absorb this paragraph.
So Ivy says that A is Amy, the interviewer. H is Holman.
Right, okay. So I'm going to read that last paragraph part again. So he says, yeah, absolutely. I think it would be difficult, obviously, they have to go through some pretty steep terrain in the wooded area, sticker bushes and things like that. So it's and then to cross
Right.
the creek. The creek, and obviously it's February, it's probably not the warmest. The weather was warm that day, but still the water temperature is probably cooler than the air temperature. So yeah, it would have been difficult for. I mean, I don't think anyone, say on a walk, would walk that way. Okay, so what Ivy obviously is pointing out here is that he says, and he says the sticker bushes and things like that. So it's and then to cross the creek. The creek and obviously it's February. So that's what she's basically saying, is that he mentions and then to cross the creek.
Right.
Okay. So what's your thoughts on that, you guys?
Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it was clearly getting below freezing at night, even though it was warm that day. I mean, even here in Charlotte, like where I live, it was almost 80 degrees yesterday. It was 70, and today it's like freezing outside.
Okay.
So, you can have those warm days, and but the water temperature is still going to be cold.
But my point is that the discussion has been, did they cross the creek or not? Right? So if we've talked about crossing the creek and that nobody said they crossed the creek, and then say those words are said, those words would imply that they're basically, I think, saying that they did cross the creek.
Nobody would walk that way.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well, not on purpose.
Right.
They wouldn't purposefully go over there.
Well, I don't know. What are sticker bushes?
They have the thorns on them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Little thorny ass bushes.
Yeah, those little tiny ones that,
And thistle. There's all kinds of thistle that would be in the woods, and they have
Right.
the leaves have little stickers.
69. 69.
Well, I think there's so many variables as to why they could have crossed the creek. I mean, maybe they didn't intend to, but maybe the girls did try to get away, and so they didn't end up crossing at the same place. Who knows?
Well, what sticks in my head still. Okay, I don't believe that they were killed in the creek myself. Does anyone in chat, just to ask you guys, Jenny says that she believes that they were killed in the creek. Does
In the water,
anybody
you
else?
mean? In the water, you mean?
Yeah, in the water. Does anybody else think that the girls were killed in the creek? What are you going to say, Deb?
I think that there's two reasons that comes up. One is that Greeno did the reenactment where he showed BG catching up with Libby and slitting her throat in the creek. And the other is that, and people say this all the time, they say, well, the area was pristine. No, we don't know that the area was pristine. Ron Logan said by the time he saw it, it was pristine. Well, that's after it's been cleaned up and they've and collected everything they could, right? So I think that's why people think, well, if they were killed in the creek, that would eliminate all the blood, and so then the area would be pristine. I think that's where that comes from.
No, I think you're right, Debbie.
What do people in the chat think?
Yeah.
Karina does not think they crossed it. CD says Sunny, possibly one was injured in the creek if one ran.
Ivy thinks that they weren't killed in the water.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying no to, because that was the question.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just reading Karina's comment.
Oh, okay. So if after reading that, Adam or Deb, do you guys think that they crossed the creek?
You know, I used to think they did, and I still, in the back of my mind, think they might have, because I've seen a picture on the incline going up from the creek where it looks like something like sizable was drug, and there's a footprint there. A drag mark that goes up that looks like it's about that wide. But when you read that,
you know who I think we need to call? Pendy.
Oh.
Pendy. What do you think, Adam? Adam's like,
I think they crossed the creek.
Okay.
I don't have no speculation as to why, but I do think they crossed it.
The creek, right? The creek was not frozen.
No, it was not.
It wasn't frozen. It was unseasonably warm that day.
And they had snow, if I remember, like the week or two before that. And so you would think that would cause the water levels to actually be a little higher than they would be all the time.
Right, CD.
But it was not a full stream at all. I know that. Like when we've seen the videos from the searching, you can see the water levels.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it wasn't even frozen. You literally watched the searchers in the water.
Yeah, the helicopter footage shows the divers in the water, or the searchers walking in the water.
Well, Pendy's saying no, they didn't.
Yeah.
I'll be curious.
Well, Bruce Darcy is saying that they did.
Take that and shove it up your butt. Yeah. No, I'll just shut up for the rest of the night now. Obviously, I'm wrong.
Okay, Ivy Rose says, in her opinion, Holman said they crossed the creek. He basically said it was really cold and would be uncomfortable for them. Yeah, absolutely. And there are parts where they passed. There are parts that would come up to about the waist. Most of it was, knee or less.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be cold.
But yeah, I mean, but sadly, it wouldn't have mattered if they died minutes later.
Right.
Right. If you think your life's in jeopardy, if it were me, I'm running across that creek to try 100%. To get away.
You guys don't think at all we would have heard anything whatsoever that their bodies were anything?
We've not heard one detail officially about the.
Well, considering there's a lot of people talking that were searchers and shit, sometimes I find it harder to believe. So what still weighs in my head is the lady that got in contact with me that says that it was either Holman. What's Holman's first name?
Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry. Okay. Yeah. Jerry, one of the things was, how did they move the bodies?
Yeah.
So that didn't mean that they were on the opposite side of the creek, but how did they move the bodies?
Could that mean?
But it has to be something significant.
Well, could that mean if they did kill them in the water? Could that mean how they were struggling to figure out how one person at that time, they thought it was one person, got the body up that embankment? I don't know.
Because I've heard I've heard some people say that wouldn't be possible for someone to really drag a body up there.
Not one person.
But I've never been out there.
Unless you were used to dragging deer out of,
There's something wrong. So I'm thinking, if anything, this would be my thoughts. Who's emailing me? Indeed. How are you doing, Indeed? This would be my thoughts. If I distinctly remember two cops saying that the house overlooked the crime scene. Yeah. That did not sound like, because if you look, I'm going to pull it up right now. I'm going to pull up Google Earth here. And it's going to be our friend for a minute. Okay. All right. Where did we all go? Let's see here. So, oops, going to make you bigger. Share. Okay. Drop sharing screen. Share screen. I want to. Where's my Google Earth? Right here? Okay, share. Okay. And I'm going to take, one sec, guys. I'm going to take this down. You guys can just talk amongst yourself in chat there for a moment.
Okay, so let me read this.
Okay.
Radar just said she was told that Ashley Garth said they were choked out and drowned and drugged through the creek to Ron Logan's property.
Where did that ever come from?
I don't know. Radar, where did you hear that?
Radar. I think Radar knows a lot of shit she ain't shared.
Yeah. She's been on this, she's been, around for this full time. I remember seeing her at the very beginning in chats.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Jody. Keep talking. Jody said don't believe her after she's basically outside tweaking there. Let's see. What we got? So he's saying, Ivy, we can only take him at his word. He said he went 1.5 miles down. Don't know if it's true what he said. Okay. If they was killed by, let's say, strangulation, then stabbed, there would not be much blood because the heart isn't pumping.
Right.
And would be slowly.
But then why stab? Yeah. But then why stab them in an artery? If they were,
I know, right? It's kind of like, well, then, is it to misdirect again?
Right.
So, anyway, see if. And P says, Radar, I've thought about the north side as well. For some reason, it makes more sense to me. People do say there is a path, there is a trail that runs from the north side to the cemetery, correct?
I don't know.
I know I've heard that. I just don't know if I've actually seen it.
I know, didn't Greeno do a video where he left the area and then to time how long it would take and how difficult it would be to get to the cemetery from there? And it was
someone recently did a walk where they went from the north. They didn't cross the bridge. They went from the north side on this other trail, and you could see the bridge off in the distance. And they went to kind of show. They didn't go all the way to the cemetery, but they went to where the crime scene was.
Okay.
Who was?
Hey, Dad,
I've seen that. Yeah.
Do you remember the reason why I even brought up Google Maps anymore?
Yeah.
What was it for?
I think it was in conjunction with
Yep. Some comment that I forget now.
Trying to prove whether the girl
thank you.
The creek or not. Yeah.
I remember. No, I remember. Okay. So I listened to 2 LE police officers say that this house, Kay Weber's house, was looking directly over the crime scene.
Right.
Directly over. So I wouldn't doubt if the girls were killed over here, hence the baseball field. Right. And then they were brought over here, and that's how they were moved with a quad from over here, Ron Logan's land, Gearkurt's. Okay? And this is how the bodies were moved. That's probably
Isn't there more of a natural sandbank there?
Yes.
Doesn't Kay Weber's driveway come down almost to the creek bed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe they just brought them down that driveway and then they drug their bodies across the creek.
Yeah, I don't know. Because wait, where were the drag marks? Hey, who's ever watching?
They were up the embankment, I think.
On the embankment.
Okay, so over here
there was a footprint and a drag mark.
So was it by a boat?
I've never bought into the canoe theory.
Me neither, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think it was a kayak or anything.
But it's just that they distinctly had said that they actually are like there was literally a house that was overlooking the crime scene.
Haven't people said you could see that crime scene from Ron Logan's house?
That's bullshit.
Yeah, no way.
No way.
But haven't people said that?
Well,
yeah, I've heard someone say that before.
I think that was in with when Randy and that were in here. They were talking about that, and Mama yesterday said, "There's no way, Mama," because Mama was at the door over here. Mm-hmm. There's no way you could see the crime scene. There's no way. This thing is a
Yeah.
steep hill. There's just no way. Yeah. I think that they were talking about that you could see people over here perhaps, but
Okay.
there's no way you could make out that crime scene. I can't really see what people are saying in chat, to be honest. Let me see. That's a steep hill. Yep. 50 feet in from the bank. Yep. No, the drive doesn't go. Well, I was going to say the drive's not really towards the creek as much. Like it's not that close. It's definitely got a steep hill to it. Think about it, he says. I don't want to think about it. I'm tired.
Me too.
Think about it. Down the hill. One could have taken off. Yeah.
Laura said yes, there is a trail.
See,
Hey?
it's the Weber's home.
Say that again.
Laura said there is a trail from the north side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's Weber's home. CD.
Oh, okay. Radar came back and answered the question about Ashley Garth saying what happened.
Yeah.
She said one of Ashley Garth's cellmates, she's soulmate, but I think she means cellmate, called her from jail and told Radar she was bragging about it. It's been reported.
Okay. Cellmates, not soulmates.
Yeah.
Okay, one of AG's soulmates.
Well, if she's in the
I like to
soul with
think
her, they might be
soulmate.
soulmates now.
Maybe they're soulmates now.
Yeah.
She's a
Okay,
handsome woman.
so she's saying that Ashley was bragging and saying what? Let me go back. Where was that one?
Saying that they choked the girls out.
Yeah.
Let's see, where is it?
What time stamped if you find it?
I'm looking. Did I pass it? Gosh, you guys have been busy posting.
Anyway.
They choked them out and drugged them across the creek.
Choked them out and then stabbed, or was it just choked out?
I think she said they choked them out. I wish I could find that. Where'd it go?
Okay. So then let's talk about if everyone thinks this, happiest of birthdays, Sunny. Sure. It's my birthday.
Not till June.
July.
July 3rd.
Thinking of your own, aren't you?
No, mine's June. Mine's July 13th.
Oh, that's right. I wasn't thinking of yours then either. Then.
I know. Mine shouldn't be hard to remember. It's the 13th.
Yeah.
Libby lost a shoe. Yep. She lost it running from the regime, possibly. Tripping over a rock by the creek, possibly. Tripping crime scene is like a puzzle. You gotta start a murder scene. Yeah. Wait, what did
What were you getting ready to say, Sunny?
Oh, what I was getting ready to say is that for all these people that think it was like that's how it happened across the creek and whatever. Again, where do you think all this staging came in? Because we clearly know that there was a lot of physical evidence. And so where do you guys think the staging happened then? Do you guys honestly think that it happened pre them getting there on Ron Logan's land and risk people seeing something? I don't know. Do you guys buy that?
I don't know. It depends. It depends on what the staging really was.
Right.
You know what? I think there's a lot of probably accuracy because of Ives' words. I said there was a lot of physical evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The word a lot of physical evidence. And you could tell it was a lot of physical evidence that led nowhere.
Right.
Like it led to no one. Mm-hmm. Let me see my thing. I'm going to. Oh, I think there was the transcript here too, wasn't there? I'm just checking my email here.
I think Zinga sent you something. Zinga sent you something today. A screenshot
Well,
of something
Lori,
way earlier.
Laura sent me something.
All right.
Let me see what Laura sent me. Oh, yeah, I can see what Mama means by that. Let me put this picture up. So even the trees bare. This is all I could see from the corner of cemetery and Ron Logan's property. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so let me just. Yeah, I feel like, like the tortoise racing the hare, but I'm definitely the tortoise. That's like, oh, hit select. Okay. All right. Where's Ray? I need to borrow some of his brain cells.
Ask Karina.
Karina, we know.
I'm just kidding, Karina.
With Ray. Wait, what did Carol say? Not from Ron's Lama crime scene area. Can be seen from the Webbers. Well, they kept saying that the back of the house that could oversee, it's like they were saying, the way that I kept feeling what they were saying was that from the house, they could literally look down and see the crime scene.
Right.
But you can't just see the crime scene when it's over here. But the way they made it sound was that you just had to look out the window and you could see the crime scene. But that's not, I don't know.
And are they referring to the entire football field that they roped off?
Right, that's what I'm thinking too. Karina says she's been stuck on a boat for 3 days.
What?
Oh, he's been stuck on a boat. Oh, you're actually still talking to him?
You still talking to him, Karina? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I thought she was with Michael now.
Hey, he's probably masturbating. Hey, Karina, send me some more pics. I know my wife's at home, but hey, Karina.
CD said, so the question is the location of where the girls were murdered. Sergeant Riley, I have an audio of him saying the audio, he could hear the fear in one of the girls, most likely to be her phone.
Okay. Let me quickly go to stop screen. Did I send it? Okay. So when you look at this in perspective, to be honest with you, you can totally understand what Mama is talking about. So let me just share that. Screen, Facebook, share. Look how, imagine walking through that, and that's she. And the comment was, the comment that she put, hold on. Let me go back to my Gmail. The comment was, where are you? Even with the trees bare, this is all I could see from the corner of the cemetery and Ron Logan's property.
That's really thick.
Yeah.
Here's some barbed wire fence right there.
Right.
That's really thick. So when Ma says it'd probably take a half an hour to get from the cemetery to where the girls were found. COVID killed him. Okay, here's the link to the transcript. Okay, open link. No, copy link. Okay, copy link. Hold on. Messenger. Oh, I could drop it.
I was just going to address Jody. I don't think anyone's implying that Ron Logan had anything to do with it. I think we're just discussing his property.
Well, I still think everyone's entitled to their opinions regardless.
Of course.
Yeah, meaning if people think that Ron Logan was involved or not. I don't think, like, for me, I'm always on the fence about that one. I still think that it was a setup towards Ron Logan. I really feel like, I don't know. I just kind of feel like it was like the BG was it was set to stage it to seem like almost it was Ron Logan that did it. Of course, he wasn't there, but it was set to look that way. That's how I kind of feel about it. Okay. So let's see here. So what's this one? One second.
Yes, Superintendent Carter. Yes, Jim.
Yes, Jim. Jim the van, the man in the van. Jim Jimbury. What am I? So, I'm. Yeah, go ahead.
Why is your Facebook page up on the screen?
Oh. Hi there. Okay.
Jinska just said it took her 3 minutes to walk from the cemetery to where the girls were found. You just follow a very worn horse path that leads through the woods down the way.
I've heard about that horse path before.
The horse path?
Yeah.
Horse path?
Yeah.
Horse path?
A horse path?
Yeah. Okay, that's not a drunk, Sunny. I've literally had a few sips of this. This is a tired Sunny. Okay, I'll keep saying that. Here. Hey, I'd admit it. But I'm still trying to figure out what transcripts I'm supposed to read on. Oh, that's why my thing was up, I guess. I'm still trying to figure out what transcripts. It's like when I clicked on the link or took the link, where am I supposed to go from there? Because
you just scroll up to the pink one, the one I sent.
No. Let me. Oh, is that the one you? No. You didn't just send that to me. I don't think. Did you?
In the messenger.
Oh, maybe that was it. Hold on. I was looking for a link. Okay, that's the wrong one, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. It wouldn't link because it's from Reddit and I wasn't on Reddit, but so I just highlighted and copied the page.
Oh, so in saying that, where do I click on it?
Just scroll up to the top and start reading.
Well, but it's like, huh? I don't even.
What?
What? Okay, hold on. Let me find this thing again. So clicking on pink thing. Okay, so I click on the pink thing, and then but it's like okay, so I'm looking on the pink thing, and then it's just like a thread, then underneath it's another thread and different threads, and
if you just roll up to the top of that, let me find it.
Here, you know what? I'm gonna screenshot it and I'm gonna stick it in the chat, our chat, and you just tell me what I'm supposed to click on. Deal? Deal. Okay. That way you can see exactly what I'm looking at. Okay, there we go. Adam, if you want to answer anything in there, go right ahead.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Oh no, it's gone. That's not it. Are you talking about the little gray thing with the flower?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever you put in the chat.
What I put in there is gone.
I don't know. Let's see here. But it's Ivy Rose. But hold on. It's Ivy Rose that sent me the link. Did I forget to send it to myself? Sunny? Maybe.
I think whatever I had on there got deleted.
Oh, yeah. Totally wrong thing.
Okay. Because that's a web sleuth thing.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this again.
You want me to send it again? I still had it. Like I could just be able to paste it. No?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
Okay.
I just don't want to give myself a headache more than I have to right now. one strong one thing at a time, I should say. I was trying to think of that thing that they say, what, one step for mankind or whatever that saying was. It eluded my brain all of a sudden. But anyway, one small step for mankind. That's it. For me, that's too big of a step.
One step for man, one step for mankind.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I just need to find my own link. Okay, let's see. Let's see what this one says. Well, it's the same shit you sent me. It looks the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is one from who is it that sent me this?
Ivy? Or
Yeah, it was Ivy. If I go back to my...
Chingo?
Yeah, no, it was Ivy. So, but it's the same thing that, like if I... Okay, hold on. I'm just going to share my screen and you people can tell me how to navigate. Share screen. And is it this one? Yeah, right here. Okay, where do I go?
People in the chat, whoever sent that, what is that?
Listen, Ivy
What
Rose.
are we looking for there?
Oh,
But this was the same thing that was in the chat that you sent me as well, actually.
yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know where I was supposed to go. What is this?
What was that?
That was a husband
Oh.
doing his gaming. Yeah. So I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go.
This file.
Jinga said she sent me a summary file. I didn't see nothing.
Yeah, and all she said was scroll down if it's the one I sent. Or Ivy said scroll down if it's the one I sent.
Okay. Jinga, if you said you sent me something, I don't see anything here from you. Nothing. Okay, so let me go back to it. So scroll down. Like, scroll down. Is it this? Is it this? Is it this?
Keep scrolling and you'll see it about halfway down, she says.
Okay. Is it this? Am I looking for questions and answers? Is this it?
Jinga sent an email.
What?
We're talking about two separate things.
Okay.
Ivy, you're on what Ivy sent.
Okay. Oh, so Jinga sent an email I didn't get. Ivy, I'm not sure. Is this where I'm supposed to be? Taken from thread 65 to 186. Oh, big X's. I think, is this it? See, I get irritated by this stuff. I just couldn't be asked. I don't know where I'm going. Is it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Keep scrolling, she said.
Okay, but I went to the bottom. But I went all the way to the bottom. See? Brrr, see right here. Brrr, right there at the bottom.
Can Ivy share the link since she's a mod?
Well, she'd have to come on here.
She can't just share the link in the chat?
Yeah, but it's going to be the same thing.
Oh yeah.
That's all. Hey, Ivy, why don't you bring your little avatar on and share your link? You're like a quarter of the way down. No, it stopped there. No, Delphi-murders@gmail.com. I think we're all having issues. And then screen froze. So hold on. I think you
Apparently,
guys
we
are
all smoke some of the stuff Jody has.
I was gonna say, I think you guys are all drunk and on drugs. A lot of you, all 76 of you.
We're drunk on Sunny.
Except for me, I'm just tired.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break here. Go to the little girl's room. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, I'll send you the link. Share. Do you want me to send it through? No, I'll send it through here. I don't care. Invite. Yay, Abby's coming on.
Yeah. Okay,
Yay.
Jinga sent it again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, now I just got it. Jinga. Jinga, jinga, jinga.
For anyone that has not, make sure everyone likes the video tonight. It helps the algorithm.
Yeah, because Adam
The
said
site
so.
gets famous.
Don't worry, I'll still stay humble. I'll be coming around the mountain when they come. Okay, I'm just going to put up the screen. Take us off the screen for a sec. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to share a window just for safety purposes. Bring us off the screen so I can add. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Okay, I'm just going to put up the screen. Take us off the screen for a sec. Hold on. Hello? I'm just going to share a window just for safety.
I hear TV.
Bring us off the screen so I can add. I see movement. Oh, movement gone. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Did I send this one already? Of course, every Delphi video I watch. Thank you, Mike.
Did you open Jinga's email while we're waiting?
Yeah.
All right.
Just sent it all to my Facebook. Let me see if I got. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Do. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes.
That'll be stuck in my head tomorrow now.
Eh?
I said that'll be stuck in my head tomorrow now.
My posts aren't posting. I'm not sure. They finally sent, but send me your email and messenger, Radar, and I'll send them to you as well. You know what? Let's just chill for a few minutes each, guys. Yeah, let's just chill. You guys can stare at the land. Actually, I should go to the bathroom myself. Oh, Deb's back. Deb, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Oh, I hear someone else in the bathroom.
No, that was me opening a can of.
Nope, that's legitly my husband in the bathroom.
Oh.
No, I heard Deb open a can. I was like, did we make her start drinking?
Yeah. If you guys, can you guys see? Yeah. Can you guys see in the back entrance? Like, if Ivy comes on, will you guys be able to see her?
I can't see any of us right now.
Yeah, we can't see anything with the map up.
Okay. Well, let me just say this. I am going to go to the toilet.
But we will hear her.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So I'll be right back.
Okay, she's gone.
I know, right? Ivy
Hold
said,
on,
sorry, I forgot my
bitches.
microphone isn't working. She's getting on her laptop.
Bitches, I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah. You're back.
We knew you could hear us.
She acts like this is her channel.
Right. We just don't want to hear you in the bathroom.
I know. She all the time.
Looks like it's Sunny Justice's channel or something.
Right?
Oh my gosh.
Make sure you send those super chats.
Send it to me or Adam.
Yes. I'll put
Oh
my
my
Venmo
God.
up on the screen real quick.
Oh my gosh. I'm just going to read comments. Jody says
Okay.
she thinks that a lot is coming soon. We're
Right.
not privy to what they know at the moment, and we shouldn't. It's coming along if we see it all right.
I agree with that. You know.
Yeah.
We are not LE, so there should be things we don't know.
Right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Chenchka. Oh my gosh. Jody says, be fast, get your cash apps out. Hurry.
Yeah.
So what is Ivy Rose trying to come on her laptop?
Yeah, so she's gonna come on her laptop. She said she forgot the microphone on her phone was not working, and so she's gonna come on her laptop.
Oh,
Guess what I found on the way back from the bathroom?
Popeyes?
what is it?
Wait, where on the way back from the bathroom? Because that's my
Well,
question.
it was kind of like I went through the back door where the bathroom is. It goes in this way. Went out the other way of the bathroom. Found the chicken in the fridge.
No. Cold chicken is good.
Oh
I
my
love cold
God.
Chicken. That's the best.
Pizza, chicken. Nobody wants
Yeah.
to watch me eat. Hold on.
We don't care.
Really?
Sonny, did you hear me say that Ivy's coming on? She's just getting her laptop out.
I heard that part,
Okay.
and I didn't hear the rest. Here she comes. Here she comes. Here
No,
she
we
comes.
didn't talk about anything else.
Yeah, right. I'm sure. You're right. I couldn't hear that because I was in the bathroom at that point. Here she comes. Hold on. There's my mouse. There she is.
No, we didn't talk about anything else.
Yeah, right. I'm sure. You're right. I couldn't hear that because I was in the bathroom at that point. Oh,
Ivy, if you have another screen open, you just want to mute it or clear out the other screen.
There she is.
yeah, right.
Can you do I have a
You're right. I
echo?
couldn't hear that because I was in the bathroom.
You have a really bad echo. Ivy, if you
where's
have
that
another
at?
screen
Hold
open,
on.
you just want to mute it or clear out the other screen.
There you are. Okay. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, perfect.
hear you.
Okay. I lost where the window was. Hold on. I gotta find you. There you are. Okay. So no audio problems. Everything's good.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. I forgot why I was on here. It was a shit show trying to get on. I forgot about my phone. Then I got my laptop. Then it was dead. So I had to go get the cord. Then it tells you to use Chrome, but all my passwords are saved on Safari. So then I had to go find my password. Oh, my
It's not all
boyfriend
about
knows me
you
so
right
well. I was scrambling to get my cord, and he's like, "Are you cracking a case?" I'm like, "You don't know me."
Yes.
though."
As a matter
Yes,
of
we
fact,
are.
we are.
What's he doing with his life?
Just trying to get a doctor. That's all.
Well, doesn't have one yet.
Nope. Not important till that happens.
Mm.
Now I've got to find the link. I guess I can go to my email. I was yelling at my phone, by the way, when I was watching you on the screen, saying,
I was
scroll down.
Yeah, right. And I'm just like, bitch, I can hear you through the screen. Slow down. No. But I was gonna say because I scrolled all the way to the bottom of the link. And
I
I'm
think
like,
what happened is a little pop-up at the bottom came up, and I think you had to push accept before you could scroll down more.
The
Yeah.
cookies, the
Yes.
cookies message.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
think
maybe.
I think actually Reddit, it has an easier one. Let me find it. Are
'Cause
you
I was
sure I
gonna
can
say,
share on here?
That's
I
the one I had from
yeah,
Reddit, but I couldn't share it.
you can
So.
share.
Let me get to it.
Anyways, nice to have you on here, Ivy.
Thank you for bringing me on.
You want some chicken?
No, thank you. Let's see, what is at home and then I got to be careful because of crazies, and I probably should open up a different. Well, let me.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of crazies. Adam, Deb.
We're good crazies though.
We're not you guys crazies.
I
People
know.
who watch crazies.
I know.
We're normal crazies. She means the
Yes.
crazies.
It's
You'll
the
speak
people
for
who don't think they're crazy that are the crazies.
craziest.
Right.
Yeah.
I realized from doing lives or from doing lives and just being in the true crime community, I learned that a lot of people, like I said, that they think that they're normal, and then you listen to their thoughts and you're like, like what
Oh,
turnip
shit.
truck did you just fall off of? You know? No, I'm not kidding though. There's a whole lot of stupid people out there, and I'm not kidding. And these are the same people that you think that they're normal, and then they trick you.
Right.
Then they go like east and west on you, and you're like, whoa, how did you get here? How do you even think that sounds logical?
Oh, don't even get me started. I'll probably piss people off.
Don't you think that people? Don't you think because people get so focused on being suspicious of everything that they lose track of like the reality of like?
Yes, 100%.
And so they go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Mhm.
100%.
I think this case makes people insane.
It does, and it should.
Yeah, and the
Do I
strong.
just push share?
Go
Is
ahead.
that all?
What?
Do I just push share? The button share?
Yeah, just put share, and then I gotta share it. Yeah.
All right. Share screen. Share screen.
Okay.
Entire screen? Yes. I have to talk my way through things.
No problem. We're listening. You got pills for her, Adam?
I do not. I think Deb looks like she'd have more medicine.
Got a stash of pills for Ivy over here.
Okay, I can't see you guys anymore, so let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay.
Uh-huh. See that? Who's whistling, actually?
That was me.
Was it you? I looked down and I looked up and I'm like, Adam's just sitting there like he didn't do it, and you are, and I'm like, wait, what? And I thought it was Ivy that was whistling.
No, definitely not
Did she
me.
share her screen with you, Sunny?
Yeah, like when she hits share, then I have to hit share. So, like, kind of like when Mama shares something, I have to hit share as well. Because, like, I clicked it, accept. I can't talk today. I clicked accept. Do you want me to speak slower? so my English comes out proper. But I clicked accept where you said, and it still didn't take me any further.
That's weird.
So I'm like, because what is it that we're looking for again? The transcripts.
Yeah, I have them pulled up.
Okay. Is it not allowing you to share?
Oh, I already clicked all the share buttons. I was waiting on you.
Well, there's nothing that popped up here. Nothing. Yeah.
Let me go back.
I was just waiting on you. Thinking.
Both thinking we're slow.
Yeah.
Okay, share screen, share screen, entire screen, share. Oh, Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. Follows these steps.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's Chrome.
All right, systems preferences. You guys can mute me while I talk to myself.
Okay. I talk to dead people.
I don't know what's worse, dead people or yourself.
As long as you don't answer yourself.
That's what I think, actually.
Oh, no, I answer myself. Yeah. I'm one of those people at work that I'm just like, okay, you stupid fucking computer, fucking move, you know. That's me. And then at work they're like, talking to yourself. I was like, yeah, just talking to myself again.
Why can't I see my system's preferences right there? There they are. Okay.
Okay.
Which one is it? Is it that one?
Ivy, aren't you if I'm not mistaken, aren't you you're friends with Cold Truth, am I right? Mel.
I am.
Yeah. Just I'm not sure if you're allowed to say or not, but any update on Greeno?
I got so burnt out on that stuff. I haven't checked.
Oh,
lately.
it's no. Don't even worry about it. I was just
last I heard, there was I think there's a court date in March, I believe.
okay.
No, wait, this is March. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. No, I get it.
He's where he needs to be.
And that I'm happy with. Because bottom line is you need to be accountable for your own choices. And if you lead a path like that, then you reap what you sow. Simple as that.
It's crazy how many people continue to believe him. Is what I don't understand. When there's evidence.
I know. I kind of make fun of that sometimes here because it's just. I mean, I think of it like this myself, Ivy. Even though you're still not sharing anything, by the way. But
I know.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Take your time. I think of it like this. If that was my child, would I want them bringing someone like that home to me?
Yeah.
Or not? Would I, so when people are donating and giving money or going, Greeno, I'm with you. And I'm just like, really, people?
I'll be right back. It's going to make me quit and reopen it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So maybe do you want me guys just to read that other stuff for a minute? Or should I wait? It's kind of long, so I don't know if start and then stop.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? I got nothing better to do myself. If anybody else does.
I'm going to run and use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Go for me too. Even though I already went.
Okay.
More like I should have went for you.
I know, selfish.
Just a little bit. You know what? I'm going to be so selfish. I'm going to have another piece of my chicken. I have, no, what's it called? Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, Deb?
Yeah.
People watching in the chat? Okay, hold on. No cheaters either. There's 30 cows in a field. All right, here. Actually, I'm going to put the riddle in here. Don't look for the answer either. Don't even cheat. Okay, there's 30 cows in a field, 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Say that again.
There's 30 cows in a field, 28 chickens. How many didn't?
How many didn't?
You know what? You have that same look that I had when I heard that riddle. Okay.
In a field.
There's 30 cows in a
chickens.
Field, 28 chickens. How many didn't?
2. 28 of them. 28 chickens. And
okay.
two didn't chicken? I don't know.
30 cows in a field. 28. Oh, here she comes back. Hold on. There we go.
All right, let me pull it back up. I swear, if this doesn't work, you're lots of bad words.
That's okay. They're trying to figure out a riddle while you were gone.
Ooh, what riddle? I love riddles.
There's 30 cows in a field. 28 chickens. How many didn't?
There's 30 cows in a field, 28 chickens. How many didn't? 28.
Nope.
No.
You sure that's all that you're supposed to say? There's
Yeah.
not something else to it?
Yeah. I know. I said the same thing when I first heard this.
Oh, you're saying 20 of them ate chickens.
Are you?
Oh, 10.
It sounded like you were saying 28 chickens.
I think that's the
Right.
point. The way I did it was they were chicken, so they like didn't do something because they were scared.
That's
But-
how I thought, because I thought she said 28, like the number 28.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I
All right.
kept listening to the guy that told me
Yeah.
it. Oh wait,
So
hey,
10
look
didn't.
it. We got it. Okay. There
I don't
you
know why
go.
we're looking at this though, because I don't know what we're looking at. It's really long. Wait, is this the right one? This may not. I think I pulled up the wrong one.
So I think wasn't this the what? Yeah, what was the real reason here now? Was it still because of did they cross the creek or not?
Because I sent you that part of it. There's some really interesting stuff in here though. If you haven't read or seen this one, because it's like 20 something minutes long. It was very long. No, 43 minutes.
Now, is that one of those things? Did you put the link in the chat?
I can.
Yeah, if you could.
I was gonna send it to you, but I had already sent you a couple of emails. I didn't want to
Spam me?
Yeah.
No, I'm good with that. I'm like, oh my god, Jenga. Oh my god, radar. Delete. I just pretend I read them. Oh darn. No, I didn't get it. It went to spam. Sorry, I answered you a week later. No, just kidding. Yeah, some of them are getting it now.
There was one where I think it was right here, maybe.
Yeah.
If you watch the video, he gets really weird about it. Like when she asked, I want to say it's the was a weapon left, maybe. And he said, I think it was that one. I don't want to answer at this time, so ...
So, is there a video?
See, it was taken down. That's the weird part. So like this came out and then I think Gray has it on his channel somewhere. He took it down a while ago, but I think he did it again after that. So there's like a short clip of it that I might be able to find, but they took the original one down. Wait a minute. I think it might have been a different one because I think she says, I'm sorry.
Who says I'm sorry?
I think the interviewer does. Here's DNA.
Yeah, just I don't care. Whatever you want to touch on is fine with me.
Googled Google.
Yeah, no problem.
Jerry Holman. He's got like a checkered shirt. There it is right there. And a yellow tie. So this is the short version. Oh,
that's what that's the one we had watched a few minutes ago, yeah? Or about an hour ago.
I was trying to find something. Are you sure it was?
One? Is this like 2 minutes and 40 something seconds?
It's only 22 seconds.
Oh, okay, then hit it then.
It may be part of the one.
There's some others that we think could help us, but again, protecting the integrity of the investigation is the key here. So we can't release everything we have because there's only certain people that know the details. And if we release everything, then we get into possible false confession, at least a portion of it. There's some others.
That wasn't a good one. I think there's a 22 seconds. I wonder if they took even the shorter ones down. So to me, it's weird when they do stuff like that. Like the internet has been wiped of it, except for people who recorded it. So, I don't know. To me, that says that there was something in it that they didn't want out there.
Is it the news channel that took it down?
Yes. And I was going to email them, but I never got around to it. It's like story of my life, but
Procrastinate.
oh my gosh, that's like, when do I not procrastinate? Let's see if we can skim through it real quick and find a good nugget.
Yeah. Okay.
Talking about tips. Phone call. Let's see. I called the sheriff to see if they needed assistance, and he said, yeah, we're probably going to need some help. That was when they were missing. It's in the helicopter, FBI. Here's it talks about the snowbird people. Let's see. Because it's a rural area, we had to kind of stretch that out a little bit. So we did maybe a general area canvas initially, and then maybe a day or two later, we spread that out. Come back, make sure, because it's February, so there were still people at vacation, or winter snowbirds, they call them. And so there was still some houses that we didn't make contact right away. So, but we have now. So, I mean, we continue to do that. And now 6 months later, we're still getting new tips on people. So we're following up on those. But we also have a group of detectives that are assigned to go back and make sure we didn't miss anything, review things. And so we're taking it very serious. We're not, I think your biggest fear when you're doing an investigation is something might slip through the cracks, and we're not going to let that happen. We got a team of people, blah, blah, blah. Then they're talking about the sketches. This is before the second sketch came out. Well, that's a good question. It's actually, so she asked, the sketches behind you, it's pretty detailed. Like we said, the guy who did it, obviously unbelievably talented, because he maybe didn't have a bunch of information, but it's unbelievable what they could come up with, right? Make this composite sketch that could help crack the case. When did those people come forward, talking about the witnesses, who came up with the old guy sketch that said they saw him possibly near the trail? And then Holman says, well, that's a good question. It's actually compiled, so it's not just from one person. So we've had several people say that they saw the person that we identified through the video that we obtained off Liberty's phone. And we put that out, so once people saw the photo and they said, oh, I saw that guy, we have to determine, is that the guy they saw, first of all? And then if it is, then let's work together. So I lost my spot. So we were getting calls that night and throughout the last couple months. Some people don't watch the news. Some people don't really follow what's going on. And some of them were sooner than later. But then we took our time with that. We took our time. We interviewed the composite drawing. What? We interviewed the composite drawing. I think that's a weird, it sounded like they interviewed the drawing, which obviously isn't right. Itself took a week and a half, 2 weeks. That's a long time, because we wanted to make sure it was exactly right as the people recalled that. So we have been getting better tips. Obviously, the first photo is pretty hard to see. It's pixelated pretty bad. And we want to make sure people know this might not look exactly like the person, but he's going to have similar facial features. So this is just what the person or persons that we've interviewed over the last several months believes this is what the guy looked like. So, I mean, there's 4 of us in the room right now. If somebody walked in for 30 seconds and he left, we'd all have different drawings. But I think the facial features and the major identifiers, we would all get right. That's interesting, because if you remember Carter, he said over and over again, focus on the guy's, I forget the word, like movement or what did he say? Like how he walked and
like the gait.
Yeah, and
mannerisms.
Mannerisms is the word. Yes. Mm-hmm. So that's he like really emphasized that. Oh, is it a few people that kind of saw Is it a few people that kind of possibly saw him? I mean, was there more than a couple that saw him, right? Yeah, I would say that's a good statement. There's more than a few that said they saw him. Now, like I said, we have to determine, there was other people on the trail. Are they actually seeing the guy that is responsible for this, or are they seeing somebody else who is out walking? That's interesting too, especially knowing that they came up with a different sketch later.
Well, they came up with the other sketch first, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say that. So like, it's interesting, especially since they put out the second sketch later, but the second sketch was the first sketch. Like,
which is why I think Carter probably said that, focus on these things, because I think they had, the discrepancies in the sketch.
Yeah, and I read the interview with the guy who drew the younger guy sketch, and from that interview, he doesn't come right out and say it, but everything that's in that interview points to it only being one witness.
Right.
Because he says that he would do a different sketch for each witness, and there's only one. So based on that. So that's interesting that that's one, and then it sounds like several people. And the other day, I can't remember what I was listening to, but it was an interview. It must have been, I don't know if it was a one from a while ago or a recent one, but they said that the no, it was an earlier one because it was definitely the old guy sketch. I don't know. Take that out. Anyway, it said that witnesses saw him leaving is the important part. Which I had never heard that before.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
here's
didn't
where
hear-
they talk about the bridge. Oh, sorry, go on.
I had never heard that either.
If I can figure out
I
where
was chomping on chicken. What did you say?
it was in an interview that I was listening to the other night. It was an old one, and they said that witnesses saw him leaving, I think is what it said. I'll have to see if I can find it.
Did that come from Greeno?
It was an interview with like a law enforcement person.
Yeah. It always just seems like there's a lot of mistalk all the time. Like,
Yeah.
it even seems like law enforcement can't say similar things half the time. And it drives me crazy. Because it's like, it's just that they're not consistent in what they say.
Right.
And I just feel, and this is the whole reason why when I even learned of the Delphi case, I was like, really? They come out with a second sketch, and they don't even really tell people about why. Just here's a second sketch. This is the one to follow now. We believe this is whatever, end of story type of thing. And you're just like, wait, what?
A lot of people think that like the stuff they say is very scripted and every single word has a meaning, but I do not believe that. I think that a lot of times they just talk off the cuff, and that's why things like that come out.
Yeah.
But every once in a while you'll get a nugget.
Mm-hmm.
This is the part I was talking about. Let me see if I can highlight it for people. Oop, not that. This part right here. I know you already read it, but where it says, so the question was, would it have been difficult for the girls to travel from where they were on the bridge to where they were found? And he basically says like, yes, talks about the terrain, and then says, and to cross the creek. I mean, obviously it's February. It's probably not the warmest. It was a warm day that day, but still the water temperature was cooler than the air temperature. So yeah, it would have been difficult, which to me, he's talking about how they did cross the creek. And then he says, I mean, I don't think anyone would say, hey, would walk that way. So to me, he's saying they crossed the creek, and it wouldn't be normal for anybody who was just out there walking to cross the creek. So it was either the guy's like plan for whatever reason. It wasn't a innocent reason. It was during the crime is what it says to me, but who knows?
Ivy, what day do you have any idea when this interview was done again? Sorry.
August 14th, 2017.
Okay, so August. Okay, thank you.
See if there's anything else good. Oh, what's this? Let's see. So this is the interviewer. That area where the bodies were found too, when you went down there, because you guys kept that crime tape up for a while, and you're still going back down there writing, retracing the steps, and looking for anything that you might have needed to go back to the scene to check out. So when you went back down there, so that area was taped off. The area is where the bodies were found, right? That circular, that taped off place. So that's where, when we talked down, obviously all the investigative work had been done, and they had taken away any evidence they had found. Was there a decent amount of evidence they found at the scene? My gosh, that was a very long way to ask that question. He says, I think so. I think without getting into detail, like I said, we don't, but we do have more than maybe your normal crime scene. Let me read that again. But we do have more than maybe your normal crime scene. We have evidence there that we're processing daily and working on, and still, yeah, it's been 6 months, but there's different techniques that you can use and things like that. So I'm not a lab person, So I can't, talk in lab language, but I'm in contact with them weekly, if not daily. And they're telling us, we're still doing this. We're still working on things. So it's hard to say without jeopardizing the integrity of the investigation how much evidence we had, or, because there's 3 people, in my opinion, maybe more, but at least 3 people who knew what happened that day, and 2 of them are dead. So that one person knows the details of the crime. That's why we don't like to talk about details and what we found and what we didn't find. That's an interesting thing to include, because when we do get that person and we do talk to them, they're the only ones who are going to know the details about this. And that's another reason why we don't like Facebook putting false information out, because then people believe that and they tip off those details that are false, and it just kind of impedes our investigation a little bit. It's interesting that he included what we didn't find. But then at the very beginning, it sounds like he confirmed that there was more than in your normal crime scene, which is confusing.
Yeah.
But then if you put that with what I've said in that one interview that he did, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I believe you're talking about the one where he's talking about the crime scene.
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly his wording, but he basically said, if you go into a house like where somebody kills their wife or whatever, you go in, like you see 2 shells on the ground and there's like a body there, and you're able to piece together exactly what happened.
Right.
Like she was against a wall, she got shot. It was this person. And he said that Delphi's scene is not like that.
Right.
So maybe what they had is not like that.
And I do like what he said when it was like, it's the DNA or whatever is, I think it's not like what you would expect.
Yeah.
Well, this leads into this then. So she asked, was DNA evidence found? And then Holman says, well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's the tricky question nobody wants to answer. But, I think at every crime scene you're going to have DNA. You're going to have the victim's DNA. You're going to probably have the victim's family's DNA. Touch DNA is very powerful. So if I touch your shirt today, that DNA could still be there for weeks, if not months. So we're still working on identifying whose all DNA we have there, and we'll continue to do that until we determine whose all DNA is at the scene.
Yeah.
And that's 6 months out.
Yeah. Because I just remember that one interviewer saying, was there talking about the DNA, and then Carter saying basically we don't talk about it, and the reporter was like, well, that one deputy already said that there was DNA at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say whose.
Yeah.
But then people kept going on this whole rampage. Well, they have his DNA. Even to this day, that's all we keep hearing is, well, they have his DNA. They have his DNA. They would know if it's Chadwell. They would know if it says. No, not once did they say they knew whose DNA it was. They just said that they had, the one guy said, obviously prematurely, that they had DNA when he shouldn't have spoke. But he obviously said it, so it got out. But it's funny how people want to take that and twist it to, well, they have the killer's DNA, because it's like when you do that telephone game, you only remembering part of what was said, not the full thing.
Right.
Because obviously, if they had his DNA, pretty sure that there would have been arrest more than 5 years into it. I think so.
That's kind of like Gray Hughes. I think it was when he did the interview with Becky and Mike. They were talking about what had happened before the guys down the hill, and they had said that basically, like, one of them asked about the guy that was behind them, and when they did that, Gray repeated what they had told him to, confirm that he was understanding, but he paraphrased it and said, oh, like the creepy guy's behind us, just as an example, and that took off like it's fact. There's like a billion people today who will say that is what was said, and then other people like, that was never said, that was a lie. And it's like, no, it was just an example given.
Well, I was gonna say, wasn't that supposedly originally from Anna at the crime con? I was told
the creepy guy.
Yeah, and that Anna. Yeah, and then Becky said that Anna misspoke. She didn't say creepy guy.
I think what she said was, is that guy still behind me?
Is that right? That was it. Is the guy?
Yeah.
that guy's still behind us. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the exact wording, but it's like that's the basic
Pretty
gist of it.
close. I know we'd hate to, say the wrong thing and then
Start
it take
another
off.
one. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, people and their words.
Well,
Ivy, Radar would like you to read the last paragraph one more time.
The one I just read?
Yeah.
Which one
Just
did
the
I
last
just
paragraph.
read? I've scrolled since then.
Oh, did you scroll?
What did you get? What did I just read? Oh, the DNA stuff?
Yeah,
Yes.
you were at the DNA.
Right here. Okay, so Holman said, I mean, obviously that's the tricky question nobody wants to answer, but I think at every crime scene you're going to have DNA. You're going to have the victim's DNA. You're going to probably have victims' families' DNA. Touch DNA is very powerful. So if I touch your shirt today, that DNA could still be there for weeks, if not months. So we're still working on identifying whose all DNA we have there, and we'll continue to do that until we determine whose all DNA is at the scene. Another thing, though, is they're taking DNA samples from people to rule them out. So what are they testing that against, or are they not?
Right, because I mean, they took DNA from Daniel Nations when they went to Colorado. They've taken DNA from pretty much everyone that they've interviewed.
Well, Ivy, I'm not sure if you've heard me say this before or not, but I literally have on tape, or like a recording, where someone in a different county, and I think I said the other day, Lafayette, a different county, and this would be more of a superior person, right? That said, basically, because he didn't know he was being recorded, said, they got no fucking DNA. They screwed up the case from the start. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that would seem true because they obviously would talk amongst themselves. We're not talking about just a regular little Paw Patrol cop type of thing. It's more of a superior.
Where'd you hear that at?
I have it on tape. I'm not going to say where it's from because I promised, but I have it on tape. Absolutely.
Did you play it in one of your other shows?
Never have. Nope, never have shared it.
Interesting.
It's one of those knowledges that, again, that I know the truth of what I've heard. I don't feel like I need to share it with other people. I can put it out there and say it by words, and if people believe me, they do. Because I promised the other person, obviously, if I play it,
people aren't going to give you information if you tell everybody when you said you wouldn't.
So it's just one of those things.
With Klein, he said they took a swab and a hair from him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Who did? Who?
Kagan Klein.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
So maybe they found a hair.
Keegan Klein knows he's probably innocent. Like, I think he knows that he's like, you know what? Whatever other people did with the freaking Dropbox, I didn't do it.
They might have taken a hair follicle because the root of the hair would be a stronger DNA and obviously stronger to match to a family member.
I'm going to stop sharing. I have something interesting that I need to show you that I started working on last night. It is not finished, but I need to pull it up. Can you not see my screen anymore?
No, we cannot.
No, you took it down.
Yeah.
Right.
You'll have to share it again with me. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. Because last night I don't know what made me start doing it, but I started Googling all the child pornography cases in the area over the last couple of years and like making little notes about them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of interesting.
There's been a lot.
Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous.
And there's been a lot of arrests lately.
So, do you think something's coming down the pipe soon, Ivy?
I don't know. That's how I always am, though. I'm always like, it wouldn't surprise me if it did. It wouldn't surprise me if it didn't.
I know. I guess, especially for people that have been following it, like, since the beginning, like, this is probably just old news to them. But I feel like from the time that I've been watching it, it's really ramped up.
This
recently.
Is the biggest news there's ever been in my, I think, by far.
And I think that's why I think that, I remember, like, so what was the purpose of, changing or taking off the weight and stuff like that on the ISP? Like all these subtle things that are big things, though.
Right.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like someone said earlier, they've been removing documents from the websites completely.
Well, what I heard was that they accidentally put them up in the first place.
Well, the two documents that Murder Sheets have, they said they accidentally put up, and then they took down an hour later. But I guess someone was it Jinga or Radar who earlier was saying that they have been removing documents from the FBI website or the ISP website, Deb. And you asked, I think, for the link, and they sent us to that.
One of them. I'm not sure. Somebody definitely said that, and maybe that's because they don't want some, like Murder Sheets revealing anything else.
Right.
I didn't know there was documents up on there in the first place.
They were apparently they were apparently somewhere that only people in law or like a lawyer could access.
Yeah.
If I'm reading it correctly, and then like an hour later they were taken down. But I guess this person from Murder Sheets had downloaded them already.
Yeah, the story still sounds weird to me, but I guess I'll believe them.
So the one that they'll release on Tuesday is the transcript from the interview, I think, with Kagan Klein, which is 194 pages long.
Oh man, I cannot wait. I feel bad being so excited, but I cannot wait.
You can't wait for what?
That thing to come out. What is it, an interview?
It's a 194-page transcript of the interview with Kagan Klein with law enforcement.
Right.
And apparently they go over his oh my gosh, I can't think of the word. Lie detector test.
Here's what I think happened. I have a discovery. I got like a discovery document. I forget what it's called that I got from the court clerk, and it was from December sometime, like mid-December. And the two things listed were the Barbara McDonald interview, and then it said a statement from Kagan Klein from I think it was August 19th maybe of 2020.
Yes,
and I
August 9th,
weird because I'm like, if that had stuff in it, why wouldn't they already have it in there? It doesn't make sense that they would be waiting to add it to the discovery now. And so I was thinking, well, maybe he lied in either in the statement he gave them or the Barbara McDonald one, so they're using those to compare. So what I'm thinking happened is somehow those two discovery documents, like the actual evidence, were leaked for whatever reason, and I bet that's the interview from him, and then you got the Barbara McDonald one.
Well, I know that Barbara McDonald is in a group that I'm in, and she told us before it ever aired that the transcripts were in front of a lawyer because they were going to become a key part of the evidence, because what he told her is not what he told the police.
Right.
Yep. That backs up what I was thinking. That's exciting. So like these are I just found these last night, and I finally had to go to bed at like 4:00. But look at this. This is from like, they're not, I started putting them in order like halfway through, so they're not all going to be in order. Or they may miraculously be, actually. I think they are. Look at all that.
I tell you what's contributed to that in Indiana too is we have an organization called PCI, and what they do is they do sting operations. They do it for free. They do sting operations, and they go online and talk to predators and pretend to be underage kids, and then they meet up with them, and they actually go live with meeting up on them with them on Facebook, and confront them. And talk to them and ask them why they do it and ask them all kinds of information. They read some of the comments that the chomos have made to the underage kids. There was several times where it was someone trying to meet up with a 6 and 9-year-old child.
So it's like that show To Catch a Predator.
This is called PCI. Yeah, it's like it. It's a real cool guy. He's in dreads. He's just, I have actually seen him in person. I've ran into him in a store. But anyway, then they call the police. The police usually show up there and arrest them. And I think that's contributed to, because they have gotten in the last year close to 200.
I wonder if they call the police directly or if they tip it in to, I forget what this acronym stands for, National Child.
They call the police, whatever town they're in, they call that local police.
Because all of these listed here, or almost all of them, are from, or at least according to the information I got, are from tips called into the NCMEC. And so it's like there's probably 3 or 4 that are from Google because they have like some sort of, I don't know, like software that like can identify it and then it flags it. But so from this one right here, all the way down, that's just since November that I could find last night in a couple hours.
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at them though, like this one, and I saw like several bestiality ones, which I thought, because then I'm like, well, are they passing around the same photos is one of the thoughts that I started having.
Yeah.
So I thought like there's a potentially you could connect all these people and follow them around, like their connections, and figure out like if there's a group or not. Because there's and some of these, like if I got say halfway through, I decided to like add in another type of information. So some of them have all the info and some of them don't. But you've got Facebook right here. You've got a couple of Snapchats. You've got a Dropbox up here. Has been obtaining it since November on Dropbox and Mega, which is like Dropbox. And then there's a bunch of them are under 12. And then there's like this one, Vic Wheel. I don't know how you pronounce that. He was tipped in like February, I think. And then in April was when they arrested him for it was sexual misconduct with a 15-year-old. But then their investigation led them to Matthew Riddle, which is this guy. And then in July, this guy was arrested. And then he was in jail for like 3 months, and they found more stuff after they continued the investigation. And then if you look at a lot of these too, it'll go back to like investigation started January 2021. There's a lot of January 2021s, and there's a lot of December 2021s that it goes back to. Like CSAM saved in Google folders. There's like quite a few like that.
Radar just said, what does BCI stand for?
I think it's not BCI, it's PCI.
Yeah, I think, PCI.
Yeah. Let me look it up. I'll tell you. They're on YouTube too.
I wonder too if these are brothers. They're 6 days with each other, same last name.
Yeah. Probably sure that they are.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep looking at it and see if I can find any other ones. There was a really scary one that I think is the one that I was going to send somebody last night, and then I got distracted and went to bed. It was super scary.
Radar PCI stands for Predator Catchers Incorporated, or Indiana. It's Predator Catchers Indiana. That's what it is.
There was one that they found, and I think when they found him, he had been called in for like watching people, like with night, what is that, night vision goggles and weird shit like that. Wow. And when they found him, he was in a van, and the stuff he had in his van was terrifying. It was like toys and his clothes and like rope and weird shit.
You know, I used to work in doing advertising and marketing for a dental office, and when we had old dental tools, we could not sell them online or anything because of predators and weird people who would buy them to torture and hurt people with.
Gosh.
Yeah, weird.
A lot of these guys are young too, which I know I'm stereotyping and it's not accurate, obviously, but I just don't think about that. I don't know, but anyway, I'll stop. Did I stop sharing? Stop sharing. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you did. Yeah.
Gotta let my cat in. He's yelling at me.
Who's that yelling at you?
My cat.
Oh, I just thought it was your husband. I was gonna say, what do you want, thunder or lightning? But the cat's innocent. Yeah.
He's old, so.
How old's your cat?
I think he's 14, if I'm doing the math right.
Yeah. And is it a girl or a boy?
It's a boy. His name is Lucifer. He doesn't name, but...
Right.
Yeah. Live forever.
He's a white Persian. Well, he's a Persian mix. Weird looking little alien face.
Yeah. Lucifer. That's my sister's name. No word of a lie.
Radar says PCR. Ours is CNM. Chomo no mo.
Chomo.
Chomo no mo.
Chomo no mo.
What's really funny is at the end of their videos that, predators usually jump in their car and try to drive off, and he chases the car screaming chomo at them.
Apparently they're on YouTube. I think someone said in here.
Yeah, they're on YouTube and Facebook, and they do their catches live.
Wow.
And it's unbelievable.
They coordinate with law enforcement? So is law enforcement involved?
Yeah. At first, the law enforcement wasn't as much.
Right.
But now they have really good relationships because the law enforcement understand that they're helping them.
Right.
And they come with like a folder of all of the transcripts of the what was that? All the transcripts from what the Chomos have said when they think they're talking to these children.
Right.
And they hand the book to the police officer. It's pretty crazy.
What do you guys think about Fouts? Do you think that's anything, or do you think that's a whole separate case?
So as you know, or maybe you don't know, so as you don't know or know, I talked to the ex-mistress of Judge Votes, as well as the escort. Sometimes people get them mixed up. She believes that he has something to do with it.
Which one?
Both.
Both do?
Both. But on the 13th, on the 13th and 14th, I believe that that he was taking those 2 days off or something that she had said.
I've heard that.
Yeah. And so, of course, so let me say this to you, Ivy. I have a hard time with this particular part. Ashley Garth, on February 13th, Judge Fouts decided her case. That wasn't scheduled till the 16th, but he decided it exactly on the 13th of February of 2017 for Ashley Garth.
So he was in court.
He was, yes. It's what we would say is probably giving yourself an alibi, because it's not like he would get his hands dirty, first of all. Right? Like, I believe, so knowing what I kind of know about him myself, whether it's from Tiara, I think we can all safely say he's a piece of shit. Like, honestly.
But is he a murderous piece of shit, is the question.
Right. I get torn on that, because it's kind of like, when I think of the crime scene and that bumbling idiots, in a sense, like, okay, obviously I'm not sure if you know who our persons of interest is, which is Keegan Dunkirk or Ashley Garth, Garrett Kurtz, Palladino, blah, blah, blah. I mean, these people aren't the brightest bulbs in the world that could literally get away with staging a crime scene and getting away with it all. Unless there was such a mass that it really just was the perfect storm that happened. I think if anyone could say, if anyone could lead how to stage a crime scene, it would definitely be a judge or something. It's someone in the high superior, like, you know what I mean? Someone that would have knowledge, in a sense. So I get torn myself, because I know Judge Fouts is very likely to definitely be with the Lafayette Boys Club and a lot more other lawyers, mayors, prosecutors, etc. Again, that's just information from Tiara. And so I find with the whole 13th thing in Ashley Garth, I'm going to say his hands are dirty. And I'm just not sure how dirty they are, but they're definitely dirty. So I'm just not sure if it's, you know how, like, if people feel like they're looking at two cases at the same time, like that type of thing.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of torn on this myself, because it's kind of like, it's kind of like, how deep is his involvement? Is it just money, porn, like he was preening on an 11-year-old, yeah?
Wait, what?
Judge Fouts, yeah?
I don't know.
So,
Say that
well,
again.
okay, so the ex-mistress for Judge Fouts, right? She was like 11 years old. She remembers she was at some sort of fair that they were having for something to do with like a lawyer thing or whatever, something about pre-lawyers. He saw her by herself and basically was wanting to kind of know why she was by herself. He ends up taking her home, and then basically starts befriending the fat mom, the grandma, takes her to the courthouse, and it's all deemed as innocence, really, until hindsight kicks in. And then it's like he has this ridiculous obsession with her. And so, like I said, I don't want to get fully into the story of it, but enough so that all you're thinking in your head is, you little pedophile bitch,
Have you watched or read the stuff that Tiara put out?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So she talked about them, like, there was that whole group and bikers and whatnot, and
Yep.
but she mentioned them kidnapping girls, young girls.
Right. Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. She
And
said
oh,
go
keep
ahead.
going.
No,
I said
you go ahead.
this could mean nothing, but I was looking at it a little bit ago, a couple weeks ago, and I searched my case for Fouts from, I think it was like June 26th, 2020. I think the article about him stepping down came out the 25th. So I did the 26th through like sometime in early March of 2022. And I looked at all the cases that he was a lawyer on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like, which I think is weird, that like you step down because of this stuff that's potentially embarrassing, and then
Right.
he's a court-appointed lawyer right after that. So like I could not imagine doing that. I would at least go to the next county or something. I would be so embarrassed to have to step down as a judge and then go be a
I
court
know.
in the same county with the same people.
Right.
So not
And
only
only
that, but then
right.
I noticed, and it's not that many, but probably 10 maybe out of all the results, I think there might have been 200 and something results, but they were Hispanic last names. So then I looked up the population, and there's like a tiny, tiny Hispanic population there. So statistically, like why? And they were mostly in White County, which is
Mm-hmm.
where
Ray
what's
Hanish.
his face? Yes, Ray
Mm-hmm.
Hanish, where he was murdered and where that case is. So I don't know. It's all very strange, and that was gonna be my next thing. I haven't looked into it again, is potentially, like, what are those I looked at a few of them, what the charges were, and 2 of them were from Illinois, and there was quite a few, like, driving, but, like, DUI type things, and then with some, like, possessions on there, but I was wondering, is he an attorney for, like, a group? And my other question, how does Greeno pay for him?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Right.
Greeno is the not to get too far on that subject, Greeno was the second person to hire him as a non-court appointed attorney after he stepped down. The second person. The first person was somebody with a extensive criminal history. So that kind of makes me wonder too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really honestly believe that he's mixed in. Like when I first learned of the Judge and Jaylene video, and so that's when Tiara had kind of posted saying, hey, look, 'cause people were worried about her, saying, well, I'm all right. I messaged her on Messenger eventually, probably a couple months down the road, just being like, hey, people are talking about you. They want to know how you're doing. Sorry, that's my mother-in-law from England messaging me. But anyway, so yeah. So I really strongly felt myself, Ivy, that there was a connection to Delphi. It was intuition, gut instinct. There was just something about it that said, there's something more to this. I just don't know what it is. And I went down the whole Fouts rabbit hole. And then I kept coming across people, even a relation in some way that his name was attached to that Amber person that died. There was some Amber person that died. I can't think of her name. Amber. Maybe somebody in chat might know. Maybe Radar might know. Her name was Amber something. I think she worked at like a fast food store. Some sort of
at the
like,
gas station with
yes.
Mike. That story?
I think so. Yes. Her name was Amber something. And I apologize for not knowing. But anyway, so as I was searching, all of a sudden it's kind of like she came into the picture. And I was like, oh, where have I seen this name before? But that's when I kind of realized that, you know what? This thing is too fucking bigger than me just to keep snooping around, because this is when I'm mostly doing it myself. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to stick to the gist of the story. You know, I know what Tiara has said. I know what the ex-mistress has said. So I know exactly what she said. And so it leads me to believe that he's either a part of it and it's all to do with the drugs money. Whether regardless if it's Derek German or whatever, it's going to be drugs money, you know, and like it makes sense that it's to do with revenge to me still. There's nothing that's made me want to veer a different way, because it just seems like everything has been planned, but not against Abby, but against Libby. And just from all the research, and again, whether people believe me or not, I know Keegan Dunker is the BG, you know, like I said. So when I attach Garrett Kurtz to that, and I attach the cryptic note, Keegan Dunker holding a pig up exactly 1 year after, I've seen the crime scene, or at least Devil's Hop Yard, to find that mask that's underneath his neck, just stuff like that. And like I said, I'm not even here to sell it to people that are watching. It's because I know in my heart, and I know because I'm that type of person that digs, and it looks like you are too. I can tell you dig, and you dig, and you're searching for answers and whatever. And then there's other people that just write off the coattails of channels and just use that information, and that's fine, whatever. I just like to make sure that what I'm doing, you know, I'm very hard on myself. First of all, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it right, you know, and sometimes I get sloppy myself when I'm, you know, too lazy, like the whole fighting thing with with Garrett Kurtz and this guy named that I thought, because he looked freaking like Keegan Klein, but it was actually Trent. His name was Trent. That was my bad. I just looked for one kind of mole, found whatever, and I was like, okay. And I didn't really do my research properly until Mike, what's his name? Matt Sullivan or whatever, kind of, well, was a dick, but called me out in this video.
He isn't any better.
Hey?
So, like, he's any better.
Oh, no, he was a dick. And so he knew I said that too, because it was. I mean, just because people are intuitive or whatever, you know, like those people can kiss my ass over and over again. I am very intuitive, but this said nothing. But the fact is that I didn't do my homework properly. He called me out on that as well for not, you know, because he showed the tattoo on the arm of Emily, and he was right. So then I talked to the person that posted the video, and he's the one that told me the person's name, and it was just like, okay, thank you. Okay, my bad. Here's an apology, you know, or apology to the people watching. Here's a retract type of thing. But it's the thing is that I don't mind being called out if I'm wrong, but show me that I'm wrong, though. Don't sit there and tell me that I can't get markings. Prove to me that I can't get markings if you want to say it to me, because I proved my pictures to people, and if they want to choose to believe seeing it or believe not, that's your choice. But I work hard, very hard to show what I do, and it's not for FBI anymore, because FBI already has enough information that I've given them for what I've gave them. It doesn't matter about whoever else gave stuff. I'm just saying that I've given my information, and then it became about wanting to take the viewers on a journey to say, hey, this is what I do. This is how I'm figuring out how I'm finding markings. This, you know, I'm trying to take them along with me. So I'm just not having a channel that's just kind of like da-da-da-da-da-da and
Mhm.
full of fluff that I'm trying to show them on a journey. Look, this is how I'm coming to my conclusion of Keegan Dunker, that I'm literally showing you. Here's this mole, here's this hair curl, here's this mole, here's a different picture. But that's why you have to do it, unfortunately, because that the BG's video we know is fully distorted. But it's not like you can't make out anything. So I find it hilarious that people want to be able to make out a phone on his side, or this on his side, or some sort of emblem on his thing, and yet somehow Sunny can't make out, freaking moles when I can freaking see eyelashes. I didn't expect I was going to. It just so happened. I was like, sweet, I can. So that's how, really, it just kind of like trickled from there. It started off with 2 moles, went to 10 moles. Then I spent 6 to 7 months just going, okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I literally panicked when Chadwell came out. Honestly, at first I was like, you guys, he's not the BG. Then I panicked because he started having some same moles in the same spots as Keegan, and the face was, it was similar. I literally had to like second guess myself, and then I was like, okay, phew, finally, I found took some more pictures, whatever, and I'm like, okay, no, you're good, and so, again, it's just how I don't even know if you have a POI or not, or whatever, but everything is just attaching, I guess, is even what I'm trying to say, long-winded way, but everything is just attaching to Garrett Kurtz, to Ashley Garth, to, not to say that it's truthfully about Derek German. It's just from what Tina Rodel said, and from what I've learned myself, it just seems like the most plausible scenario that I've seen so far, based on words from other people's mouths that are killers, that are people that are part of, Jason Palladino, like I said, Ashley Garth, Cryptic Note. It's all these things out of their own mouths, and hence, why would Keegan Dunker be holding a pig? If I said that he's the BG, and yet 1 year later he's holding a pig of, what does that tell you as well? That kind of starts leading with that theory bit, knowing that he knows Garrett Kurtz. I don't know. Do you have a POI, Ivy? Do you guys, or no? Not really.
I've never had a POI, actually.
No.
Which is, I don't know. I feel like I'm probably the only person in the world who's never had a POI over the last 4 years.
No.
But I'm very skeptical, might be the right word. I'm very prove it.
Right.
Prove it.
Yeah,
so,
and you know what?
That's okay.
Annoyingly so, but I know that about myself. So.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to say to you too, right? I know that about myself. You don't, but I do. And you just like, about yourself. So you know how your strong convictions are of what you're doing in your work, backing up what you're saying, and that's me. I'm backing up what I'm saying. I'm not just lightheartedly going, oh, Keegan Dunker's a BG. Why? Because he looks kind of the same and da-da-da-da. I'm backing up what I'm saying with actual physical pictures, type of thing. So I would never call somebody out myself if I just thought that was 99.9% right. I wouldn't do that to myself. I wouldn't want to humiliate myself that way. I just want to fight for the girls and justice. That's pretty much it, really. And
did you get the case file for Ashley's case when I forget which family member it was, her mom or whoever, took guardianship of her kid? That one?
I've looked at it from the Indiana.
Did you get the documents from it, or just the My Case stuff?
Just the My Case stuff. I think Mel has. I remember she had this folder of information.
You should request them.
I don't even know how, to be honest. I'm from Canada.
Request.
You just got to email not even that. You just got to email the court clerk and ask for it. They'll email it to you.
And they will.
I don't, from what I've seen of those, and I would send them to you, but I don't have them personally. I've only seen them.
Yeah.
I don't think that Derek put her back in jail based on those.
Correct.
So that's where the motive falls apart for me.
Right. And I know that, so I know that Mel was talking about that one day type of thing. And that's okay. You know, like, meaning we each have our, thoughts or whatever theories. Mine's not even based off paperwork. I mean, I know Crime Dive put out one about Derek German and then the informant stuff. And this would, more the information, if I was truly to believe that perhaps it was revenge about Derek, is more about closer family members that have spoken about him being an informant and stuff like that. So it's not like
I think he's an informant.
Yeah.
For that case,
I don't have anything to back it up. Yeah.
I forgot what it's called. Hide starts with an H. The stuff that you make meth with, like hide starts with an H.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So whether or not Ashley Garth and the kids being taken away had anything to do with it, you know, neither here nor there to me, to be honest. If it comes out in the wash that it's something, if anything, it's revenge on Derek, you know, so whether or not Ashley and her children, or I was told she had two, even though I keep hearing one, but anyways, that's neither, to me, it's not going to make or break me thinking of, about revenge or whatever. It's more about, say it again.
What would the revenge be for?
Revenge? I guess it was what Tina Rodel was saying about basically paying back for him being a snitch and not paying back his debts, being a snitch, basically. So I would still classify that underneath revenge, to basically pay someone back, use the daughter to say, hey, don't fuck with us druggies, or like, don't fuck with us type of idea. Again,
it's been too long since I've looked at Derek's stuff. My brain doesn't go that far back, so I have no knowledge of that to like know either way, or to even have an opinion either way.
Yeah, again, I'm the BG. I will keep saying that I am 100% certain of the BG. I will never say I'm certain of the storyline. The storyline is just what seems the most plausible. There's nothing there where I can say it's factual.
Mm-hmm.
I can show a cryptic note. I can show attachments that would make sense to the people that would be involved, possibly, but nothing for that part. For that part is factual. It's just what the best scenario to me, I think, would be. I can't buy the fact of that people, like, for me personally, I don't buy the fact that they were killed because of land.
I don't believe that one at all.
Yeah, and so there's just, I don't really outlook too many people's POIs or their stories, besides sometimes when I hear them the odd time. I really just kind of keep to myself. We do our own little thing. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really, really matter. We just all are waiting for the day that Abby and Libby get their justice. And keeping their word out there, keeping their stories alive. People want answers, and so I just try to dig for things that are like what I deem as factual to the BG, factual that people are saying things. But again, the whole motive, again, I can't say I'm right or wrong on this one. I don't know.
The Kleins, I guess, as a pair, or one of them separately, do you think they're related to your theory, or do you think the police are on a totally wrong track with that?
I think that they're on a different theory.
Sometimes I think they're, I hate saying this because I really hope it's not true. Sometimes I think that, like, they think Kagan Klein is involved, but they don't have the evidence that we think they do, and they're trying to scare him into admitting it.
If I was to believe anything with the Keegan Klein Tony thing, my personal belief would be that if it was one of those scenarios, and I kind of said this right when it first happened, if it was one of those scenarios where Keegan's kind of like a middleman and he's giving information to people, in a sense, like, let's just hypothetically say that Palladino or whatever, is they all know they're part of this whole Keegan Klein shit, and that they want to use the Dropbox to lure these girls, perhaps with the Anthony Shots account, whatever, to lure these girls there because they have a beef, let's just say with Derek. That's the only connection that I personally see happening, kind of to it. I could be wrong, but I feel like Keegan Klein is being truthful when he's like, give me a polygraph test. But then I don't know, because Garrett Kurtz is like, I passed my polygraph test, but wait a second, I failed it too. Like I love how a criminal literally says that they pass a polygraph and then go, but wait, it's because they asked me questions back to back is why I failed it. Yeah, no, dude, you failed it because you're a liar. That's why you failed it. So I kind of get tossed going back and forth. I seen something yesterday that really tweaked my interest. And it's a connection to an email that was made on February 13th of 2017. And someone that would know Keegan Klein. That really piqued my interest because I wasn't planning on coming across it. I just happened to look up somebody.
What was it again? Can you explain that more? That more?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so you know how Keegan Kern, for instance, lives about a couple blocks away from
that police person? Yeah.
Okay. So it was just very strange to me, even though this has nothing to do with Keegan Kern, but it was just very strange to me how Keegan Kern's name ended up on it. He's with ISP, yet it's for Keegan Klein, and yet they live down the block from each other. It just seemed really strange, but whatever.
Like the most popular name there or something? Everybody naming their kids Keegan?
Right? Don't name your kid Keegan.
Right.
Okay. I'm not ready to chat. So anyways, I happened to be looking at somebody yesterday just because I typically do that because I really don't trust people too much. And so I'll look you up on Intellius or something first, and I'll look and see what your emails are, who your family is. I'm going to look and see all the different things that I can. Your Facebook accounts, your Twitter accounts, anything type of thing. So just to prove, do you have a connection or are you somebody that's trying to talk to me and you're a fake? So I like to know that stuff. So anyways, I decided that I was going to look somebody up yesterday, and I put them within the same vicinity, within a block, basically, or a block and a half of Keegan Klein. Not only that, but then an email was created by said person a block away on February 13th of 2017.
Oh, does Intellius, or however you say that, did they tell you when emails were made too?
It was created on that date. That's what it's telling me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is pretty interesting.
Right. And then there was another one that was created 2016, but like
the Kern, are you saying the email was the Kern guy, or the email was a different person that you're not naming?
A different person. I just found it very interesting that within a block, another address pops up, and an email was created on that date.
Was this somebody that contacted you and that's why you were looking into them? Or did you find them some other way?
Yeah.
No, they contacted me.
That's interesting too.
So I was just doing something else as I was talking to somebody, and I thought, I'm just gonna check this person out. And then I was like, wait, what? So let me just put
the things that I think are important, not as much. I can't think of it. Another example of the other things that people try to connect are not as much, but things like that are more like they don't seem that big. They're the small things that are connected.
Right.
Those pique my interest more.
I think, well, it's just that it's just one of those things like in your head, you go, what are the chances? Like, what are the chances in this, that someone just happens to live like a block away and
Yeah.
they happen to create an email on that exact date.
You're gonna make me look up everybody who lives in like a 2-block radius.
I'll say it's more of a 2-block radius on there. I get honestly, yeah, it's like you know what? Did you send me an email?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll send it to you in an email. What I'm talking
I
about.
definitely think that it's not fair to put people's names in the public, especially with how crazy people act.
Well, Keegan Kern asked me if I would take down my video when I put Keegan Klein, Keegan Dunker, Keegan Kern. And he respectfully asked me last night if I could take down my video. And I said, sure, because he asked nicely. If he was a dick about it, I would have said, freedom of speech, dude, if you're going to be an ass about it. But no, as soon as I read it, I was like, you know what? Sometimes you don't think, sometimes you don't think. I don't mind blasting my POI best friend there, Keegan Dunker. But right, sometimes you don't think, and you're just too busy searching, going, oh, look what I found, look what I found to this. I don't mind putting up the scumbags. I don't.
Well, and it's other people that make it crazy.
Yes, but for people that are, say, innocent or whatever, like say Keegan Kern, yes, there was things, but I really wasn't thinking. I was at this point now. I'm just like going, oh my God, like this is an attachment. Like what the hell? And usually I don't sit there and pull up the Intellius, and I probably did in that video. And I typically don't. Typically, I would just show their whatever. If they're a piece of shit, typically I will pull up the
it's different if they've like been convicted already for something else.
Correct. Right. If I look them up and you got a history of freaking mad ass records like most do, yeah. But I also sometimes, sometimes you get lost and have to rein yourself back in because you forget, So when he asked last night, I was just like, sure, and I took it down right away because I don't care, I'd rather do that than leave it up. Because at the end of the day, it's not about trying to hurt other people.
No, I'm sure I've said a name that I shouldn't have it at least once or twice.
That what?
So I'm sure I've said a name that I shouldn't have at least once or twice over the years.
Right, because like I think in here we're just so used to people saying names or a lot or initials all the time or whatever, and I know like a lot of people use the freedom of freedom, like the Freedom Act type of thing and whatever. But again, I'm not really trying to hurt the innocent people here. But I'll put your ass on blast if you're a piece of shit, for sure. Like Judge Fouts or, Ashley Garth or Garrett Kurtz.
Dude, Ashley Garth is a piece of shit. Like an extra.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I can't help but using her ugly face on. I shouldn't say that. That's not nice. But whatever. It is what it is. It's an ugly face, that picture. And every time you look at it, I always think of when people think that she's the BG.
I know. It's like, I wouldn't mind that joke, except then people are like, they take it as fact and they're like, it's a woman. It's like, no, we were just saying she was ugly. Calm down.
I just, when what goes through my head, sorry, when I see Ash, and Garrett basically literally said, like, I don't, like, I know I shouldn't be blaming other people, but she had me twisted around her little pinky, basically. I'm like, dude, what did you see?
I don't get it. Yeah.
I don't get it. Like she would be the jealous one, but it sounds like he was the little kind of bitch in the whole thing, really. Like, you know what I mean? And what actually disgusts me about Garrett, besides a lot of things, is when he literally says, yeah, I beat the shit out of her. I know it's Ashley said, but the way he says it.
Yeah.
Like,
I know this.
Hey.
I get this like little boy vibe from him, even though I know he's terrible. And it like, I don't know what it is about him. Have you gone on the rabbit hole of whites? Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'm just going to say, I'm going to hop off. It's 3:03 here, and I'm about to fall asleep.
How is it? Oh, the time change.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't.
Time changed.
Yeah.
Oh, right. It's going to change for me in a couple hours, still a few hours.
Debbie Sleuth says, hey.
Hey, Sleuth.
Debbie, I see you soon.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that really sleuth or is it
Yeah, I think it's sleuth.
Oh yeah, he had someone in his chat earlier today that was pretending to be him with the same avatar.
Oh really? Like what came in last night when he was on?
Or was that Fez? Because that's what Fez did, was flip me off.
Yeah, Fez. Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
like
think.
a rite of
Yeah, I don't think
passage, it
sleuth would
seems
flip
like.
you
Yeah,
off.
it's not sleuth, it's Fez.
It's Fez.
Yeah. Is it Fez?
Yeah. It's not sleuth.
Who is Fez?
He has no subscribers and no channel, no video.
Oh, okay.
Remember he came into Sleuth's channel earlier today, and Sleuth had to kick him out.
We already know your first name, Fez, so you
mean
better
Elliot?
just chill out and leave and never come back. Or
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys. Okay, Deb, you have a great night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
Good night, Deb.
Good night.
And then she was gone. Sorry, Ivy, what were you saying before? I know that Deb said something there.
I hate that I get on here and talk too much. Did you go down the Whites?
Don't say that. Don't. Hey.
Whites. It's like a juvenile, not detention, but like a home that like kids in trouble go to. And I want to say at some point they had a conversion therapy program, which is terrible. And Garrett was in it for a little bit.
You know what? Honestly, no recollection of this whatsoever. Is this one of the ones from Open Secrets where he's kind of spieling?
I can only get through a couple of those, to be honest. I haven't listened to them all.
Honestly, they became like my Bible, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't listened to all of them.
This is mean, and I feel like I'm you here, Ivy. There's lots of things that I should write down. There's lots of things that I should do. One of my worst things that I don't do is that I start off with little sticky notes going, okay, timestamp at this, okay, to put that in a video. Mm-hmm. And then I get lazy thinking I'm going to remember exactly. And then I can't remember shit about where I found it, which video I found it in, because it repeats itself in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm really bad where I have to keep going back and listening to different things because I can't remember. And so let's say I'm making a video sometimes, which I haven't really done in a while. I literally go, fuck's sakes. If I'm watching a 20-minute video and you're skipping over it and I'm like, was it the start? Was it at the end? Where the hell is it? Is it this video? Wait, is it that video? I'm a bad procrastinator. I know I used to be very good at stuff like this. Now I just find I'm lazy. Whatever sticks up here, you know, and a lot of it still does. I just can't get over the fact that I'm getting older and the sticky notes I need now instead of this as much. And so
I'm constantly like, I know I heard that. I know I've heard that. I know that it's true in my head, but to like find a source to give to somebody, I'm like, I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
It happened somewhere.
and yeah, and on here, I don't really care about you talking or whatever, because I can easily do the same thing, especially when I'm tired. But you know what? I would prefer that any day. Whenever people said that I talk too much in my life, I'd say, you know what? At least I'm happy and at least I care about people and stuff like that. And honestly, I don't deem it as an insult. I find it insulting that people can actually say that stuff as if there's some sort of general rule, you know, about certain things. It's almost like I'm like, let me put it this way. It's almost like getting derogatory statements. Oh, we know Sunny talks a lot, but we love her. Well, your face is ugly, but I still love you.
It's like the backhanded compliments.
Right. And I find it very offensive when people say shit like that, you know, because it's like, I like the fact that I have the ability to talk. I like the fact that that's one of what I find my better qualities is that I have that ability to go in any situation and be like any crowd and be like, hey, how are y'all doing? How's everyone today? Great. How are you? I don't get panicky or anything going into crowds or anything. I never let any place, besides maybe weddings, are freaking ass boring, right? I never let any place dictate me to be a different person. I just go in there going, either you like me or you don't. Hey, right?
Oh, I understand that. I am the same person with my friends, with my family, on here, at
Yeah,
work. Like, I don't know if I could, like, I don't know if I could be another person if I had to.
right. And you know what? I refuse to. And that's why I'm very strong when I say, like, and I can see that Mel's a very strong personality as well,
Yes.
and that's good, but that's a good thing to be, because I would just rather be myself than be fake. And I would rather be genuine. And if some people don't like it, then get the hell out of my life. And if you like me, which, like I said, in my life, it's not like I walk around with a whole bunch of people that hate me. It's me disregarding more of them because they're fakes to me. They're not being real. I just like people to come into my life that just say, if I ask you a question or if I ask you to do something, just answer me back. Don't sit there and lie to my face because I freaking hate that. And it will piss me off and you will not be in my life. So it's like
Mhm.
people that try to harm me or bring me down, whatever. I've just learned, you know what? If I look at myself and I judge myself to the person I am, I like who I am. So nobody can take away this, that I love a lot, that I care a lot, that I help a lot. Nobody can take that away from me. And I won't let anybody because I like that beautiful side of who I am. And the feisty side comes out when people try to take that away from me. Try. They won't succeed, but just depends who's doing it sometimes, you know? So,
Well,
oh, there's Adam.
I think there's a lot of, I don't have any answers to this. This is just a theory I have. I think there is at least one person, if not more than one person, who over the last, I don't know, year and a half, something like that, has been trying to intentionally stir the shit in the background of all the Delphi channels
Mm,
and pit people against each other and
mm.
cause drama and weird stuff. I forgot where I was going. Oh, I remember now.
It's okay.
And then there's like
maybe, maybe you're my twin. I think that there's a freaking triplet gang in here.
ADHD is what it's what it
Right?
is. Um, and then there's other people who do the Delphi stuff who just are not good people themselves. And I think what happens is a lot of times they'll have information on people
Right.
and they'll be able to almost blackmail them with it. So like
Right.
they don't talk out and they don't speak out about it because they're
Mhm.
afraid that that person is going to come after them. And Mel is especially like this, and I am too, that at some point you just have to stand up and be like, if they're gonna do that, they're gonna do that, but they're still not gonna shut me up.
Yeah, exactly. Mhm. And you know what? To be honest with you, Ivy, I refuse to get into anybody's cliques. I'm
Mhm.
not getting into that drama shit. I will continue to be myself. I'm not going to get into those cliques. I've seen quite a few of these cliques break down and how people talk because if you, and especially if you start talking shit about people, no one ever can hold blackmail over me. I'm too much of an open book, and I will never give anyone that strength or power over me. So I choose not to get into the cliques. Like if say Sleuth wants to come on, you want to come on, another channel wants to come on, great. But I'm not turning it into like, okay, these people that are with me, Adam and that, I consider
Mhm.
these guys my friends. It's not like they have all their own channels besides Mama. They're just what I can deem as online friends that love the Delphi, that we found each other's hearts, and it's just a nice little group of people, sharing our thoughts. As for clicks of like, hey, like you coming on my channel, and almost like you owe somebody something.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
never ever want to feel like I owe anyone anything. I will always stay true to who I am. And if nobody likes it, that's fine, but I'll stay true to who I am because I just feel in this life, there's too many people that should be doing that. And there's too many people that are afraid to do that. I don't know why, being your own person and loving yourself is the best thing. It's the best gift you could give yourself, really. And people would rather deal with genuine people than people that are fakes, you know? That's how I look at it anyway.
I met a group, let's see, there's maybe 5 of us. And we've found each other through Delphi and we've been friends. I think our 2-year anniversary of when we first had our first Zoom meeting
Mm,
might be coming up soon. And we're kind of like that. We're like, it's just like, it's like
I was
high
gonna
school around
say,
here.
I mean, I happened to one day watch, you were on it, and there was a couple other people on it. There was about a good 4 or 5 of you on it, on Mel's channel. And that's what it reminded me of. It just reminded me of a group of friends getting together that, like you said, shoot the shit and talk about things. It's not about, like I said, the clicks of the channels. It was just more of like how I feel. We just get on, talk about things. We don't argue. It's just we have our little messenger group, which I'm probably sure you guys, have your own thing too. And it's just kind of like we just joke around, put information into it, and support each other. It's not. There's nothing about it that I feel is deemed as a threat or anyone's a threat to the other person. It's just getting along, having a good time in a sense with each other and trying to bring justice for this case.
Right.
And, I don't know. I just, I've seen a lot of ugliness since I've been in the true crime community in the last year and a half. And I'm sure there's a lot of great things as well, for sure. But I've seen a lot of ugliness to go with it. And it just, for me, it just seems so wrong. It's like watching a doctor smoke. That's how I feel about it. Like, it's like you're in the true crime, and yet people are trying to hurt each other or knock each other for what they're doing or saying. Your channel is your channel. My channel is my channel. Their channel is their channel. Nobody has any business really sticking their nose in. We can have our opinions and say things if we want, like I've said about Greeno. But at the end of the day, I know that that's his channel, and he's going to do what he wants, and he's going to have the followers that are going to follow him, just like Gray Hughes, just like anyone else. And so be it. I couldn't be asked to overly care. Sometimes it becomes about morals to me. And that's why, hence, I brought up Anthony Greeno originally when that little battle started. Well, I think people more made it into a battle, or Greeno probably. I could have cared less about it, really. I was just pissed. Hey, don't sit there and knock my work when you haven't even freaking looked at my channel, dude. Like, shut up. And, and so then it became okay. But I only backed down from that. I could have had a spitting war if I wanted to with him. It's just because that's not what I was here to do. What I was here to do was Abby and Libby, bring awareness and, justice for Abby and Libby. But when Mel did her video that day with, talking about Greeno and about the different things that he's done and why she chooses to talk about him for the crappy shit that he's done to people and herself. Yeah, then I'm going to make people aware of stuff like that, because, if you have information and you can share it, because something like that to me is important, because if he's giving misinformation with Delphi and he's has all these things and people are donating, am I going to voice myself? Yes. Why? Because it's like those phone calls you get. People like me will never get ripped off by a stupid phone call, but other people will. So I feel like it's my job to somewhat bring awareness if I think that somebody is an absolute con artist. And that's what it is, a con artist.
There's a difference between drama and people doing legitimately bad things. And here's what I don't understand. How this drives me crazy. How is it that we are in a true crime? We all enjoy I hate using the word enjoy, but enjoy true crime, right? And they're like, you're obsessive, blah, blah, blah. You should be looking into people. I'm like, that is what we all do this whole time, is look into criminals. That's what all of us, every single person here watching.
Yeah.
But because you like this person, you're going to say it's wrong now?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And all the stuff you've heard is still just the tip of the iceberg with that one.
And all what?
And all the stuff you've heard, like from the stuff Mel's done, is still just the tip of the iceberg, if you can believe it. That one.
No. Yeah. Honestly, Ivy, people don't really fool me at all. At all. They never have. I'm very much aware that obviously, yes, that there's way more. Yeah. I just, like I said, people can say what they want. It's like sonar to me. A person, it's like their persona and what kind of person they are. They just ooze it. And I'm just like,
I agree.
oh, as soon as I heard Greeno open his mouth, I was just like, oh, you're a slime ball. I never even knew him. The minute I saw him open his mouth,
Same.
I said, you are a slime ball. But I was like, I watched your channel, like trying to be nicey, so I can go like, hey, I know you're very much into the Delphi case, thinking that he actually cared about the Delphi case, you know. And then I was just like, saying, hey, just so you know, there's some information gonna go down the pipe, type of thing. And he's just like, yeah, send me the email. And Graz was on, and I just remember him sitting there with this big smile, going, yeah, send me the email. And he just ignored it. He ignored responding back to it. He just ignored it. And then this one person in his channel, she was being a freaking bitch to me, right? I didn't care. I was just like, you're a bitch. You literally are a bitch. You know nothing about me. But she was a Greeno supporter. Okay. So she would kind of come to the channel, kind of try to leave comments and that. And then one day she asked Greeno, have you ever even talked to Sunny about, when she sent the email? He hadn't. And then she came back and she literally, I honestly don't remember her name. I think it was, no. Anyways, and she literally apologized to me. I actually don't remember the name, but she literally came back and apologized to me because I wasn't that person that Greeno was trying to portray me to be, And so, yeah, so I thought that was kind of nice that for someone that seemed to want to like be a target to me in a sense, or make me a target to herself, and she didn't even really know me, but it was just because of Greeno. I was just like, it was just kind of nice to have her say she would apologize for what she had said. She could tell that I was a decent person. I don't need someone's, testimony of how much they whatever. But, it's nice when people do that. Like, meaning high respect to somebody that shit talks you and then goes, you know what? Now that I've truly got to know you a little bit more, watched who you are in your videos, I can see that you actually are a person that cares. And I was like, nice.
But that shows, though, that even if somebody has their wall up and they're in defense mode, that there's still a chance that if they're given information, that they can absorb it and change their mind.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So that was really nice. It bugs me that I don't actually remember who it was. I literally don't anymore. It's like I seen her.
I haven't watched him in so long. I couldn't hardly even tell you the people who were in there.
You know what? I literally I'm just to be honest, like I said, I literally watched maybe 5 minutes of Graz, 5 minutes of Greeno to 10 minutes. The longest thing I ever watched of Greeno's was the Flora fires. So I would come home from work and I would kind of eat my dinner, go to YouTube, see who was doing a live or whatever, and just spend a little relaxation time before I got into my own work. So I have given very little time to other channels, just because I have my own work to do and I work all the time, right? Like I work full time and I only have so much time between my husband, my work, and looking at Delphi, and then going to channels. I just don't have time for it all. I don't need to go to other channels to find my own information because I like finding my own information. And I'll go to like Open Secrets channel. She was a wealth of information because that was clearly Garrett and Chris Mathis talking about Delphi. Whereas, say, going to somebody else's channel, that's just people talking about Delphi versus people that were part of murdering people and are in jail and talking, So Open Secrets really is, for me, been a wealth of information. I've listened to, it's because I miss so much. There's a lot said because there's a lot of videos and there's a lot said that you have to sometimes go back and go, wait, didn't Garrett Kurtz mention this person and this person? Wait, who was that again? Wait, let me just go back and re-listen. What else did I miss? What else did I miss? Right? And so it's like the other day I was listening to one and it's like, okay, who's Josh? I was like, Josh? Who put the hit out on Garrett? Garrett said that when he attacked Ashley, that Ashley put out like a hit on him. And then he goes, but I took care of that shit before it got started or something like that. and then he speaks of, I can't remember, and this guy named Josh.
Hmm.
And I'm like, oh, okay. You know, that's why I thought too that when Chris Mathis was when he was talking about Delphi or whatever, and Open Secret said to him, you know, who's that person with M or whatever? And and then he goes, or he said something like, he goes, oh yeah, which M? Something like that, I think he said. And then she's like, oh, who is it? Wait, let me look it up. And she's like, Palladino, Mark Palladino. And he's like, I don't know who that is. And I'm like, which M? So it's only because Jenny reminded me of an article that I had seen a long time ago, which showed, so there was somebody on my show not too long ago that was Mikey Hiddle.
Mm-hmm.
And he was there at the day of the murders of Nicole Bowen. So yeah, so it just seemed kind of coincidental that his name was M. He was actually part of it in there, but even I overlooked his name. Not that Mikey agrees that it's his M, but it just made sense that was the M she was probably that he was referring to, Chris Mathis, probably, but she was thinking of Mark Palladino, because I was always confused when he goes, oh, Mark Palladino. I don't really know them. I don't know. They're all freaking liars too. It's hard.
Because what are you talking about, Mathis, or are you talking about Garrett?
Well, Mathis in this particular instance.
Because Palladino, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Sometimes I picture them as a tighter group than I think they actually are. So that might be it. But Garrett definitely knows who Palladino is.
Garrett does, but the thing is that it wouldn't. So Chris Mathis, I could see him not really knowing who Palladino was.
Yeah.
I could see that. So, because you could see when he answered it, he thought she was going to say a different M. And I think she thought he was going to say Mikey Hiddle, just for the fact of, because his name was part of it as well. But Palladino and Mikey weren't charged because Mikey wasn't there, right? Like he had said.
I heard that they had posted some Facebook, I think it was Facebook statuses after it happened, before they were all arrested, that were trying to intimidate Hiddle for a little bit.
So, can you say that one more time, Ivy?
I heard that when I say all, I don't know exactly who it was, but some people in that group, after Nicole was murdered, but before they were arrested, made Facebook posts that were kind of vague, but trying to intimidate Hiddle to not snitch on them.
Right. Remember too how he was saying, I'm curious, because he said that Ashley was messaging him, like she was constantly trying to get hold of him, but he didn't answer her back. I believe he said. Is that what he said? That he didn't answer her back? Because he's the one that, obviously turned them in. So he doesn't know what she actually wanted. If it was to, because in all fairness, can I just ask you guys both one thing? Do you guys think that Nicole Bowen was put there? I don't know why I said Bowman, but do you think that Nicole Bowen was put there and that they would have went back the next day or later on that night to try to stage a death like Ray Hanish was, like how Garrett Kurtz told Open Secrets about that's what he did with Ray Hanish, that they staged his death? Do you think that Nicole?
Think so.
Do you what?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
They just dumped her.
Either there's that little piece of me that goes, hold on, dickhead, you're an idiot, but yet you've literally told Open Secrets that you've staged it. We know that the Delphi's was staged. So I just kind of think to myself, there's that piece of me that says, were you guys planning on going back? Because Garrett makes it sound too sweet. He makes it sound like, yeah, I wanted to leave her in a place where she could be found and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, fuck off.
True. But, it's like, really, dude? Like, Ashley Garth was the one going, like, well, she was the one that freaking held on to the cord. Ashley Garth to me is the one that was like, even if Garrett said, get me something, she was the one going, yeah, like, yeah, tighter, tighter, tighter. You can just feel it. It's almost like you're there. That's how I feel about that. Do you think, because it feels like that Ashley, well, mind you, Mikey did say that when he was talking to her, because remember in the not the appeals, the appeals, where they're talking about how months prior they were talking about getting rid of Nicole. What do you think of that, actually, Ivy? So when Ashley did the appeal to try to get evidence reintroduced that was not introduced, I think, at the that she felt should have been, then they show us that basically that appeal information. I'm not definitely a lawyer techie.
I haven't followed this case as much as I have Delphi either.
Yeah, but it's like, so Ashley, basically, Garrett, Ashley, I think, Nicole, and Palladino, they've been talking about getting rid of Nicole. I shouldn't say, but Nicole is not in this. Been talking about getting rid of Nicole months prior to Ray's death. So that's when, I'd have to bring it up, but that's when it's kind of like Garrett and Palladino and not Ashley, but Talitha were at Palladino's house, and Palladino said, like, they need to get rid of her. Like, that's where the executive decision came from. But a few days before, on Nicole Bowen's Facebook or whatever, Garrett basically said he was going to kill her. Told her, like, whatever. And then the post came down or whatever. But so they had planned on killing her before Ray. So it's not just about Ray's death that she would have said something. There was obviously something else. And I'm just not buying the fact that she was going to think them out for doing meth when she was doing meth herself. Right. So I feel like she probably did have some knowledge of Delphi. She had more knowledge. It doesn't seem likely to me that Nicole's like, I'm going to turn you in because you guys make math. It just doesn't seem logical. So, and then they kill, and then Ray dies, but yet months prior, they're talking about killing Nicole. So I was just kind of asking what your thoughts were, I guess, on that part. Or is that stuff that you haven't really heard of, or?
Some of it is, and some of it isn't. I'm thinking.
Well, yeah. I mean,
so you're saying that that Garrett talked about killing Nicole before Palladino said executive decision thing. Correct. And then I was just now, while you were talking, I was looking up when Ray died. Do you remember
which was March 13th.
Of what year?
2019.
19.
Okay, and then when did Nicole die?
March 30th.
2 weeks later.
So why? So it was before Ray's death that Garrett said something about killing Nicole.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is it wasn't about Ray because Ray hadn't died yet when he said that.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Meaning they were already planning on killing her prior to this. So it's not because of just Ray's death, because Ray, that was weeks later, that came about. And so they said that Nicole, I think it's this one here, Director of Appeals. I want to just, if you don't mind,
I'd like to see the post that you're talking about, because
sure.
And I'm like the always devil's advocate. So sorry, I'm sure it annoys people.
I think more people need to be like that.
Yeah, right. So,
because then my question would be, if they killed him because of that, wouldn't Garrett think twice before spilling all that to some YouTuber who was going to put it online?
They're dumb as fuck, these people.
I don't think that the guy is like a genius like a lot of people do. I think mostly he got lucky, but I think they are too dumb to pull off anything in general.
That's where I wonder where Fouts comes into this, personally. It's kind of like, okay, guys, because it just seems like it was planned ahead of time, that the Delphi murders, like, not just a day. This was something to me that was planned. if I was to guess. Anyway, so this is what I'm talking about. And here, let me go back into it. So right here, it says, in March 2019, Garth was in an intimate relationship with Garrett Kurtz. Kurt had also been in an intimate relationship with Nicole Bowen. For a few months, over the course of 2 months, Garth Kurtz and Kurt's friend Jason Palladino had a couple of conversations about getting rid of Bowen. And then on March 29, 2019, Kurtz, Bowen, and Talitha Beckley were at Palladino's house at 26, whatever. Palladino told Kurtz that he had to make a decision, that Bowen has to go, and that it has got to be done. At that point, Kurtz drove Bowen and Beckley in Bowen's car. Okay, now that's where Mikey says that that's wrong. Because he says, what did he say? Do you remember he said that?
Can you put your mouse where you're reading it?
Oh, sure.
I have to read things myself or I don't understand them.
Oh, no problem. Can you see it? Like all clearly? It's basically this paragraph here.
Which paragraph? I got the okay. The March 9th, 2019.
Yeah.
So they had a couple of conversations about getting rid over the course of 2 months. So that would have been in February. There's got to be something else, because that says over the last 2 months, and if she died, that was in February when that started.
January. So that's almost since about the time that Garrett beat up Ashley, to be honest. Now that I think about it.
I can see it like with the rest of your theory. I can see how that would fit in. Like that would fit pretty snugly in there. But I feel like we just can't know what the reason was. But I think it's pretty obvious based on that the raid wasn't the complete reason.
Right, exactly. Right. It wasn't the complete reason. It could simply have been that a couple of months prior meant when Ashley and Garrett got into an argument, and that basically the argument was about Nicole, and that, the topic came up of getting rid of her. Like that could have been it, added to the Ray Hanish thing. I mean, could it be more simpler than that? It doesn't. But Garrett said the reason why was because she was going to turn him in for doing meth or cooking meth or selling meth or whatever it was. And that just seemed like a lie. It just absolutely felt like a lie.
You have to remember too, people doing meth are paranoid.
Right.
Yeah. Well, even Mikey that day said too, like he wasn't even feeling that.
Oh yeah. What? I didn't watch that. What did he say about it? Or did you bring it up?
He felt like that wasn't truthful either. He felt like there was more to it as well. Like I said he wasn't there. That basically they went down to the south to get their drugs when he got back. I think when they got back,
she's already dead. Or she's gone.
And right. I'm trying to just remember how he said it though too, because
he said she was there, and then like when they left and when he came back, she was gone.
Yeah, but what about at the start there because Garrett, Mikey says that he feels really shitty because he's the one that drove Garrett there, because I think Jasmine asked him to.
Yeah, and then he left, right?
Well, so he said that Garrett was talking about killing Nicole and using like the back, your seatbelt thing or whatever. And so he feels guilty.
He said, not in my car.
Right.
Or he said, not in my car, bro. Mm-hmm. Or something like that.
Thinking really he was going to do it, perhaps. But thinking that he felt guilty and I'm bad about it. 1 second there.
Yeah, he thought he was kind of joking almost.
Yeah.
And he was like, not in my car.
And well, yeah, and so like he feels bad because obviously she had wound up dead, and he feels like had he, because Garrett was saying that he was, wanted to kill her and stuff like that, and it's almost like he still kept driving and taking him there, and then
Right.
she does end up dying, being murdered, and of course the guilt, because he feels like he could have controlled that by not driving him there. So he feels the guilt of that. So yeah, well, I guess the bottom line though, Ivy, is that it's not just because of Ray Hanish that they killed Nicole.
I'll have to ask Mel what she thinks. She's like the encyclopedia of that case.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask
Yeah.
her because that kind of
Yeah.
does make me interested.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I think it's time to wrap it up. It's 11:40.
Yeah, I've got to go soon. I've got to go.
Yeah,
It's
and plus the time is
4 in the
changing
morning.
here. Let me. Yeah.
Thank you for having me on.
Well, just quickly take a look at the. Oh wait, you said that. Okay, so you already answered. Okay. I'm really bad at multitasking. I don't think I was looking at the whole chat part for the last 20 minutes or so. I was too busy, like, just listening. Ashley Garth is a barbarian. She was absolutely was totally doing that. We know how folks comes in.
Yeah, I think she was the accelerant on Nicole's death. I think they talked about it, but I think as soon as she had the ammunition of her being there when Ray died, Ashley used that to get Garrett to kill her.
Yeah, and think of those words that Garrett said. We all knew what was going to happen there that night.
Right.
Those words kind of stick. And then you know what? Actually, before we go here, you know what freaking actually pisses me off every time I hear Garrett Kurtz say that when he says, "I loved her to death."
Yeah, literally.
And it's almost like, are you saying that on purpose, jerk off? Like, just like that, like, literally, I loved her to death. I know it's a common saying when you say, I love you to death, blah, 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 blah.
But most people haven't killed someone.
Yeah, right? Anyways, I thought you were going to say you could put your money where your mouth is. Huh. Okay. Anyways, you guys, thank you very much for joining me. Ivy, thank you so much for sharing. Where did that go? In private chat. If I click on this, I just want to put this in the chat for anyone that wants the link to it. This is one that Ivy put up, I think, with regards to what she was reading earlier.
And if anybody is on Reddit, the subreddit called Delphi Docs, they also have a YouTube channel, I think. They are the one to go to. They are very evidence-based. They don't put anything out that they don't have a source for. They've got a whole wiki for the case. They've got a list of interviews that have been done and links to all of them. They've got just about everything. They're really good.
Okay, and it's called Delphi Docs.
Delphi Docs, like DOCS, like short for documents. And I know they have a YouTube.
Well, what was this shit's name that was blasting me? Because he had a name like Delphi Doc on there, but it was not a legit
They may have been the
channel.
same people. Sometimes they're very critical of others, but they do have good sources.
Yeah, but this is just a singularly person, I believe.
Oh,
and it's almost like
this is definitely a group.
Yeah, okay. So it's okay, because there's somebody that was coming in here named Delphi Docs or whatever.
Of course,
and then
if it was a YouTube channel, though, you wouldn't know if it was a group behind it or a person because you just see a name.
Yeah, but you know how when you go to like, for instance, I don't know, when you go to certain channels, you can just feel the vibe of that it's more of a classy type of one, and then you go to somebody's more personal one where they've just come up with their, like, meaning this person literally just came up with their channel.
Okay, no, that's not the same because
Right.
these people have like all just interviews with Anna playlist, interviews with these people. They've got everything organized, and it seems legit if you go to their channel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ivy and Adam, if you're still there. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
just
here.
trying to copy and paste something to myself.
I was just answering Radar's question of when Ray's death was. March.
Yeah. Yes, March 13th, and then March, but they found him on March 17th.
Yes.
And then exactly. And Nicole Bowen was killed on March 30th. and they found her on the 31st.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, obviously, I think Ashley and that were picked up or whatever on the 1st or whatever, and Garrett like the 2nd.
Was it that soon?
Yeah. Oh yeah, right away. Because the guy, the owner, found something. Ivy, before we go, you know what I want to still find out about is that there was a judge and he lost his wife and daughter in a fire in Monticello about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. And it just strikes me as odd that it was a judge, because we keep knowing how much judges are worth around here. Like, not just Judge Bouts, there's a few more that have been out there in the public.
Like all the police officers that have died?
Yeah, right. But it just seems strange when I saw it, because it's like I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down, because it's a brick house. And
There's a lot of fires too.
Yeah, I know, right? Right? But it's just the fact that it's a judge, and there's quite a few dirty judges. Like the other guy that's in Indiana as well from a couple of years ago that was doing the same things as Spouts, giving special treats to certain females and stuff like that. And so, and then when I see this and that the daughter and the wife die in broad daylight in this big house in a fire, it just rings wrong to me for some reason. You know, just one of those things that I can't help but go, you know.
Let me say one thing, and then I'll get off here. Did you see on Facebook a post about a guy who was beat up by the Delphi police?
I seen vaguely something. Vaguely.
You would have remembered the pictures if you saw them.
Say it again.
You would have remembered the pictures if you saw them.
It would have been just words I would have saw. I feel like, would this have just been like in the last week and a half or week?
Oh, in the last 2 weeks, for sure.
In the last 2 weeks. Okay. So whatever it was, I remember seeing something, but I can't say that I actually looked at it. It was like, I don't know if I saw it when I was getting ready for work and whatever, but there was something. I do believe that you say that now, that there was a picture, but I didn't have time to read it, and I didn't even think to go back to it. So what was your thing on that one?
I can't remember the story about it, but it was somebody posting this saying like this guy didn't do anything, and there was like 3 pictures. There was blood on the, like, you could see a bunch of blood on the ground after they picked him up. He was out. He was definitely unconscious when they were taking him away. Well, anyway, if you go down to the comments, there is somebody in there who is like, well, if you don't run from the police, this stuff like this won't happen, which makes me sick. And it was last name Yoder. I'm like, that name rings a bell.
Right.
So then
that's why I remember it too.
Yes.
Yoder.
So then I thought about that, and I was like, because I've looked into him before, and speaking of fires and all that stuff, he was the first one there at the Flora fire. In fact, he got hurt. He was also one of the first police. I think him and that guy who starts with a G, Gianna Pupa, whatever his name is, were the first one at the scene of Delphi too.
You know, Yoder, because I come across this name myself, and every time I see it, I get a bad vibe, to be honest with you. Every time I see Yoder. But if I'm not mistaken, and I can't really remember, because this is where I say I suck. If I'm not mistaken, I seen a Yoder attached to, was it Palladino? Like meaning I see the name Yoder, and it's not attached to good people. Like meaning, because I remember I came across, I don't know if it was a Josh Yoder, and then I went to go to Google to figure out what you were talking about, Yoder. So I guess I vaguely remember seeing this thing, because I remember the name Yoder about Yoder being there, and I remember Yoder from his name being said about Delphi. And then so when I come across Yoder, when I'm searching through people, I just remember that his attachment wasn't to anyone that was good. Right. And I remember thinking, so I was kind of looking at that going, ooh, well, I don't know. When you just get a bad vibe a little bit. Right. And whenever I see Yoder, I don't know why, I get a vibe. I don't know what vibe it is, but it's not a good vibe. I know that.
Oh, I was thinking his name was Josh, but that was the other guy who was with him at the fire. His name was Josh.
Okay.
Josh D. Singer, which I think is one of the people who supposedly, I think it was him or like that G name guy who people say supposedly, no evidence to back this up, told
Right.
people to not go to Ron's land, wouldn't let them go there the night of the 13th to search. They tried to cross the creek.
Well, I mean, that could have been because it's private property.
It definitely could have been. I'm just saying the names. That was Libby's mom, I think, who said that.
Right.
Her bio mom.
I've heard that as well.
Okay, I want to make sure I understood that right. So on the 13th, Ron Logan wouldn't let.
No.
Oh.
On the 13th, supposedly, people tried to go onto Ron's land, like across the creek to go search, and those police that I just mentioned wouldn't let them over there.
Oh, okay.
But again, it could be property.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they had gotten his permission earlier that night, though.
What'd you say?
Because it was Pat Brown. Pat Brown, I'm pretty sure, knocked on his door and got permission, but they may not have known that. There might not have been very good communication.
Right.
Yoders are Mennonites.
Outback said Yoders are the Mennonites, which are like the Amish. I didn't know that, but I did know there were a lot of Mennonites in that area, which they were like the Bonnets.
Yeah, and what's the other one? German Baptist. I think they're kind of like that too.
Yeah, it's similar. Like they barter a lot rather than like use currency or money.
I've kind of wondered about them before, but I'm gonna go ahead and get off here. Thanks for letting me on.
I was just gonna say, you know what? I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm tired. Let's go. Take care, guys. Thank you so much, again, Ivy.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Ivy.
Take care. Night, guys. Night, chat. Sure, Jenny. Yes, we can. Yeah, you guys have a great night. Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Good night.